Chapter 1. To extract your heart. You wouldn't disagree, would you? Sister, are you not the one who loves the Emperor most dearly? I bring you good news. The Emperor's health has shown slight improvement since he used your eyes as a medicinal catalyst, as reported by Imperial physician Lin Guifei, adorned in an elegant dark red gown embroidered with golden peonies, wore a smile that belied the grim faces of the several solemn matrons trailing behind her there. Heavy footsteps echoing ominously like the harbingers of doom. Shang Yuhua lay languidly on her bed, the exquisite yellow inner garment she wore stained with dried brown blood. Once radiant and bright, her beautiful Danfang eyes now revealed only one, as she lifted her frail, palm-sized face. Her once luscious, rosy lips appeared pale and cracked, oozing traces of blood. She clutched the trembling child in her arms tighter, her voice hoarse yet imbued with a sense of helplessness. Lin Guifei, what do you intend to do this time? As she spoke, she leaned down to kiss the quivering child in her embrace, softening her tone. Liuer, be good, your mother will surely protect you. The child's small face was flushed, eyes tightly shut, little hands gripping Shang Yuhua's garment, intermittently releasing muffled sobs, remnants of tears still glistening on her delicate cheeks. Sister, why do you gaze at me so intently? Alas, I too wish to aid our emperor. However, Imperial physician Liu has stated that the medicinal catalyst requires the eyes of one's true love, and we both know you are the emperor's most cherished. The woman covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, her long fingers adorned with gilded finger armor. She approached Shang Yuhua's bedside, allowing the armor to graze Shang Yuhua's petite face as she smiled seductively. The world sings praises of the current empress, unparalleled beauty, yet I wonder, can a one-eyed empress truly embody such grandeur? Shang Yuhua's solitary eye bored into the smiling, venomous woman before her reddened gaze barely concealing a deep-seated hatred. Her fists clenched beneath her sleeves, sharp nails digging into her palms, yet she remained oblivious to her own plight. Setting aside other matters, I must say, dear sister, I have witnessed your profound love for the emperor. Imperial physician Liu claims that with just one heart as a catalyst, the emperor's health could be restored. Are you not pleased? As Lin Guifei spoke, her fingers pressed against Shang Yuhua's tender skin, the sharp armor biting deeply and leaving 5 long, crimson streaks. Oh dear, how clumsy of me to have caused you harm. I apologize, sister, surely you wouldn't hold this against me. As she spoke, the stern matrons moved closer to restrain Shang Yuhua, while another roughly snatched the child from her arms, lifting the little princess as one might a chick. How dare you? Release the princess. Let go of little your... Shang Yuhua struggled to reclaim her child, but her high fever and days without sustenance rendered her feeble. With every slight movement, darkness swirled before her eyes, and had it not been for the matron's firm grip, she would have already succumbed to unconsciousness. TSK, 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 how fitting for mother and daughter to share such a fever. Lin Guifei glanced at the flushed face of the child, sighing, how pitiful. Liuer, you are the beloved daughter of the realm, yet now, not even a minor fever garners concern. Her words pierced Shang Yuhua's heart. Perhaps it was the harrowing sight of her mother's eyes being cruelly extracted just days prior that had terrified the already frail Yuer into tears, triggering her fever. Despite knowing the indifference of those outside, Shang Yuhua had dragged her weakened body to plead for help. Alas, her voice had grown hoarse, her hands bloodied from pounding, yet none outside had taken notice. Enough, the emperor's health is paramount. The 2 matrons suddenly exerted more force, roughly pinning Shang Yuhua to the bed, tearing her bright yellow garment as if it were mere fabric, exposing her delicate, fair skin. Lin Yuan, do you not fear the emperor's wrath when he awakens to find what you have done? He will not spare you. Lin Guifei now held a glimmering dagger, her smile radiant as ever. Oh, but I act solely in the emperor's best interest. How could he ever blame me? He needs your heart, dear sister, and you, who love him so dearly, would not disagree, would you? The cold blade pressed against her skin, causing even the heartbroken Shang Yuhua to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 1. To extract your heart, you would not disagree, would you? Sister, are you not the emperor's greatest admirer? I have delightful news for you. After using your eyes as a medicinal catalyst, Imperial physician Liu has reported a slight improvement in His Majesty's health. Lin Guifei, adorned in a dark red, gold-embroidered gown with a peony motif, wore a beaming smile, trailed by several grim-faced matrons whose heavy footsteps echoed ominously. Reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, Shang Yuhua lay languidly upon her bed, her exquisite yellow inner robe stained with dried brown blood. Once bright and lively, her phoenix eyes now bore the weight of despair, with only one eye remaining open. She lifted her frail face, no larger than a palm, her once rosy lips now pale and cracked, oozing faint traces of blood. Clutching her child tightly, her voice emerged hoarse yet tinged with determination. Lin Guifei, what are you scheming this time? As she spoke, she tenderly kissed her trembling child, softening her tone. Little Yuer, be good, mother will protect you. The child's face flushed crimson, eyes tightly shut, small hands gripping Shang Yua's robe with fervent intensity, stifled sobs occasionally escaping her lips, leaving traces of uncried tears upon her delicate visage. Sister, why do you gaze at me so? Alas, I too wish to assist our emperor, but Imperial physician Lu has stated that the catalyst for His Majesty's recovery must be the eyes of the beloved. We both know that you are the emperor's dearest. With a delicate hand covering her mouth, the woman giggled, her long fingers clad in gilded armor. She glided forward, stopping at Shang Yua's bedside, her armor brushing against the delicate features of Shang Yua's face as she cooed with a serpentine charm. The world speaks of the current empress as a paragon of beauty, unparalleled in grace. Yet I wonder, can a one-eyed empress truly embody such praise? Shang Yua's solitary eye locked onto the venomous smile of this viperous woman, her reddened gaze betraying an unquenchable hatred. Her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves, sharp nails digging into her palms, oblivious to her own turmoil. Yet, setting aside other matters, I have indeed witnessed your profound affection for the emperor. Imperial physician Lu mentioned that merely a heart would suffice for the remedy, ensuring His Majesty's recovery. Are you not pleased, dear sister? As Lin Guifei spoke, her fingers pressed down with force, the sharp armor piercing deeply into Shang Yua's delicate skin, drawing forth 5 crimson trails. Oh dear, how clumsy of me to have injured you. I apologize, Sister Shirley. You shall not hold this against me. At that moment, the elderly matrons advanced, 2 of them pinning Shang Yua down, while another roughly snatched the child from her embrace, lifting the little princess as if she were but a chick. How dare you? Release the princess. Release little Yuer. Shang Yua struggled to reclaim her child, but her high fever and days of starvation rendered her weak. The world around her dimmed as she fought against the matron's grasp. Had they not held her down forcefully, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness. TSK. How fitting, a mother and daughter both afflicted by fever. Lin Guifei mused, casting a glance at the child's flushed face. Such a pity. Little Yuer, you are the cherished daughter of many, yet even a slight fever goes unattended? Her words pierced through Shang Yua's heart. Perhaps it was the traumatic sight of her mother having her eyes cruelly plucked just days prior that had terrified the fragile Yuer into tears, leading to her fever. Despite knowing that no one outside would care for her plight, Shang Yuhua had dragged her weak form to seek help. But her voice was hoarse from calling, hands bloodied from pounding, yet the world remained indifferent to her suffering. Enough, the emperor's health is paramount. The matrons pressing down on Shang Yuhua suddenly exerted more force, roughly forcing her back onto the bed, tearing her yellow robe as they revealed her slender, pale body. Lin Yuan, do you not fear the emperor's wrath when he awakens to your treachery? He will not spare you. Lin Guifei brandished a glimmering dagger, her smile widening with a sinister glow. Oh, I act solely in the emperor's best interest. How could he possibly blame me? The emperor requires your loving heart. Dear sister, you would not dare refuse, would you? The cold blade pressed A. Chapter 2. The tragic death of mother and daughter. Upon witnessing the palpable fear in Shang Yuhua's eyes, Lin Guifei's smile grew ever more self-satisfied. She forcefully pressed the dagger down, its sharp blade piercing through the skin. As the crimson blood seeped forth, she suddenly leaned closer, whispering into Shang Yuhua's ear, Sister, did you know? The emperor awakened yesterday and was deeply moved by your sacrifice of the beloved gaze. He has already dispatched your mother, your maternal grandfather, and the entire Yu family to 100 Python Mountain overnight. Nonsense. The emperor would never do such a thing. It's impossible. Sheng Yuhua's solitary eye glimmered with a bloodthirsty glare at the woman before her. Whether it is true or not, you will find out shortly. By the way, dear sister, allow me to enlighten you. Your little wearer is not the Emperor's eldest princess. And do you know why she is so frail and sickly? You. No, it cannot be. Sheng Yuhua's heart churned violently. If Yuer was not the Emperor's first child, then who was? And who was to blame for Yuer's frailty? What is so-called beloved heart? Can one live without a heart? She could not perish. The Emperor had other princesses. What would become of Yuer if she met her end? Fully aware that she was no match for them, Sheng Yuhua gritted her teeth. Before the woman could lift her gaze, she suddenly sprang to her feet, forcefully colliding her head against the woman's, attempting to seize the dagger from her grasp. Taken by surprise, Lin Guifei staggered, her vision spinning, her eyes aflame with rage. Sheng Yuhua, you seek death. As she spoke, without waiting for Sheng Yuhua's hand to reach the dagger, Lin Guifei exerted her strength, the cold blade plunging downward. A heart-wrenching scream shattered the silence. And with a swift motion, the woman drew a line across Sheng Yuhua's wrist, revealing the vibrant, pulsating heart. With a cold smile, she exclaimed, "Found it." She prodded the still-beating heart, then turned to the terrified, convulsing Sheng Yuhua, the dagger shifting slightly as she giggled. "Sister has always envied your hands. Haven to you? Able to wield both brush and bow, and with silver needles that can revive the dead. If it weren't for your remarkable medical skills and devoted care, how could my health have improved? However, I am rather curious. If your tendons were severed, would you still shine as brightly?" Amidst the piercing cries of pain, the woman deftly severed Sheng Yuhua's tendons, leaving her with a few more gaping wounds on her already bloodied hands. After this, the dagger was once again poised above Sheng Yuhua's face. "Sister, my calligraphy is quite good too. Look, this is symmetrical, truly beautiful." With a delicate flick of her finger, blood sprayed forth, forming the character for bitch across the uninjured half of Sheng Yuhua's face. Two handmaidens held down the struggling Sheng Yuhua with all their might, and in mere moments, the woman held a vibrant red heart in her hand. Gazing disdainfully at Sheng Yuhua, whose eyes were beginning to lose their focus, with a playful laugh, she declared, "Sister, rest assured, with your beloved heart, our Emperor shall surely recover." Perhaps sensing the anguish, the feverish little princess cried out, and the woman looked upon the exquisite child with disgust. For she was merely a miniature version of Sheng Yuhua. She scoffed, "One heart is hardly sufficient." In her final moments, Sheng Yuhua could scarcely believe her eyes as Lin Guifei, like a ravenous wolf, plunged a dagger into little Yuer's chest, skillfully tearing apart. "No, please don an oppose tea," she screamed weakly, her gaze hollow, filled with unquenchable hatred that lingered long after. Unbeknownst to her, just a wall away, a figure clad in vivid yellow stood resolutely, listening to the heart-wrenching cries echoing from within, their eyes deep and unfathomable as a tranquil pool. Chapter 3. The absurd wedding ceremony on February 22nd, a day deemed auspicious for marriage. The skies were clear and the air was gentle. The streets of the ancient capital were adorned with vibrant red decorations, creating a scene of splendor that stretched for miles. 88 bridal sedan chairs gracefully emerged from the residence of General Jin Yuan, their numbers seemingly endless. The sounds of gongs and drums echoed, mingling with the crackle of firecrackers, as a band of hundreds played joyous and auspicious melodies. Dressed in a dark red robe embroidered with gold, the dashing third Prince Ji Zimo rode a magnificent steed, exuding both charm and vitality. Crowds of onlookers lined the streets, their faces filled with envy as they gazed upon the extravagant wedding procession, whispering among themselves about the lavish red sandalwood boxes, each brimming with bridal gifts. "Miss Lin is truly fortunate," they murmured, "though she is but a secondary consort. The third prince holds her in high regard, placing her at the forefront of his affections." Indeed, it was a remarkable sight to see the third prince personally come to escort consort Lin, overshadowing the primary consort. Alas, the Miss Sheng, on the other hand, had only a servant sent to represent the third prince in her wedding procession, a rather pitiful situation. The wedding entourage of Miss Sheng was visible on the adjacent street, with 100 bridal boxes stretching far, yet the number of attendants barely exceeded a dozen. There were neither festive gongs to clear the way nor a gallant groom on horseback accompanying them. Were it not for the brilliant red bridal boxes, one might hardly recognize it as a wedding. "Miss, the third prince has gone too far," the young maid Qiu Shuang pouted, unable to contain her grievance as she approached the sedan. "He claims to cherish you most, yet this behavior hardly reflects that sentiment." "Indeed, it is excessive," Xiao Lu added, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she observed the disdainful looks from the crowd. Sheng Yuhua felt dizzy, the weight of the ornate phoenix crown on her head causing her neck to ache. The overwhelming red around her seemed to pulse with the essence of life, as if she could still sense the beating hearts of 2 crimson roses held by women nearby. Lifting the bridal veil, she beheld the exquisite red wedding attire, her hand instinctively moving to her chest. The heart still beats, alive and well. Her face bore no wounds, and her hands remained unscathed. Was the recent turmoil merely a dream, or had she truly been reborn? "Shall you?" she whispered, recalling the warmth of the young maid's body and the faint sound of her daughter's sobs still lingering in her ears. The sedan halted, and as the curtains were drawn back, a pair of long, strong hands reached out. The man's voice, as smooth as jade, resonated with warmth. "Yuhua, I have wronged you. I am pained by your suffering. You understand my predicament. I vow to compensate you in the future. Marrying her is merely a necessity. Do not worry. My first child shall undoubtedly be yours." Sheng Yuhua gazed at the hand that had once offered her countless moments of warmth, but ultimately cast her into despair. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. Yet this man allowed his favored consort to mercilessly tear away their daughter's heart. Who could have imagined that this gentle and refined figure concealed a heart as ruthless as iron? If what had transpired was not a dream, then, as he assisted her in taking a few steps, his wet nurse would soon come to accompany them, while the esteemed third prince would tenderly lead his beloved consort Lin into the ceremony. Sheng Yuhua clenched her small hand into a fist. If only she possessed a blade, she would not hesitate to slay this treacherous man. Yet she could not, for her family was at stake. There was no need to risk their lives for such a wretched being. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Yuhua resolved that regardless of whether the recent events served as a warning or a rebirth, she would never marry this heartless third prince. Yet, with the ceremony about to commence, how could she extricate herself? Her thoughts raced as the wedding ritual continued in an orderly fashion. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the parents. Both the emperor and empress wore expressions of delight as the 3 newlyweds bowed in reverence. The union of a prince with both a primary and secondary consort was an unprecedented occurrence. Witnessing the third prince's earlier demeanor, it was anticipated that he would first pay respects to consort Lin in this moment of mutual homage. This only served to heighten the awkwardness for Sheng Yuhua, the rightful princess. The emperor's brows furrowed momentarily, yet his smile swiftly returned. Despite the royal presence, the muffled laughter from the surrounding crowd persisted. "Princess of the Mo Kingdom, it is your turn to bow." Chapter 4. A multitude of cowards. The third prince and consort Lin had completed their marital vows and turned to exchange courtesies with Sheng Yuhua. However, Sheng Yuhua stood ramrod straight. The nanny beside her furrowed her brow in displeasure, subtly prodding Sheng Yuhua's waist as a gentle reminder. "Yuhua." The third prince also frowned slightly, his gaze tinged with displeasure. Upon hearing the reminder, Sheng Yuhua gracefully raised her hand and, without assistance, lifted the phoenix-embroidered veil, revealing her breathtaking countenance. Her phoenix eyes glistened, and her crimson lips parted slightly, conveying a sense of aggrieved determination. "Is Yuhua being wedded as a wife or a concubine, Your Highness?" A murmur rippled through the onlookers. It was the first time they had witnessed a simultaneous wedding of wife and concubine, and the bride's act of lifting her own veil was an unprecedented sight. Meeting the third prince Ji Zimo's gaze, which struggled to conceal his astonishment, Sheng Yuhua felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes dimming slightly. Yuhua remembers that the emperor decreed that the Sheng family's daughter, Yuhua, should be the rightful princess consort of Prince Mo. Yet today, upon the wedding, it was Miss Lin whom Your Highness personally greeted at the door. Miss Lin was also the bride whom your highness escorted into the hall. During the marital vows, your highness first paid respects to Miss Lin before Yu Hua. Yu Hua may be untalented, but she possesses some knowledge of poetry and etiquette. Could it be that the imperial customs differ from those of the common folk, and a secondary consort is no longer a mere concubine, but more important than the principal wife? Sheng Yuhua's interrogation caused Ji Zimo's complexion to fluctuate between green and white, and then to black. He had consoled her before entering, never anticipating that Sheng Yuhua would suddenly confront him at this moment. He glanced furtively at the emperor, who sat high above. His face indeed darkened, and his dragon eyes glared at him like frozen daggers. Yuhua I. Ji Zimo cast a resentful glance, his condemning gaze implying that Sheng Yuhua was the one at fault. In the past, Sheng Yuhua would have yielded, understanding his predicament. However, the scene she had just witnessed was gruesome and cruel. Sheng Yuhua now yearned to flay Ji Zimo alive, and there was no way she would soften her stance because of his pathetic expression. If Prince Emo does not wish to marry Yuhua, he could have stated explicitly. The current emperor is wise and would not force anyone against their will, nor would he make a mismatched pairing. Would he? Sheng Yuhua spoke with an air of grievance. At that moment, a delicate figure rushed over, seized Sheng Yuhua's sleeve, her fair face pale, and rebuked her breathlessly. Second sister, has your mind wandered again? How could you say such things? Your marriage to Prince Emo is decreed by the emperor. If His Highness rescinds the engagement in a fit of anger, your reputation will be ruined, and who would dare to marry you then? Observing her eldest sister's anxious expression, Sheng Yuhua subtly withdrew her sleeve, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Eldest sister, although this marriage is decreed by the emperor, are you truly unaware of how Prince Mo treats me? Sheng Yu Jiao hesitated, lowering her voice to advise. Second sister, you are not ignorant of the matter between Prince Mo and Lin Shireen. You have never interfered before, so why are you quibbling today? Besides, your reputation is already tarnished. If you do not marry Prince Mo, who else could you marry? The ceremony is about to be completed. Second sister, you should quickly proceed with the rites. If Prince Mo becomes angry, it may be difficult to secure your position as the princess consort. Sheng Yu Jiao's voice was soft, but Ji Zimo, standing close by, heard every word clearly. His eyes flickered, and it seemed that replacing the princess consort was not an impossibility. The emperor had previously been unwilling, but with Sheng Yuhua's outburst, the imperial family's dignity was at stake. Sheng Yuhua gazed at her eldest sister's anxious face, then at Ji Zimo's inscrutable expression, and smiled forlornly. Eldest sister, do you think so little of Yuhua? Is there truly no one who would want to marry Sheng Yuhua besides Prince Mo? Her gaze shifted slightly, sweeping across the onlookers. However, the young nobles she looked upon all lowered their heads. Sheng Yuhua was beautiful, but unfortunately, she had once been Prince Mo's woman. Who would dare to take her? A multitude of cowards. Sheng Yuhua scoffed inwardly, her gaze settling on the only man present who appeared calm and did not avert his eyes. The idle Prince Ji Minghan. Chapter 5. Is she not afraid of death? The man, clad in a dark crimson silk brocade robe, adorned with a golden belt featuring cloud patterns, sat with an air of cold aloofness upon a zetonwood chair. His striking features, reminiscent of a fine painting, were accentuated by a vivid blue lotus adorning his forehead, captivating the hearts of those who beheld him. Behind him stood a solitary attendant, hands clasped, while no one dared to approach within a 3-meter radius. Sensing the gaze of Sheng Yuhua upon him, Ji Minghan delicately tapped the blood jade cup in his hand, casting a detached glance towards her before lowering his head. The blue lotus on his forehead shimmered enticingly, ensnaring the minds of onlookers. In that fleeting moment, as Ji Minghan bowed his head, Sheng Yuhua gracefully advanced, her slender figure enveloped in a resplendent red wedding gown. Now, less than a meter from him. At that instant, the once jubilant atmosphere of the wedding hall abruptly chilled, leaving the guests shivering in fright. Many averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight, while others peered through their fingers, curious about the fated beauty whose life hung by a thread. The emperor, seated high above, clenched his fists, his vigilant gaze fixed on Ji Minghan, while the empress straightened in her seat, cold sweat trickling down her back. Ji Minghan, exceptionally intelligent from a young age, could compose poetry at 3, recite the 4 books and 5 classics by 5, and was rumored to have perused the Imperial library by the age of 10, forsaking the capital S extravagance to train in the military. Since then, he had led countless battles to victory, earning the title of the renowned war god of the ancient Moon Kingdom. Perhaps fate envied such brilliance, for at the age of 15, he fell victim to a series of assassination attempts, surviving against all odds. Rescued by his shadow guards, he remained unconscious for half a year. With his legs rendered useless and suffering from a peculiar poison, his condition was dire. Yet, despite these afflictions, countless women in the ancient capital adored him, drawn to him like moths to a flame, whether as the charming youth he once was or the now disabled prince. Alas, the divine maiden harbored intentions, while the cold king remained indifferent. Initially, a few fearless souls dared to approach him, only to be flung back a distance of 10 meters before expiring from their injuries. Others pleaded with the emperor for marriage, yet the fierce guard dogs at the entrance of the prince's residence terrified them into retreat. Those who stubbornly pressed forward left behind pieces of themselves in their hasty escape, their dreams of a happy marriage shattered. Now, as Sheng Yuhua boldly approached, it was deemed an act of folly. Her heart raced, for she understood Ji Minghan's bloodthirsty ruthlessness better than anyone present. Yet, she had no alternative. To escape her impending marriage to Ji Zimo, she had to resort to the ruthless king. Ji Zimo and Appo's greatest taboo was none other than Ji Minghan, feigning calmness. Her exterior betrayed no sign of the turmoil within. Her hands, concealed within the long sleeves of her gown, were clenched into fists, damp with perspiration. Who could fathom the cold sweat soaking her inner garments? She was gambling, betting that the emperor and empress would prevent bloodshed in the wedding hall and hoping that her proposition would stir even the slightest interest in Ji Minghan. With her gaze subtly fixed on his hand, she contemplated whether she could evade him at the moment he raised it. Amidst the tense anticipation of the crowd, some horrified, some fearful, some expectant, Ji Minghan indeed lifted his hand. Just as he prepared to strike, the emperor's urgent voice pierced the air. Honor. The emperor's tone was soft, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Ji Minghan's hand hesitated briefly, and the emperor's voice resounded once more. Today is a joyous occasion. Though unspoken, the implication was clear to all present. Many eyes now regarded Sheng Yuhua with a tinge of envy. How fortunate she was to be alive. Ji Minghan gradually lowered his hand, the blood jade cup in his other hand turning gracefully, now resting peacefully within his long, pale fingers. The juxtaposition of his fair skin and the red cup created a captivating sight, drawing the attention of all. With a sudden motion, he grasped the cup, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. In the blink of an eye, his hand opened, revealing that the blood jade cup had vanished, leaving behind only a fine crimson powder that cascaded from his fingers, settling upon the pristine white jade floor, casting a delicate scarlet hue across its surface. Chapter 6. An immediate marriage. The atmosphere grew increasingly hushed, and Sheng Yuhua found her legs trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for the emperor's intervention, would the blood jade cup have been reduced to mere dust? She inhaled deeply and stepped forward, mustering her courage to lean in close to his ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear. The blue lotus blooms, with a poison that gnaws at the bones, 7 layers of petals, and even the king of hell cannot pursue. After uttering these words, her eyes shimmered as she fixed her gaze on the ink lotus blooming on his forehead. It has reached the 4th layer. If you wish to survive, would you consider marrying me, your highness? Though her voice was barely above a whisper, she was confident that Ji Minghan could hear her. While many were aware of the enchantment of the ink lotus, few understood that it was the very poison afflicting Ji Minghan. Even fewer could discern that it had reached the 4th bloom. Sheng Yuhua was taking a gamble, hoping that in his quest for an antidote, he would assist her just this once. After speaking, she did not wait for a response, but quietly returned to her previous position. The audience was astounded by Sheng Yuhua and Appo's audacity, each person rendered speechless. Even the emperor frowned disapprovingly, casting a sharp glance at Sheng Yuhua. Some were reckless, and no amount of restraint would suffice. Sheng Yujiao, recovering from her shock, looked at her sister with alarm. Sheng Yuhua, have you lost your mind? If you seek death, do not do so recklessly here. Yuhua, what were you just discussing with the little emperor uncle? Let us proceed with the wedding. My feelings for you are sincere. Do not let this auspicious moment slip away. He then raised his gaze towards Jiming Han, his expression apologetic. Little emperor uncle, Yuhua was not in her right mind earlier. Thank you for showing mercy on behalf of your nephew. This declaration provoked a murmur of insincerity among the crowd. If he truly cared for Sheng Yuhua, why did he not speak up when Jiming Han nearly acted against her? Now that Miss Sheng had returned safely, he chose to voice his concern. Was this not hypocritical? Furthermore, it was the emperor who had commanded Jiming Han to relent. By what right did he assume it was due to his intervention? Oh, royal nephew, you think too highly of yourself. A light taunt, almost mocking in tone, hung in the air. Ji Zimo was equally surprised to hear the cold prince respond for the first time, his previous warmth now replaced by a frozen smile. However, the cold prince did not spare him a glance, his cold eyes fixed on Sheng Yuhua, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Who dares to claim that Miss Sheng is unworthy of marriage? Miss Sheng, I shall marry you. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the room. Even the emperor, who had been displeased, stood up with a mix of excitement and disbelief. Honor, what did you say? You'll marry? Is it truly so? Heaven knows how many strands of hair the emperor had lost over Ji Mingan's marriage prospects. This man was impervious to persuasion. Despite his age, he had yet to take a wife, let alone a single female mosquito in his residence. Now that he had finally agreed to marry, how could the emperor not be elated? Without awaiting Ji Mingan's reply, the emperor gestured grandly, declaring, by the will of heaven. The emperor proclaims, it is known that Sheng Yuhua, daughter of Sheng Yicheng, is graceful, virtuous, and possesses both talent and character. I am greatly pleased and hereby betroth her to cold Prince Jiming Han as his legitimate consort, and they shall wed immediately. Sheng Yuhua, Ji Zimo, where is my legitimate consort? We were just about to wed, and now she has vanished. The audience. Indeed, the cold prince was a source of concern for the emperor. How difficult it was for him to secure a bride. Now they were to marry at once. Honor, see how everything here is prepared. Why not graciously agree to wed here? The wedding hall of the Mu Wangfu had been arranged by palace officials, perfectly fitting and convenient for a ceremony. In truth, he was more worried that this unpredictable younger brother might have a change of heart. After all, he had taken the initiative to propose, and the emperor should be eager to finalize the arrangements. At this moment, irrespective of the fact that the cold prince was marrying the stunning Sheng Yuhua, even if it were an unattractive woman, he would hasten to agree. The emperor's words left the crowd in disbelief. The cold prince's marriage was indeed a series of twists and turns. Transforming the bride into his royal uncle's consort was beyond the realm of imagination. Who would dare to conceive such a notion? Yet, Jiming Han merely cast a glance around the wedding hall, his thin lips parting. No. Chapter 7. The Cold King's Dilemma. Honor you. You just promised to marry Miss Sheng, did you not? The emperor, filled with urgency, wondered if Jiming Han had quickly regretted his decision. He reflected that it would have been better to have ordered them to bow to each other and proceed to the bridal chamber without delay. Observing the emperor's anxious demeanor, Jiming Han coolly remarked, is this all? It is quite inadequate. The emperor, initially perplexed, could not comprehend what Jiming Han meant by inadequate. Had he truly changed his mind? Meanwhile, the onlookers were equally bewildered, but the composed Jiming Han kindly elucidated, how can I, Jiming Han, settle for anything less in marriage? The cold king's residence requires preparation. The wedding shall take place next month. Upon hearing this, the emperor's heart finally found peace. He glanced at the festive wedding hall and declared, Honor speaks wisely. The arrangements here are indeed somewhat lacking. Let us proceed with the wedding next month. Alas, my age has taken toll on my body. I am weary. Empress, let us return to the palace. As the emperor prepared to leave, the third prince, Ji Zimo, stepped forward to block his path, urgency etched on his face. Father, Yuhua is my legitimate consort, a decree you personally issued. Ji Zimo glared resentfully at Jiming Han, questioning how much more favoritism the emperor could display. Just because Ji Minghan had uttered a single phrase, "I shall marry," did it mean his own betrothed must be relinquished? My dear Zimo, Yuhua is correct. I am not unreasonable. If you do not cherish her, it is best not to force it, the emperor replied, affectionately patting Ji Zimo's shoulder and earnestly advising. I understand your feelings. Rest assured, once the Lin family girl bears you a son or daughter, I shall elevate her to your primary consort. Ji Zimo retorted, Is this truly what concerns me? Have you ever sought my opinion before bestowing my consort upon another? With the emperor and empress having returned to the palace, the atmosphere in the Duke of Mo's residence grew tense. Sheng Yuhua removed her scarlet veil and heavy phoenix crown, turning to leave. The maid, Qiu Shuang, hurriedly took the items and followed closely behind Sheng Yuhua. As she passed Ji Zimo, the man suddenly reached out and grasped her arm. Yuhua, you have always known my feelings for you. Have you not understood my difficulties all along? How could you? His feelings for her? Sheng Yuhua scoffed inwardly, observing this man who had both adored and tormented her. She wondered how she had been so foolish in her past life, holding on to the hope he would come to her rescue until her very last moment. She tugged at her sleeve, but the man's grip was too strong to break free. Her gaze turned icy as she contemplated tearing her sleeve to escape. Yet the fabric of the wedding gown was of such fine quality that no matter how she struggled, it remained intact. Prince Zimo, please conduct yourself with propriety. As soon as the words left her lips, a gust of wind swept through, followed by a flash of silver. Ji Zimo felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He quickly withdrew his hand, revealing a small dagger trembling in his grasp, blood oozing forth. A startled gasp echoed from the crowd, faces turning pale in fear. She had spoken. Conduct yourself with propriety. A calm voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers. The solitary figure seated nearby regarded Ji Minghan with a languid gaze. His tone as casual as if discussing mundane matters. A smile graced Sheng Yuhua's lips, a mix of surprise and delight. She turned to Ji Minghan, offering a slight bow of gratitude before gracefully departing. The vibrant red of her wedding gown billowed in the wind, creating waves of crimson. In the courtyard, attendants came forth to carry the 100 dowries, marching grandly out of the Duke of Mo's gates and taking a different route back home. Outside, the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle remained, bewildered as they observed the Miss Sheng leaving with her dowry. After taking only a few steps, a young servant rushed forward, blocking Sheng Yuhua's path. He bowed respectfully, speaking in a tone both polite and distant. Miss Sheng, my master has conveyed that you should arrive at the residence promptly. As the Cold King's consort, it is essential that you familiarize yourself with them. If you cannot even manage that, it may be best to reconsider your role as the Cold King's wife. Chapter 8. Wicked Daughter, Step Inside. Sheng Yuhua paused her steps and turned to gaze at the Mo Wang mansion, where a solitary figure sat before the grand entrance, surrounded by an eerie emptiness of 3 meters, devoid of any company. Yet, beyond that distance, a throng of people buzzed densely. Upon hearing the servant's words, the man merely lifted his eyelids slightly. Amidst a collective gasp from the crowd, Sheng Yuhua inclined her head slightly and continued on her way. After a considerable time, the fearsome Han Wang had long departed, and the bride clad in a resplendent red wedding gown vanished without a trace, allowing the townsfolk to whisper cautiously among themselves. Heavens, what has become of Miss Sheng? Was she not the Mo Wang Fei? How did she become the Han Wang Fei after a mere wedding ceremony? Safe and sound, the Han Wang actually sent Miss Sheng to serve them? Pity the poor Miss Sheng. One wonders whether it will be her hand or leg that first suffers a loss. It is well known that the Han Wang possesses 2 ferocious hounds, named Ping Ping and Unin, bloodthirsty mastiffs known for their viciousness. It is said that the Han Wang mansion feeds them raw meat, and the women previously bestowed with marriage decrees were met with dire consequences. Upon her arrival, the hounds lunged at a certain young lady, and it was only through the selfless protection of a maid that the lady's leg was spared, albeit with a chunk torn away. That lady returned home deranged and, shortly after, passed away. Now, however, it is Miss Sheng who has been granted marriage, and the Han Wang has ordered her to tend to the 2 hounds. Given Miss Sheng's delicate frame, Can she withstand the vicious teeth of those mastiffs? As the crowd fervently debated, a timid voice interjected, "You all seem overly pessimistic. Perhaps the Han Wang has a fondness for Miss Sheng and will show her leniency?" This remark drew a wave of derision from the onlookers. If he truly cared, would he send a servant to remind her to go? Sigh. The Han Wang was once known for his temperance, allowing some to escape with their lives. But now the current Han Wang, Miss Sheng, might not even make it out of the mansion's gates. Some were bewildered, others astonished, and still others intrigued. The man who had spoken earlier, sporting a pointed beard and a self-satisfied grin, added, "Let us not forget that Miss Sheng has had intimate relations with the Mo Wang. Do you truly believe that a woman with her reputation would be favored by the Han Wang?" His words ignited a fervor among the crowd, awakening memories both known and unknown, leading them to expound upon the scandalous entanglements between Sheng Yuhua and Ji Zimo. The events surrounding the Mo Wang mansion spread throughout the ancient capital and inevitably reached the Shang's residence. On her way back, Sheng Yuhua's two young maids, Qiu Shuang and Xiaolu, were consumed with worry, their chatter never ceasing. "Miss, although the third prince's actions were egregious, how can you simply refuse to partake in the wedding? Indeed, miss, while the third prince is in the wrong, at least you could survive at the Mo Wang mansion." A sigh escaped them. Now that the Han Wang has consented to marry you, those two hounds truly have bitten people before. Perhaps we should beseech the master to annul this marriage. Mississippi. I tremble at the thought of the Han Wang, and my legs go weak at the mention of the mastiffs. The two maids continued their incessant prattle. Sheng Yuhua felt a warmth in her heart. They were still alive and well. How wonderful. Recalling the tragic demise of the two in her past life, she felt powerless. Her gaze turned cold, and she resolved to protect them in this life. Could she truly live at the Mo Wang mansion? Sheng Yuhua scoffed. How could that be? How would she come to know Ji Zimo? Her eyes dimmed as she pondered the circumstances leading to their imperial decree of marriage, all stemming from that rumored intimacy. Wicked daughter, step inside. As Sheng Yuhua crossed the threshold of the Shang's estate, a thunderous roar resonated, causing the plaque of the estate to tremble. The voice belonged to none other than her biased father, Sheng Yicheng. "Father, please do not be angry. My second sister did not mean to cause this. Calm yourself. Do not let such trivial matters disturb your health." Beside her father stood her gentle and considerate elder sister, Sheng Miao. Sheng Yuhua inwardly scoffed at her elder sister's swiftness. How had she returned from the Mo Wang mansion so quickly? Moreover, judging by her demeanor, it was clear that ample poison had been administered. For how else could her father be in such a fury? As Sheng Yuhua stood there in a daze, a middle-aged woman, elegant and graceful, approached her. Lifting a hand to gently pat her shoulder, her voice trembling with concern, "Hua, are you all right?" Meeting the veiled worry in her eyes, Sheng Yuhua shook her head slightly, responding softly, "I am fine." Fine? You wicked daughter, how dare you say you are fine?" Seeing Sheng Yuhua's composed expression, Sheng Yicheng's face turned an ominous shade of green. He strode forward, suddenly raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Chapter 9. 2 slaps with a resounding clap. The sound of a slap echoed powerfully, causing Sheng Yuhua's head to jerk to one side. When she turned back, a streak of crimson marred the corner of her mouth, stark against her delicate complexion. Yet, could a single slap quell Sheng Yicheng's fury? He raised his hand once more, and another sharp slap resounded. This time, however, Sheng Yuhua felt no pain. "Ah, mother!" A cry of alarm escaped as Sheng Yujiao rushed over, supporting the swaying figure of the beautiful woman. Sheng Yicheng, taken aback by the unexpected intervention, gazed awkwardly at the woman's face, now marked by a prominent bruise, and stammered, "Wanru, what happened?" His anger had been directed solely at the wayward Sheng Yuhua, and he had not restrained his strength. How heavy must that slap have been? "My lord, Hua is still a child. Is there not a better way to discuss matters?" "Please, calm your anger," the beautiful woman implored, tears glistening in her eyes. A picture of vulnerability. Under her gaze, Sheng Yicheng and Apos, his heart softened. He looked up at Sheng Yuhua and coldly declared, "Today, for Wanru and Apos' sake, I will spare you. You wretched girl, go kneel in the ancestral hall." The fiery sting on her face was unbearable. Yet, as Sheng Yuhua regarded the woman who had taken a slap for her, Her heart swelled with an impulse to applaud her. Such flawless acting. No wonder she had been deceived so thoroughly in her past life. However, in the days to come, Sheng Yuhua was curious to see whether the gentle and understanding Yang Wanru would still be so considerate once the mask was pulled away. Noticing Sheng Yuhua's gaze, Yang Wanru forced a feeble smile, but inadvertently stirred the side of her face that had just been struck, causing her to gasp in pain. Still, she managed a faint smile, softly reassuring Hua and Apos. Or listen to your father and go to the ancestral hall. Do not worry, he is merely upset. I will speak to him, and once his anger subsides, he will allow you to return. As she spoke, the pain contorted her features. Sheng Yuhua observed the swollen mark on Yang Wanru's face, and before she could utter a word, Sheng Yujiao stepped forward and pushed Sheng Yuhua with force, indignantly exclaiming, "Mother, why are you so kind to her? She has no heart. She is not your flesh and blood, so how could she possibly care for you? You have swollen your own face for her. Yet she will not even express gratitude." "Thank you, Aunt Ro," Sheng Yuhua interjected, just as Sheng Yujiao finished her tirade. "Wasn't it merely acting? Who couldn't do that? I also appreciate the older sister for reminding me about my reputation during the wedding ceremony. I will inform my father of the grievances I have suffered." With that, she bowed slightly to the others and turned to walk towards the ancestral hall. "Mother, look, you are laying your heart bare before her. Yet does she even glance your way? She cannot even call you mother, yet refers to you as Aunt Ro? Sheng Yuhua, do you not realize how your mother has treated you all these years? You ungrateful wretch, how can you? And what did you mean by your last words? What did I ever say you had a poor reputation? I was merely trying to offer you kind advice. Sheng Yuhua, do not bite the hand that feeds you." The complaints faded into the distance as Sheng Yuhua straightened her back, walking steadily and unhurriedly. The two maidens dared not breathe a word. They had not anticipated that the scholar would suddenly resort to violence. "Miss, are we truly going to the ancestral hall?" Qiu Shuang shivered slightly, finding the place eerie and unsettling. "Why not? Even if father forbids me from coming, I shall find a way to visit. There is something of great value hidden here." The door of the ancestral hall creaked shut, dimming the light that had filtered in. Qiu Shuang and Xia Lu shrank back but still accompanied Sheng Yuhua as they knelt on the mat before the offering table. The incense curled softly, creating a serene atmosphere. Sheng Yuhua closed her eyes, reflecting on the day's events as if caught in a dream. Her affection for Ji Zimo had begun with an act of saving her life. Chapter 10. Grandmother's affection that winter was particularly frigid, and she accidentally fell into a lake. In a moment of suffocation, it was Ji Zimo who plunged into the icy waters to rescue her. This incident forged a bond between them, often referred to as a connection of flesh. Ji Zimo, displaying a sense of chivalry, vowed to take responsibility. The emperor, recognizing his sense of duty, granted them a marriage. She was 12, and he was 16 at the time. Perhaps they were too young to comprehend the true essence of love or the meaning of marriage. Later, he encountered Lin Shireen and became enamored, lost in a fervor of passion. Sheng Yuhua was aware of their affair and contemplated asking the emperor to annul their engagement, granting him freedom. However, Ji Zimo insisted that all was merely superficial, lamenting the difficulties he faced in court. Lin Shireen was the legitimate second daughter of a powerful family, and he felt compelled to appease her for his own security. Yet, he professed that only Sheng Yuhua held his genuine love, a sentiment deeply cherished in his heart. Sheng Yuhua believed him, understanding the trials he endured, and though her heart ached with resentment, she chose to tolerate his indiscretions with compassion. Throughout this turmoil, it was Yang Wanru and her elder sister Sheng Meijiao who subtly acted as advocates in her ear. They often asserted that it was quite normal for men to have multiple wives, especially since Ji Zimo was a prince. Regardless of his escapades, as long as she firmly secured her position as his principal consort, all would be well. In this world, where could one find a man who remained faithful? For a woman, what truly mattered? Power? Status? Or perhaps an exalted identity? She had always held this belief, especially as Ji Zimo consistently expressed his affection for her. Her heart, though in pain, found a semblance of sweetness amidst the turmoil. She was caring and gentle, wholeheartedly devoted to him, clearing obstacles from his path. Yet, who could have anticipated that, in the end, he would allow his favored concubine to take his life? What Sheng Yuhua found utterly intolerable was that he had also caused the death of Xiao Yuer. She was his daughter. Moreover, the final words of Lin Guifei echoed in her mind, mentioning how her mother and maternal family were cast into the Hundred Serpents Mountain, yet failing to mention the Sheng family. Did Ji Zimo have other children outside of Xiao Yuer? Lin Yuan, as his wife, was utterly oblivious. She strained to recall. Could it be Xiao Xian? It seemed the Guifei had remarked on the resemblance between Xiao Xian and Xiao Yuer, but at the time, she had only thought it was due to the similarity between her and Sheng Meijiao as sisters. The incense in the ancestral hall wafted thickly, and the more she pondered, the more she felt that she had lived too naively in her past life, too trusting of others. The door of the ancestral hall creaked open, and Sheng Yuhua turned to see a figure stumbling towards her, who then embraced her frail form, expressing heartfelt concern. Huar. It was Yang Wanru, whose expression might lead one to mistakenly believe she was her true mother. Wretched woman. Even now, she feigned concern. Sheng Yuhua's heart stirred, yet her face displayed a childlike expression of grievance. Her gaze swept across the few individuals at the door, and she choked out, "Aunt Ro, have we fallen so low in the Shirlang mansion? Not to mention that I am the rightful consort of the Prince of Ink, bestowed by Imperial decree. Yet he openly weds Lin Shireen, disregarding our family's honor. Aunt Ro, for whom am I enduring this? Ah, dear Yuhua, grandmother knows you have suffered." Indeed, upon hearing this, the individuals at the door slowly made their way inside. The newcomer was unsteady on her feet, walking slowly with the aid of a maid, who continued to advise her. "Old madam, I have told you that the second miss is fine, yet you remain unconvinced. Your health has not been well, and despite my urging, you refuse to listen. Ah, I am merely worried for dear Yuhua." Chapter 11. Can we still defy the Imperial decree? The elderly matriarch approached, and the maid swiftly provided a chair for her to settle upon. With a gentle grip on Sheng Yuhua's hand, she sighed, "My dear, today and Appos, events were indeed improper on the part of the Ink King. Grandmother understands the grievances you have endured." With a resigned breath, she continued, "The initial betrothal between you and the Ink King was a lofty aspiration for our Sheng family, compounded by the blemish on your reputation. Both your father and I have your best interests at heart. The Ink King may throw tantrums, but that Lin family girl is merely a secondary consort, ultimately just a concubine. You, however, are the esteemed Ink King and Appos as wife. Moreover, the Ink King had promised your father that you would bear a legitimate heir first. Indeed, this was a matter of consequence, yet in her past life, no one ever divulged such truths to her. Presently, with the Emperor aging, despite his fondness for the cold king, the latter was ultimately just a younger brother and a man rendered ineffectual. Your conduct today is rather impulsive," the matriarch remarked, gently patting Sheng Yuhua's hand, her gaze falling upon the exquisite visage marked by a clear handprint. As Sheng Yuhua raised her hand, the maid promptly retrieved an ointment, and the matriarch herself dabbed some with her finger, tenderly applying it to Sheng Yuhua's swollen cheek. "My dear, your father and I would never harm you. Marriage to the cold king is out of the question." Listening to her grandmother's well-meaning counsel, Sheng Yuhua felt an unexpected urge to laugh. How had she never noticed before how adept the matriarch was at theatrics? In her previous life, she had believed her family sought her well-being, only to later discover that her father had been coveting a substantial sum of silver. With such leverage in hand, would her father dare utter another word? As for the notion of bearing a legitimate heir first, it was even more ludicrous. After marrying, the Ink King's affections for her were a mere fraction compared to those he lavished upon Lin Shireen. The prospect of her becoming pregnant seemed a cruel jest from fate. As her thoughts raced, she observed her family's performance with distaste, yet she could not afford to reveal her true feelings just yet. Was it not merely an act? Who could not play their part? Grandmother. But the Ink King did not say such things to me. He professed that I am his foremost concern, that his heart belongs solely to me, and that marrying Lin Shireen was a reluctant necessity. Feigning a delicate motion to wipe away invisible tears from her face, she adopted the demeanor of a petulant child, pouting, "Such humiliation! I refuse to endure it. The emperor has conferred a marriage decree. I think marrying the cold king would be advantageous. In the future, he would surely have to respectfully address me as little Imperial aunt. The matriarch's expression subtly shifted, though it was barely perceptible, and had Sheng Yuhua not been attuned to her slightest change, it would have gone unnoticed. My dear, this is unwise. The matriarch inhaled deeply, casting a disapproving look at her. Do not act rashly in such matters. Who is the cold king? Marrying him would ruin your life. Consider his two vicious hounds. How many young ladies have suffered their bites? And he is a cripple. Do you wish to enter a life of mourning from the outset? Huar, heed your grandmother. We are your closest allies, all for your good, and we would never lead you astray. Yang Wanru chimed in at an opportune moment, her voice soft and laced with concern, her face still bearing the mark of a slap, a stark reminder of her past sacrifices for Sheng Yuhua. Sheng Yuhua lowered her head, appearing moved by their words. Suddenly, she raised her gaze, her expression conflicted. But the emperor has already issued the marriage decree, and the cold king has consented. The wedding is set for next month. This decree is no trivial matter. Can we truly defy it? Chapter 12. The dowry list left by Mother. No, I cannot be so selfish. If I defy the decree, our ministry will undoubtedly suffer consequences. As Sheng Yuhua spoke, shaking her head, the onlookers observed her expression of guilt. The old matriarch consoled her. Rest assured, my dear, there will always be a solution. I shall speak with your father and the Prince of Mo to see if he can annul the betrothal. Grandmother, there's no need for that. I do not wish for my family to worry over my affairs. My foolish child, what is there to worry about? Trust me, your father will ensure your marriage to the Prince of Mo. However, the Prince of Mo has other women. After today, Yuhua had come to understand that the Prince of Mo currently had a Lin Shireen, and in the future, there would likely be more. In contrast, the cold prince's surroundings appeared much more unblemished. With a furrowed brow, Sheng Yuhua expressed her distress, prompting the old matriarch's eyes to shimmer with a chill, though her tone remained gentle. Does that mean, my dear, that you are contemplating a life of solitude? Think it over, and provide me with a definite answer by tomorrow. Upon concluding her words, the matriarch gestured for the servant to carefully assist Yuhua to her feet. Before departing, Yang Wanru leaned in to whisper a reminder to Sheng Yuhua. Child, you are still young and may not perceive everything clearly. None of us would wish you harm. The group departed in a grand procession, while two little maids hurriedly positioned themselves by the door, peering through the crack until the figures had receded into the distance. Only then did they cautiously approach Sheng Yuhua, expressing their concern. Miss, I too feel that the cold prince is not as suitable as the Prince of Mo. Indeed, miss, you are still so young, and as for the cold prince. Observing the worry etched on their faces, Sheng Yuhua chuckled softly. What is wrong with the cold prince? Miss, he truly pales in comparison to the Prince of Mo. Qiu Shuang pouted, while Xia Lu nodded earnestly in agreement. I find him quite agreeable. At this moment, Sheng Yuhua's countenance brightened, banishing the previous shadows of grievance and sorrow. The two maids exchanged astonished glances, ready to inquire further, but saw Sheng Yuhua suddenly rise and approach the ancestral tablets on the offering table. The Sheng family was not an ancient lineage, having only risen to prominence recently, and thus there were not many ancestral tablets. As Sheng Yuhua's gaze swept across them, she recalled her mother's visit in her past life, revealing that the dowry list was hidden within the family's ancestral hall. Her mother would awaken 5 years later, and that list still remained. Yet, her mother was a formidable figure. Despite being in the ancestral hall, no one in the Sheng family had discovered it. Where could it possibly be? Sheng Yuhua surveyed the room, casually picking up a tablet. Miss, what are you doing? The sight of Sheng Yuhua handling the ancestral tablets caused the two little maids to pale in fear. One rushed to the door to check for any passers-by, while the other attempted to pull Sheng Yuhua back to restore the tablet. Be still, Sheng Yuhua commanded with a cold glance, causing Qiu Shuang to nod vigorously, her hand raised in a futile attempt to intervene. Sheng Yuhua removed all the tablets, but found nothing. Not here. Then where could it be? Her mother had not elaborated much, and she truly did not know where else to look. Her keen gaze swept once more around the hall. finally landing on a statue of Buddha upon the offering table to the left. It was said to have been consecrated and had hung there for many years. Upon seeing the familiar list once more, warmth flooded into Sheng Yuhua's icy heart. The concern of the Sheng family was insincere. Only her mother had meticulously planned everything for her from a young age. This thin sheet of dowry paper bore the profound love of a mother for her daughter. In her past life, she had already wed Ji Zimo, and most of the items on this list had become her elder sister's dowry. The die had been cast. To raise a commotion now would only bring shame to all parties involved. The laments of the Sheng family, coupled with Ji Zimo's persuasion, led to the matter being swept under the rug. But now, Sheng Yuhua's gaze turned icy. Whatever her mother had left her, the Sheng family could not lay claim to a single fraction. As Sheng Yuhua carefully tucked the list away, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Why were the two little maids so unusually silent? Turning towards the door, she discovered that they had already collapsed to the ground. Chapter 13. Devious Schemes. No. The fragrance of sandalwood was rich, yet amidst it lingered an unexpectedly sweet scent. She hastily held her breath, but darkness began to envelop her vision. Sheng Yuhua bit her tongue sharply, the bitter taste briefly clearing her mind. With a composed demeanor, she plucked a golden hairpin, her cold gaze directed towards the window. At that moment, the intricately carved window frame of the ancestral hall shifted slightly, and a tall, dark figure nimbly leaped inside. The newcomer moved with urgency, backlit by the dim light. Though Sheng Yuhua could not discern his facial expression, she felt a surge of overwhelming rage emanating from him. It was Ji Zimo. Even without seeing his face, she recognized him instantly. Gazing at the furious Ji Zimo, Sheng Yuhua clenched her fists, her long nails digging into her palms, and she could feel the warmth of her blood pooling there. She longed to avenge herself on this despicable man. Unfortunately, she was currently devoid of martial prowess and poison. She struggled to suppress the hatred simmering within her. This man was of noble birth, with numerous hidden cards up his sleeve, making it no simple task to eliminate him. Their strengths were too disparate, and to overthrow him, she needed to cling tightly to the leg of the cold king. Yu. Though Sheng Yuhua had already held her breath, darkness continued to cloud her vision. Why must you be so disobedient? Before she lost consciousness, the King of Ink reached out to embrace her soft form. Observing her exquisite red bridal gown and delicate features, he tenderly caressed her smooth skin, murmuring softly, Yuhua, you are mine. You can only belong to me. Listening to that revolting voice, Sheng Yuhua gathered all her strength into her palm, flipping the hairpin, which pierced Ji Zimo's wrist with a soft thud. Regrettably, due to the effects of the herbal medicine, her strength was limited, and despite her efforts, she only managed to break the skin, causing a few droplets of crimson blood to surface. Yuhua, actually hurt me? Ji Zimo stared in disbelief at the crimson on his wrist, yet the woman in his arms had already closed her eyes, unconscious. The golden hairpin slipped from her delicate fingers, falling to the ground with a soft clatter. Ji Zimo's handsome face darkened as he tightened his grip around the woman, taking a deep breath to suppress the raging fury within him before swiftly departing. The ancestral hall remained filled with the scent of sandalwood, doors and windows tightly shut, unaware that its occupants had long since vanished. Just as the King of Ink stepped out of the hall with his beloved, a shadow blocked his path. Your Highness, have you made up your mind? Today is meant to be your wedding night with Yuhua. Naturally, you should consummate your marriage. His plans were well laid. This night was indeed his nuptial night, and Sheng Yuhua was one of the women he must marry. After so much scheming, how could he let such a prize slip away? Liang Feng fell silent. Did not the master care for the Sheng family as a young lady? If he did, how could he allow her to suffer such humiliation at their wedding? Now that Miss Sheng was engaged to another, and yet the prince refused to let go. Even his loyal shadow guard was perplexed by his intentions. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to remind him, Your Highness, Miss Sheng has already been promised to the cold king. If you take her away like this, the emperor will be furious. He might even resort to execution in his wrath. She is betrothed to me. Upon hearing this, the King of Ink's aura chilled, his eyes swirling with fury. She is my woman. I shall see if, after I spend the night with her, my father will dare to execute me. I am his true son. What is that waste of space? Must I yield to him in everything, even to women? Having spoken, the king of ink carried Sheng Yuhua away. That useless man wishes to marry Sheng Yuhua. He would see, once he consummated his marriage with her. Would the proud cold king still want to use Shu? As for Sheng Yuhua, he had her firmly in his grasp. Why had she suddenly changed? He would have someone investigate who had spoken out of turn. Regardless of how she transformed, this woman could only belong to him. After so much plotting, he would not allow any mistakes. Chapter 14, And What About Me? Mississippi. In the lean New York Inn Pavilion, Lynn Shireen, adorned in a resplendent red bridal gown, waited with bated breath as the candlelight flickered, burning past halfway. The night deepened, and the front courtyard had long fallen silent. Yet the ever-loving king of ink had yet to return. The two young maids anxiously lowered their heads, while their elderly attendant had gone out to inquire about the situation, but had not yet returned. Miss, perhaps you should remove the phoenix crown for now. It is quite heavy, and you have already rubbed your neck several times. Indeed, the king of ink had yet to return to complete the ceremony. No, I will wait for him. Lynn Shireen insisted stubbornly, her red veil obscuring her expression, her hands tightly clutching her handkerchief, her usually gentle face now tinged with resentment. This marriage was initially opposed by her family. It was her insistence and the sincere courtship of the king of ink that led to this union. He had promised that a royal decree of marriage could not be refused, and once in the king's manor, he would hold all the power. Within a year, she would be the princess. Temporary grievances meant little. She had always desired his heart. Today, he had nearly fulfilled that promise. Yet, who could have predicted that Sheng Yuhua would cause trouble during the ceremony? Alas, why did the prince not directly suggest to the emperor that Miss be made the primary consort? The distinction between primary and secondary consorts, though slight in wording, was vast in meaning. A secondary consort, while seemingly elevated, was ultimately no more than a concubine. Enough, Kaiyun, be quiet. Noticing the rising tension in her mistress, Kaiwe quickly interjected. Just then, the door creaked open. "Well, Mama, why are you alone?" Upon hearing the door, Kaiwe initially felt a surge of excitement, thinking the prince had arrived. However, upon seeing only one person, her expression immediately fell. "Is the prince still entertaining guests outside?" Kaiwe hurriedly explained. The guests outside were simply too enthusiastic. "Yes, that must be it. Has the prince said when he would come?" Kaiyun, now mindful, asked urgently. Wu Mama looked at the two hopeful maidens, raising her head, her eyes filled with reluctance and anger. "The prince. I understand the prince is busy." Before Wu Mama could finish, Lin Shireen's impatience surged. She stood up, lifting the dark red veil to reveal her exquisitely sculpted face. With brows like painted arcs, a delicate nose, and cherry lips, her oval face radiated the beauty of a celestial being descended to earth. Everyone knew their mistress was extraordinarily beautiful. Yet seeing her adorned in such lavish attire again left them momentarily speechless. Such beauty would surely leave the prince utterly captivated, forsaking his morning court duties. "Is that so, Umama?" Lin Shireen's voice was soft and gentle, her small face serious, as she pitifully inquired. "Miss I, Umama, you have cared for me since childhood, closer than my own mother. Yet, the rules of the manor are strict. Perhaps it is best not to address me as Miss anymore." Wu Mama nodded, her words caught in her throat, interrupted multiple times by her mistress, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. Lin Shireen once again covered her face with the thick veil, waiting in silence. In the lavishly adorned bridal chamber, the dragon and phoenix candles flickered brightly, their crackling sounds echoing the hearts of those present, rising and falling in anticipation. The group remained silent, waiting patiently, unaware that at this moment, the king of ink was hastily approaching with another woman in his embrace. With a light-hearted tone, a teasing voice rang out just beyond the courtyard walls. The body of the ink king stiffened, as the Shang's residents encountered no obstructions, only to find themselves blocked outside. His grip around the beautiful lady tightened involuntarily. Both were adorned in resplendent red dragon and phoenix ceremonial robes, making them particularly eye-catching. Feng, do you dare meddle in matters of this king? Feng, possessing formidable martial prowess, had few rivals in the court, and even he would not dare confront the Ink King head-on. The Ink King glanced behind Feng, realizing this fellow was a subordinate of the Cold King. Surely, the Cold King was not present as well? He could not be troubled, but what of this king? What was the intention behind this? Indeed, amidst the creaking sound of a wheelchair, a figure slowly approached. At that moment, the Cold King, clad in a simple white long robe of cloud brocade, exuded an air of icy elegance, lending an additional chill to the dark night. I wonder what the Ink King intends by bringing my princess? The Cold King's voice was calm, yet it sent a shudder through the hearts of those present. The Ink King tightened his grip around the lady once more. He had brought few people with him. Could they escape? When he had resolved to clandestinely explore the Shang's residence, he had already contemplated the consequences. The Cold King knew it was only a matter of time, yet he hoped it would occur after matters had progressed, rather than at this moment. Presently, he could only hope that Liang Feng remained vigilant and quickly summoned reinforcements. Thus, he had but one word to cling to: delay. My little royal uncle is jesting. Miss Shang is indeed my princess, and you should address her as your niece-in-law. We have long received the imperial decree of marriage. Is that so? If I recall correctly, the decree of marriage granted today was for me. Suddenly, the Cold King raised his hand and flicked it lightly. A gust of wind sliced through the air. The Ink King felt a sharp pain in his arm, causing him to involuntarily release his grip, and the woman in his embrace fell unceremoniously to the ground. Yuhua. The Ink King's gaze darkened as he bent down to catch Sheng Yuhua. At that moment, another fierce gust of wind surged toward his head. This was a lethal move. It was no jest. Should he be struck, he would either die or be severely injured. The Ink King hastily evaded, only to hear a thud as Sheng Yuhua hit the ground. The sudden fall, compounded by her prolonged exposure to the elements, elicited a painful groan from Sheng Yuhua as she slowly opened her eyes. The surroundings felt unfamiliar, and she instinctively rubbed her aching backside, momentarily dazed. Yuhua. The sudden call caused Sheng Yuhua's eyes to darken, and a surge of rage ignited within her. She had not anticipated that GZMO would be so shameless. Under the cover of night, he had used a drug to abduct her, intending to force himself upon her. Did he not consider that, if he succeeded, she, a frail woman, would be left to face the world, to be married off and then cast aside for another, while that night she had compromised herself with another? Even without the Emperor's wrath, the scorn from society would drown her. Yuhua, I was just about to catch you. It was my little royal uncle who acted against me. Having narrowly escaped the Cold King's lethal strike, the Ink King hastily defended himself, recounting the Cold King's violent actions. Sheng Yuhua furrowed her brows as she regarded the aggrieved GZMO, then turned to the Cold King, who remained aloof and unperturbed, his demeanor exuding an otherworldly detachment. A realization dawned upon her. She slowly rose, dusting off the invisible dirt from her attire, and deftly avoided the Ink King's outstretched hand as she began to walk toward the Cold King. She halted 3 meters away, turned around, and with a face full of ire, spoke coldly. Ink King, I am unaware of your intentions in stealthily infiltrating the Shang family shrine at such an hour, drugging my maid and abducting me. Yuhua. Confronted by Sheng Yuhua and Appo's icy gaze, the Ink King felt a heaviness in his heart. His Yuhua, who had once been filled with affection for him, when had she become so distant? Who had spun tales to her against him? If he were to discover the source of these rumors, he would not let them go unpunished. Yuhua, I merely wish to see you. The Ink King lowered his head, lacking his usual bravado, presenting a visage of utter grievance. I truly only wanted to clarify why you renounced our engagement. At this moment, he had even discarded the title of this king. Sheng Yuhua internally scoffed. GZMO had always been a man who could bend and stretch as needed. To clarify, was this the method he chose? Ink King, although we were once betrothed, our relationship has always remained within the bounds of propriety. We have never crossed any lines. The decree of marriage has long been annulled, and I am now the intended princess of the Cold King. I implore you to conduct yourself with dignity and not tarnish my reputation. At this point, There were only a few of them present. Sheng Yuhua dared not approach the cold king too closely, especially with the emperor absent. In the dead of night, if she angered him, he could easily dispatch her with a single strike. She had no desire to relive a life that had already wronged her. Regrettably, having just been reborn, she was ill-prepared. Otherwise, if she could not eliminate her enemies, she would at least maim them, allowing them to suffer some hardship. A fleeting chill passed through Sheng Yuhua and Appo's eyes. The cold gaze fell upon Gzmo and Appo's wrist. If she had not been weakened by the medicinal effects, her strike would not have merely drawn blood. Your Highness, what do you wish to know? Yuhua is my intended princess. I ask that you maintain decorum, royal nephew. The cold king's expression had grown impatient, his sharp, frigid gaze sweeping over Sheng Yuhua. The intended princess may overlook such matters, but I cannot. I do not take kindly to others encroaching upon what belongs to me. Feng Li, assist him in loosening his limbs. Ensure he remembers this lesson. With that, the cold king lowered his gaze, and his servant pushed him away as he turned to leave. Hearing the command, Feng Li revealed a lewd smile. Excitement bubbling within him as he cracked his knuckles, swiftly moving to the Ink King's side. Feng Li, I am the Emperor's most favored prince. What do you intend? The Ink King, aware he was no match for Feng Li, retreated while issuing a stern warning. I am merely offering you a kind hand to relieve your tension. Fear not, Ink King, I shall be very gentle. A suppressed cry escaped the Ink King as Feng Li's fist connected with him. Yet the anticipated backup was nowhere to be found. Still unwilling to leave, Sheng Yuhua felt a twinge of regret for not having prepared a gift for the Ink King. Watching him take a beating, she was eager to relish the moment. Hearing the cold king's voice, she remained unperturbed, thoroughly entertained. Though she could not exact revenge at present, witnessing his punishment was a satisfying consolation. Sheng Yuhua, come here. The sudden bellow jolted the previously enthralled Sheng Yuhua from a reverie. She turned to see the cold king, having moved several meters away, pointing at her. Me? Alas, no one answered. She glanced back at the curled-up Ink King, advising, avoid the face. It is a person in Appo's gateway. If you mar it, the Emperor will demand answers. Feng Li flashed a charming smile. Understood, little royal aunt. Yet we are not even wed. Is it not premature for such a dress? Noting the cold king's rising ire, she dared not delay and hurriedly trotted after him. Cold king, is it truly appropriate for me to visit your residence at this hour? The night was starless, and the cicadas chirped, with no souls in sight on the deserted streets. Sheng Yuhua felt a flutter of anxiety. She was unprepared and feared being caught by the cold king's two pets. The cold king turned, his gaze chilling. That look sent a shiver down Sheng Yuhua's spine, leaving her feeling cold from head to toe. He was angry. She did not know why, yet she sensed that his mood was foul. Princess, I apologize for the inconvenience. A slender figure descended as Sheng Yuhua barely had time to react before she was swept up in an embrace, lifted into the air. Gazing down at the dark expanse below, she felt the coolness of the night air. As they landed, Sheng Yuhua found herself in a study, surrounded by shelves filled with books of all kinds, the air thick with the scent of ink and parchment. The cold king sat at the desk, the solitary blue lotus, now dark and eerie. The study remained unlit, illuminated only by a fist-sized luminous pearl, cloaked in a milky white silk from silkworms. The warmth of the lights surpassed that of oil lamps, creating a far more pleasant atmosphere. In her previous life, Sheng Yuhua had seen luminous pearls in the palace, but none were as grand or radiant as this. It was well known that the cold king was affluent, and the emperor held a particular fondness for this younger brother, bestowing countless rewards upon him, which was evidently true. Is there something you wish to inquire about, your highness? Sheng Yuhua stood upright, having previously claimed knowledge of antidotes. The cold king's skepticism was entirely reasonable. If I recall correctly, Miss Sheng possesses no knowledge of medicine, he stated with certainty, as his subordinates had thoroughly investigated her background. Sheng Yuhua lowered her gaze, concealing the simmering resentment in her eyes. Indeed, in her past life, what was she capable of? She was merely the second daughter of the Sheng family, known solely for her beauty. Orphaned at a young age, while young Wanru treated her kindly. She could hardly receive proper education. Yet who could have known that this seemingly inept second daughter possessed superior medical skills compared to many physicians? At the age of 6, she had inadvertently saved an injured woman who, in gratitude for her life, became her mentor, imparting a wealth of knowledge, from music and chess to medicinal practices and archery. Her mentor had advised her to feign ignorance and conceal her talents, and she adhered to this counsel. However, life is seldom so fortuitous. She later learned that the so-called gratitude was a deliberate arrangement by her maternal grandfather to protect her. She remained cautious in hiding her abilities, even from her maidservants, until the 3rd month of her marriage when she discovered she was with child. Initially overjoyed, her happiness turned to despair when, at 5 months, she suffered a miscarriage. The Imperial physician attributed it to her frail constitution, but she remained unconvinced. Despite her carefulness, her keen medical insight failed to detect any anomalies. She was certain it was no mere accident. From that moment onward, she ceased to conceal her skills and began to study medicine diligently, scouring the palace's medical texts, leading others to believe she possessed extraordinary talent. Later, when Ji Zimo was poisoned, Lin Yuan fell into the water, and Xiao Yuan oppose, or was born prematurely and weak. She meticulously nurtured them back to health. Now, faced with the cold king's inquiry about when she had acquired her medical knowledge, how could she respond? Your Highness, the manner in which Yuhua learned medicine is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Yuhua understands the poison that afflicts you. The cold king scrutinized her intently, weighing the truth of her words. The attendant who had ushered her in lowered his head, silent. Indeed, Miss Sheng speaks correctly. Do you possess a remedy for my poison? He continued to fixate on her, his piercing gaze suggesting that a single misstep on her part could lead to her undoing. Not at present, she admitted, understanding that honesty was paramount when dealing with someone like him, as he would not grant a second chance to lie. However, I can temporarily suppress the spread of the poison using silver needles. Silver needles to seal the poison? The attendant, eager for a solution, interjected. If Miss Sheng can truly seal the poison with silver needles, I believe it is worth a try. Before the cold king could respond, the woman who had brought Sheng Yuhua in spoke up, her impatience palpable. Ah, merely sealing the poison? The cold king drummed his long fingers on the table, the gesture implying that this proposition seemed far from beneficial to him. I know where the antidote lies. However, retrieving it requires rare materials. Sheng Yuhua revealed her second bargaining chip, noticing the cold king's breath quicken slightly. Where's the antidote? Since being poisoned, he had dispatched countless individuals in search of it, all to no avail. Even renowned doctors had been unable to pinpoint the nature of his affliction, which was why he refrained from eliminating her when she accurately named the poison. Baimong Mountain, Bailu River. A collective gasp echoed in the room. Baimong Mountain, also known as White Bone Mountain, had a notorious reputation where none had ever returned alive after venturing down. Bailu River, said to be the river before the gates of the underworld, had never been seen by any living soul. Miss Sheng, is Bilu River located within Baimang Mountain? The woman listened intently, her eyes scrutinizing Sheng Yuhua, her expression suggesting she suspected deceit. It was well known that the intelligence network of the cold King-S residence surpassed even that of the Emperor-S, having investigated Baimang Mountain multiple times. Yet the secrets within remained elusive. Indeed, the catalyst for the antidote lies by the Bailu River's edge, though it cannot be retrieved at this time. This information was not fabricated. It was knowledge gleaned from the Cold King's own men in her past life. Moreover, the matter of the antidote's catalyst was also uncovered by his subordinates. Both White Bone Mountain and Bailu River were fraught with danger, and countless lives have been lost in pursuit of this knowledge. The Cold King's rival, the Ink King, was also aware of this information. It was unlikely he would wish for the Cold King to recover, and he would undoubtedly obstruct any efforts. According to her memories, the Cold King had little more than a year before the poison would fully manifest. Now, with her foresight of the antidote and the ability to help him stave off the poison as spread, they could buy an additional year of time. Thus, the probability of the Cold King finding a cure had significantly increased. The reason Baimong Mountain had earned its moniker of White Bone Mountain was not solely due to its fierce beasts, but also because of the terrifying poison barriers. However, There were a few days each year when the poison barriers would lessen, particularly around the time of the Zhongyuan festival, utilizing the discoveries made by others to her advantage. Sheng Yuhua felt no guilt. Although she was benefiting from someone else in Appo's efforts, she had also potentially saved hundreds of warriors in the Cold King and Appo's residence from perishing. I need to study the antidote concerning that poison barrier. There's still over 3 months until the Zhongyuan festival. My silver needles can help extend your highness's time by over a year, giving us 3 opportunities. Sheng Yuhua maintained a composed expression and calm tone. She understood that the Cold King's poison was insurmountable, which was her trump card during their wedding ceremony. Initially, the woman had some doubts, but after hearing the details of Sheng Yuhua's claims, she began to believe them. With an anxious expression, she turned to the Cold King, hoping for an immediate affirmation. Miss Sheng, I hope what you say is true. The Cold King's expression remained indifferent, as if the matter held no bearing on his fate. Lang Xin, escort Miss Sheng back. The woman complied, lifting Sheng Yuhua effortlessly. Sheng Yuhua inwardly scoffed, realizing she could walk on her own. Your Highness, does Miss Sheng truly possess medical knowledge? A shadow suddenly descended, kneeling before the Cold King, questioning him for the first time. Much of what she has said aligns with reality, including the duration of your life. The Cold King rose, parting his garments to reveal the dark blue lotus blooming over his heart, stating with a smile, ordinarily, I would have a little over a year left to live. A chill enveloped the atmosphere as they reflected on the years of effort with little progress. The Cold King now needed to refrain from excessive exertion, focusing on tranquility and recuperation. I doubt she would dare deceive me, he asserted, his demeanor growing colder. Should they remind you to tread carefully with your words? The notion of peace was far less appealing than their name suggested. No need, just let me breathe. The Cold King toyed with the white jade ring on his finger, scoffing. Do you wish to exploit me? Even a name alone cannot be that of a useless individual. Indifference. Your Highness, your family is safe and sound, but it is indeed capable of inflicting harm. Miss Sheng appears delicate and fragile. I can only imagine how paralyzed she would be upon encountering them. By the way, let Lingxin keep watch in the shadows. Longma nodded. The hope of antidote lies with Miss Sheng, and no mistakes can be afforded. Do not meddle. Just ensure there is a breath left. The Cold King reiterated, and Lungma's lips twitched in irritation. Is His Highness practicing leniency or merely overconfident in the princess? Nevertheless, Lungxin's strength is commendable. She should be able to protect Miss Sheng's life in a critical moment. What a marriage! The sudden agreement from the king took everyone by surprise, but the course of action would depend on His Highness's intentions. A grand affair. Recalling the farce at today's wedding hall, the Cold King smirked. It is merely a title. Sheng Yuhua, you had better be prepared. The next day dawned bright and clear. Lin Shirin's neck was stiff, having waited all night. The Mo King had not even shown up or sent a messenger to convey a word. Granny Wu had inquired multiple times, but the outer courtyard remained tight-lipped, stating only that the king was out on business, with no one daring to disclose his whereabouts. Remembering how the Mo King had humiliated her on their wedding day, Lin Shirin's eyes turned red with indignation. Your Highness? Kai Yue cautiously attempted to console her, but Lin Shirin suddenly looked up. After a sleepless night, her eyes were darkened, bloodshot, and she appeared somewhat ferocious. Has the king returned? Shirin. Suddenly, the door was thrust open rudely, and 2 young servants staggered in, supporting the Mo King. His wedding attire was already wrinkled and bore traces of dry blood. His gaze was hazy, reeking of alcohol. Upon seeing Lin Shirin, he lurched toward her. The servants let go, and they tumbled onto the grand red wedding bed adorned with dragons and phoenixes. Your Highness, what is this? Get out. All of you leave. The Mo King waved his hand, and although the people in the room were concerned, they retreated. The entirety of the Mo King's weight pressed upon Lin Xian as he looked intensely at her, and suddenly asked, Do you still have feelings for me? Being questioned so directly made Lin Shirin blush fiercely. She lowered her gaze, even forgetting that this man had not returned to the bridal chamber on their wedding night. Your Highness, Shirin likes you. Will you leave me? Hearing the affirmative response, the Mo King bent down and pressed his lips against her flushed ones, continuing to inquire. No, Shirin belongs to you, forever. The Mo king stared intently at the woman beneath him and suddenly laughed. His handsome features had always attracted many women in the capital. Now, his smile made Lin Shireen, already deeply infatuated, blush even more. With a sudden tearing sound, he forcefully ripped away the bothersome wedding attire from her body. Good. Remember your words. You are forever mine. He tore off his own clothes, his eyes reddened with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Do not betray me, or else. In his hazy vision, the proud and stunning woman seemed to stand beneath him. The Mo king threatened fiercely. Sheng Yuhua, you are too disobedient. This is your punishment. As darkness enveloped her vision, Lin Shireen suddenly heard the Mo king's ethereal voice whispering. Yuhua, disobedient, punishment. It fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, freezing her heart, leaving her hands and feet icy, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. Zimo, I am Shireen. Lin Shireen. She, Lin Shireen, is the second daughter of the illustrious general's household. How could she ever be someone else's substitute? She, Lin Shireen, was not so lowly, and she quietly defended herself. Yuhua, you are mine. No one is allowed to take you away. Yuhua, you promised to love me most. How can you refuse the marriage? Do you dare defy me? I will kill you. Listening to the man's merciless voice, Lin Shireen felt even colder. Her body ached, but it paled in comparison to the torment in her heart. Her long-anticipated wedding night ended without consummation. The following day would have to suffice, yet her husband, in his moments of passion, called out another woman's name. Yuhua, Sheng Yuhua, I will not let this stand. After a tumultuous night, the Mo king was assisted away. Congratulations, your highness, congratulations. Two maidservants and Granny Wu gazed at the disheveled wedding chamber, their hearts that had been anxious all night finally at ease. Granny Wu beamed brightly. Your highness, I knew the king only has eyes for you. He must have had urgent matters to attend to last night. Only for her? Lin Shireen suddenly felt a laugh bubbling up. Had it not been for the incessant mention of that bothersome name, perhaps it would have been true. But alas! However, your highness, Miss Sheng's scene of refusing the marriage is a boon for you. Now you are the sole mistress of the household. If you conceive promptly, the king will surely elevate you to the status of primary consort, Granny Wu encouraged, secretly lamenting for her young mistress. Had it not been for the prior engagement with Sheng Yuhua, her mistress would have been more than qualified to be the primary consort. Hearing the name, Sheng Yuhua again, the recent memory flashed before Lin Shireen and Appo's eyes, causing her heart to bleed. Her gaze darkened, her expression turning grim, and an oppressive aura enveloped her. Granny Wu and Appo's smile froze. The king had consummated with her young mistress, so she should be pleased, yet why did it seem that she was unhappy? Your highness, are you all right? The young women were stationed outside, unaware of the happenings within the chamber. It is nothing. I merely feel unwell. The king was somewhat rough and lacked consideration. Granny Wu's words snapped Lin Shireen back to reality. She suppressed her indignation, donning an expression of utmost grievance. Upon hearing this, Granny Wu sighed in relief. Your highness, the king's household previously had no other women. It is likely his first experience with such matters, and a lack of finesse is to be expected. You are a novice as well. It will be better next time. Lin Shireen nodded. Granny Wu hurried to summon a wooden tub, preparing warm water with flower petals. Kindly advising, your highness, soak a little longer. I have some medicinal ointment to help. Also, your highness, you should advise the king. Do not let him have his way in everything, or you will suffer. Lin Shireen felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She had longed for this wedding night, only to discover she was merely a stand-in for someone else. As for the Mo king calling out another woman's name during their consummation, that secret would remain buried within her. No one would ever know. Proud as she was, she could not afford to lose face. Lin Shireen clenched her teeth in silence. Gee Zimo, before yesterday, you kept coaxing me that the engagement was not what you desired, merely something you could not refuse. You have squandered my trust in you. Oh dear, second sister, you were summoned to the ancestral hall for reflection. Yet here you are, tucked away sleeping. The following morning, dressed in a flowing green and azure gown, Sheng Yujiao entered gracefully, accompanied by two maidservants. Upon seeing the still-dazed Sheng Yuhua, her eyes flashed, and she approached. shaking her vigorously. Second sister, wake up quickly. Grandmother is coming. Sheng Yuhua felt dizzy from the shaking, the strong scent of jasmine making her head throb. She frowned, her long eyelashes fluttering, and as she opened her eyes, her dark orbs glimmered with mist, prompting Sheng Yujiao, also a woman, to feel a twinge of jealousy. This seductress, only good at luring men. Sheng Yujiao secretly seethed, but her fair face wore an increasingly amiable smile. Second sister, hurry and kneel. Grandmother is arriving. Sheng Yuhua straightened her posture, her eyes regaining clarity as she looked at Sheng Yujiao with curiosity. Her elder sister had not exhibited such an attitude towards her the previous day. Could it be that you have taken a liking to the Prince of Mo? Has my elder sister calmed down? Sheng Yuhua raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Sheng Yujiao's smile appeared somewhat forced, and she huffed indignantly. Angry? How can I not be? For all these years, our mother has treated you better than me, her own daughter. You don't even call her mother. I feel sorry for her. How can one call her casually? I fear that my true mother might rise from her grave to seek me out. Sheng Yuhua replied nonchalantly. Sheng Yujiao was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly, the maid beside them exclaimed in terror, the Buddha statue. Miss, what has happened to the Buddha statue? What Buddha statue? What's wrong with it? As the two turned their heads, the old matriarch, supported by others, hurriedly entered, making a beeline for the maid who had just spoken. Sheng Yujiao quickly turned around as well, following the maid's pointing finger, and to their astonishment, they saw that a corner of the Buddha statue, which had been hanging for over a decade, had cracked. The old matriarch trembled. She was deeply superstitious, and the sudden crack of the statue signaled impending misfortune. Anger surged within her, but before she could express it, the statue abruptly fell, seemingly of its own accord, the rope suspending it snapping with a loud crack. Below the statue were 3 bowls of white wine, and as the statue crashed onto the table, it struck the edge of a bowl, spilling its contents and soaking the statue. The room fell into a profound silence as everyone stood in shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. A moment later, Sheng Yuhua, who had arrived just in time to witness the bizarre occurrence, gazed on with deepening intrigue. Matriarch, a startled voice broke the spell, bringing everyone back to their senses. It was Fuposi, anxiously supporting the old matriarch. At that moment, the old matriarch's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale. What now, miss? As they assisted the matriarch back to the adjacent courtyard, Yang Wanru had already dispatched someone to summon a doctor. Sheng Yuhua and her 2 maids followed behind, the sudden event having frightened them considerably. It's nothing. The statue wasn't broken by us. Autumn Frost reassured, though she was visibly worried, despite not being their fault. The 3 of them had been the only ones present last night, and indeed, Sheng Yuhua had been fiddling with the statue for a while. Could she really hold that against me? Sheng Yuhua replied dismissively. It's just a few words. Could the old matriarch really be angry with me? Before the doctor could arrive, Sheng Yujiao approached, concern etched on her face. Second sister, do you think grandmother will be all right? Sheng Yuhua glanced at her, raising an eyebrow in response. I'm not a doctor. How would I know? Second sister, you should settle down and marry properly. Why are you causing such a fuss? I heard that Lin Shireen has already consummated her marriage. What if she becomes pregnant? I'm worried for you, second sister. Do you know how much our parents have worried about you? The Prince of Mo has promised to make you pregnant first, and now, I'm not marrying the Prince of Mo. Whether she becomes pregnant or not is of no concern to me, Sheng Yuhua retorted, casting a puzzled glance at her elder sister. Elder sister, could it be that you harbor feelings for the Prince of Mo? What nonsense are you spouting? Sheng Yujiao flared up at the accusation, her voice rising. I was merely speaking casually. Why are you so flustered? Can such matters be spoken of lightly? Sheng Yuhua scrutinized Sheng Yujiao's expression, noticing a faint blush creeping up her neck. Ah, so it seems there is indeed mutual affection. Yet, she was perplexed. Sheng Yujiao's mother was the wife of a minister. Thus, she was of noble birth, not inferior to her own status. Why, then, would the Prince of Mo desire her? If it were simply to win over their father, wouldn't Sheng Yujiao be the more suitable choice? Mrs., the old matriarch wishes to see you, a voice interrupted, calling from the inner room. Sheng Yuhua had intended to continue her probing, but Fuposi's timely announcement halted her. Sheng Yuhua, have you pondered over what I spoke of yesterday? The old matriarch addressed her solemnly, without mentioning the statue. Grandmother, Yuhua knows you cherish your granddaughter dearly, but I do not wish to complicate matters for you and father. Perhaps it would be best not to pursue this marriage. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch coughed violently, clutching her chest. Fuposi hurried to pat her back, exclaiming, "Second miss, the old matriarch has been distressed over your situation. You are her most beloved granddaughter. How could she bear to see you live a life of solitude? But has anyone ever said that the Prince of Han is unworthy?" Sheng Yuhua asked innocently. "Do you know why the Buddha statue, which we have worshipped for over a decade, fell suddenly?" The old matriarch inquired sternly once she regained her composure. "Is it because I am to marry the Prince of Han?" Sheng Yuhua feigned surprise, her eyes widening before she quickly shook her head. "No, that is impossible. The Buddha is far too busy to concern himself with such trivial matters." "Is this what you mean? You ungrateful child. It seems kneeling all night hasn't helped you think clearly. Someone, bring the family law." "Mother, please don't." Yang Wanru urgently intervened. "Yuhua is merely throwing a tantrum. She will come to her senses." "Indeed, second sister, quickly assure grandmother that you will not marry the Prince of Han," Shang Yujiao added, moving forward to persuade. "But the imperial decree for marriage is known throughout the land. Moreover, with the emperor's favor towards the Prince of Han, if I were to propose a withdrawal, wouldn't that be courting death? You can go and tell the emperor yourself if you wish, or perhaps convey it to the Prince of Han." "The emperor? The Prince of Han? Who among the minister's household would dare provoke them?" Sheng Yujiao's eyes reddened with anger. "Second sister, do you know what people are saying about our Sheng family? They claim our women are seductresses, having bewitched the Prince of Mo and now attempting to ensnare the Prince of Han. If you truly marry the Prince of Han, how will we face the world? How can we establish ourselves in the capital?" Hearing Sheng Yujiao's accusations, Sheng Yuhua maintained her composure, scoffing. "Are you implying that if I marry the Prince of Mo, such rumors would cease? At the very least, people won't say you shamelessly seduced the Prince of Han. Besides, your marriage to the Prince of Mo is a matter of imperial decree. If you were to regret it at the wedding, what would become of our family's reputation?" "Reputation? Wasn't the Prince of Mo already dismissive of our family's reputation yesterday?" "Huh. Sheng Yuhua, do you have no shame? It is your inability to manage your man that you blame him." Sheng Yujiao couldn't help but retort, and in a flash, Sheng Yuhua stepped forward and slapped her face. "You, vixen, how dare you hit me?" Sheng Yujiao exclaimed, her cheeks stinging from the blow. She had not anticipated that Sheng Yuhua would act so boldly before the old matriarch. Anger flared in her eyes as she raised her hand to retaliate, but Sheng Yuhua, already feeling aggrieved, seized her outstretched hand and struck her again. "Who are you calling a vixen?" Sheng Yuhua mocked. "Is it so difficult to maintain your composure after just a few words? I see that you have been diligently protecting the Prince of Mo. Perhaps it is you who should marry him." Sheng Yujiao's complexion turned a shade of crimson, especially her ears, which had taken on a suspicious pink hue. "Ah, so my elder sister truly harbors feelings for the Prince of Mo." The peculiar attitude of Sheng Yujiao had been confirmed once more, and Sheng Yuhua seized the opportunity to probe further. "In a past life, I was truly foolish, unable to discern such obvious truths. If that child were indeed Xiao Xian, perhaps the reason the King of Ink did not marry me lies within their understanding. It seems I must seize the opportunity to probe further. Grandmother, not only did my second sister strike me in your presence, but she also tarnished my reputation." Sheng Yujiao suffered a great defeat. She was no match for Sheng Yuhua and looked to the matriarch for help. Observing Sheng Yuhua still brazenly attacking at this moment, the old lady and Appo's expression turned icy. Sheng Yuhua kneel? Naturally, Sheng Yuhua would not comply obediently. The two matrons and 4 maidservants beside the old lady immediately advanced. Although Sheng Yuhua possessed some skills, she was no match for them. As for the 2 maidservants she brought, they too were subdued by the others. The overwhelming numbers rendered her powerless. The 2 matrons roughly bound Sheng Yuhua and Appo's wrists with ropes, and the old lady, her heart pained, approached wielding a dark ruler. With a sharp crack, it struck directly against Sheng Yuhua and Appos, as straightened back. Huan Appos, I do not wish to punish you, but your lack of understanding is intolerable. Sheng Yuhua gritted her teeth, silent. Mississippi. The two maidservants struggled desperately, wishing to protect their mistress, but alas, they were pinned down and could not break free. Another crack echoed, and Sheng Yuhua's eyes glimmered coldly. She had done nothing wrong regarding the broken engagement. Yet the officials of the Ministry of War insisted she was at fault. Though her grandmother sought to punish her, Yuhua dared not voice her grievances. However, as she was now the prospective princess of the Cold King, did her grandmother not fear the repercussions from the Cold Palace? Oh, second sister, do you truly believe the Cold King wishes to marry you? Sheng Yujiao's face burned with fury as she stepped before Sheng Yuhua and, with all her might, struck her. The crisp sound rang out, and the two maidservants and Appos' eyes widened with rage as they fought against their restraints, which were only tightened by those holding them down. Second sister, I have heard that the Cold King has tasked you with caring for his two mastiffs. If he truly held you in his heart, would he send you to your doom? Sheng Yujiao proclaimed triumphantly, no longer bothering to maintain pretense. It was clear that the King of Ink could not marry her, and the Cold King was hardly a viable option either. She was eager to witness how this most beguiling of women would establish herself in the capital. You are not the Cold King. How would you know his intentions towards me? Sheng Yuhua felt a cold sweat trickling down her back, her face aflame with indignation. She resolved to procure poison for self-defense, immediately and without delay. I too wish to know how the eldest daughter of the Sheng family knows my thoughts. A sudden figure descended from the air, a man accompanied by a chair, advancing slowly. His cold voice echoed from afar, prompting everyone to turn in haste, only to see a striking figure at the doorway. It was the Cold King. Without the sound of wheels, he had appeared unexpectedly. The old lady's hand trembled involuntarily, the ruler slipping from her grasp and thudding to the ground. The servants holding Sheng Yuhua down were so frightened they prostrated themselves on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Sheng Yujiao was equally stunned, gazing at the descending man, her mouth agape. Today, the Cold King donned a deep blue garment adorned with dark fox patterns, complementing his snow-like complexion and striking features. His long, ebony hair was elegantly held up by a deep blue jade hairpin, with a few rebellious strands falling playfully across his cheeks, adding an air of languid seduction. His eyes, cool and distant, surveyed the room, ultimately resting on Sheng Yuhua's proud yet delicate figure. She remained in the bright red wedding gown from the previous day, and the Cold King's displeasure was evident as he furrowed his brow. Was the Ministry of War impoverished or merely too destitute? Sheng Yuhua had returned nearly a day ago, yet she had not changed her attire. The vivid red of the gown was indeed striking, and he felt an inexplicable irritation at the sight. While it was not immediately discernible if she bore injuries, the swelling on her cheek only intensified the chill in his gaze. Who struck you? He suddenly beckoned, and before Sheng Yuhua could react, she found herself before him. His long, pale hand, as cold as his demeanor, gently touched her swollen cheek. The coolness provided a soothing relief against the fiery heat of her pain. It was my elder sister. Sheng Yuhua lowered her gaze, refraining from casting blame or elaborating further, merely stating the facts with an expression devoid of emotion. Second sister, you struck me first. Your Highness, see, my face is also swollen and still aches. Sheng Yujiao pouted petulantly, feigning the demeanor of a wronged young lady. Jiajiao is merely concerned for her sister's reputation. Yet second sister had the audacity to strike me without provocation. Fearing the Cold King might not grasp the situation, she took a couple of steps forward. Yet, at that moment, a figure appeared before her. It was a servant who had just arrived with the Cold King. What do you think you are doing? How dare a lowly servant obstruct me? Sheng Yujiao glared at him, her displeasure evident. To block her path was to thwart her future. The king dislikes women drawing near. The servant replied, his expression impassive and voice devoid of emotion. But she, Sheng Yujiao, was accustomed to being favored at home and had never been treated with such disdain. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, she pushed against him with all her might. Unfortunately, the servant did not budge, and her own momentum caused her to tumble towards the cold king instead. Before anyone could react, a piercing scream echoed through the room as Sheng Yujiao soared through the air in an elegant arc, crashing down with a resounding thud. Jiajiao. Upon witnessing her daughter struck down, Yang Wanrou's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed forward. But there lay Sheng Yujiao on the ground, eyes closed, blood trickling from her lips. Jiajiao, wake up! Her hands trembled violently as she wished to lift her daughter, but hesitated. Suddenly, she turned to the ethereal man in the room. Forcing herself to suppress her fear, she asked with a quivering voice, "Cold King, does Jiajiao not deserve your wrath for her transgressions?" Yang Wanru, suppressing her trepidation, again turned her gaze towards Sheng Yuhua. Yuhua, even if your sister is 1,000 times in the wrong, you should still advise the king. Was she now blaming her? Sheng Yuhua smirked mockingly. What does the king wish to do? As a mere fragile girl, what authority do I hold? Furthermore, it was well known that the king despised proximity. If the elder sister boldly approached, how could I possibly intervene? But Jiajiao did not act with malice. She had seen clearly that Jiajiao merely lost her footing. That question is best posed to the king. Sheng Yuhua smiled alluringly, raising her gaze to meet the cold king's. What do you say, your highness? Enough of this noise. The cold king snorted coldly, and the servant behind him stepped forward, delivering 2 merciless slaps to Yang Wanru's face. Poor Yang Wanru had only just recovered from a previous beating, and now, my lord despises the incessant chatter of women in his ear. The servant explained kindly, as Yang Wanru's face flushed crimson. What have I said? Lady Ro, if I were you, I would hasten to fetch a physician, for the eldest sister's condition appears dire, the servant remarked, as the mother seemed utterly bewildered. Shouldn't she prioritize examining her daughter's injuries? Yang Wanru's expression stiffened, and disregarding further words, she covered her face and fled outside. Let those 2 slaps be accounted for later. The cold king caressed Sheng Yuhua's tender face, his voice tinged with displeasure. Nevertheless, he produced a box of ointment, delicately opening it, releasing a rich fragrance of osmanthus that permeated the room, enveloping all in its delightful aroma. The old lady's eyes suddenly narrowed, her hidden hand clenched tightly. Her lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Behind her, the maid tugged at her sleeve, a silent reminder to refrain from speaking. In the room stood a fearsome presence, capable of extinguishing life with a mere gesture. The young woman sprawled outside. Even if she survived, would require months of care. The old lady snapped back to reality, gasping and lowering her gaze, too frightened to look towards the cold prince. Yet, he appeared oblivious, his long, elegant fingers gently brushing against the swollen face of Sheng Yuhua. The sting of the slap lingered, fiery and intense, yet his touch was cold, accompanied by a balm that was equally frigid. The rich fragrance of osmanthus enveloped the air, as if one were immersed in a sea of blossoms. The man in blue bore a serious expression, his focus unwavering, while the woman in red knelt before him, her eyes half closed, long lashes trembling, a scene of exquisite beauty and harmony. The onlookers dared not breathe, and even Yang Wanru outside refrained from causing a commotion. The balm proved remarkably effective. Initially cool, then warming. Thank you, your highness. Sheng Yuhua suddenly opened her eyes, meeting a pair of deep, pool-like gazes. The cold prince did not insist. With a flick of his wrist, the ropes binding her wrist fell away, his cold voice declaring, "My belongings must not bear any flaw. Am I merely a possession?" Sheng Yuhua mused, her phoenix-like eyes lowered. This man's defense of her was solely because she was his possession. She chuckled inwardly. You are a pillar. I shall endure. However, being a possession came at a cost. She swiftly seized the ice bomb from his hand, her smile radiant. The injury is too severe. It cannot heal in one go. Without waiting for his ire, she concealed the bomb in her sleeve. For a single instance of being a possession, trading it for this bomb seemed a fair exchange. This item was notoriously difficult to procure, often more valuable than gold. With its creator having vanished years ago, each box becoming increasingly rare. The familiar scent of osmanthus reminded Sheng Yuhua of a celestial woman she had not seen in ages, stirring a deep longing within her. Moreover, This balm served more than just healing wounds. For her, it held significant value. The cold prince departed swiftly, much like his arrival. Only then did the occupants of the room dare to exhale, gasping for air. The lingering, faint scent of osmanthus caught the old lady's attention, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on the ice balm in Sheng Yuhua's hand. The balm not only treated wounds and prevented scarring, but also held a more crucial function: beauty enhancement. The matriarch of the Li family had appeared a decade younger after using just one box. At present, Sheng Yuhua had scarcely used any. If she were to apply it to herself, the old lady and Appo's expression brimmed with anticipation, only to find Sheng Yuhua seemingly oblivious. With an air of indifference, she rose and tucked the balm into her sleeve. Xiao Lu, Qiu Shuang, if there is nothing more, we shall return. Noticing her own wrinkled garments, having not changed for over a day, an inexplicable discomfort gnawed at her. The two maids hesitated to move. The old lady called them over, yet they awaited her permission to depart. Outside, Yang Wanru's voice echoed, demanding the doctor to examine her daughter. Sheng Yuhua stood at the door, witnessing the disheveled and bloodied Sheng Yujiao. A sudden wave of fear washed over her. Why did her legs feel weak? Sheng Yujiao's condition was merely a reflection of the cold prince's usual response, and she, reflecting on her reckless proximity yesterday, though it had stemmed from desperation. She couldn't and Appo's to shake the feeling of foolishness. What had emboldened her? She had relied on the presence of the emperor and empress and the joyous occasion of the Mo King's celebration. Not to mention, she had not physically touched him. Yet, the cold prince's brutal nature meant that had she acted recklessly, her life could have been forfeit. Moreover, just moments ago the pain on her face had subsided, replaced by a comforting coolness, as if he had personally tended to her wounds. Sheng Yuhua's feelings were complex. How many could claim the honor of receiving such personal attention from that man? Nevertheless, she resolved to maintain her distance in the future, avoiding excessive familiarity and not overestimating her significance. Madam, the young lady Dr. Su examined Sheng Yujiao with utmost seriousness, his expression grave. How is she? Yang Wanru's voice trembled with anxiety. She has internal injuries. She will need considerable time to recuperate. If she possesses exceptional medicine, recovery may be expedited. The cold prince had indeed shown restraint. Oh, my Jiao, she won't die, will she? Will she be left with lingering ailments? That remains uncertain. First, let us find a stretcher to carry her back. Do not move her unnecessarily. Yang Wanru, not daring to delay, hurriedly arranged for her daughter's return. Before departing, she cast a glance at Sheng Yuhua, forcing a strained smile. Hua and Amp, Appo's, I was too hasty earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Look at how injured your elder sister is. I must see to her. Sheng Yuhua nodded, obediently saying, Aunt Ro, travel safely. As the crowd departed in a flurry, Sheng Yuhua turned to bid farewell to the old lady. Grandmother, if you are well, I shall take my leave. Wait. The old lady grasped Sheng Yuhua's sleeve, her tone sharp. You have tarnished the reputation of our Ministry of War, and now your elder sister is gravely injured. Sheng Yuhua, do you have nothing to say for yourself? Sheng Yuhua stifled a laugh internally, her expression serious as she inquired. Grandmother, I have already explained. When did I damage the Ministry's reputation? The Mo King disregarded our family. My decision to withdraw the engagement was for the sake of our reputation. You nonsense. You called off the engagement at the ceremony. Who would dare to propose to our family now? Your elder sister is injured because of you. Do you not feel a shred of guilt? Now, they had the first daughter of the Sheng family engaged. Sheng Yujiao and Sheng Yurong were also to be courted, while the young men were even more numerous. Huh, grandmother, the Mo King has slapped our family's face. Should I not retaliate? As for my elder sister's injury, what of it? Did I compel her to approach him? Everyone knows the cold prince despises close contact. Did I encourage her to draw near? The old lady was momentarily at a loss for words. Attributing Sheng Yujiao's misfortune to her was a task fraught with difficulty. Oh dear, second miss. Look what you've done to your grandmother. She looks years older. Quickly, give the ice balm to your grandmother to ease her temper. Old Granny Fu, understanding the old lady's intentions, hurriedly interjected. The ice balm? Sheng Yuhua feigned realization, tenderly retrieving it from her sleeve. Yes, I knew the second miss was a dutiful child, old Granny Fu remarked, stepping forward to receive the bomb. Yet, Sheng Yuhua grasped it tightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. Grandmother, I too wish to gift you this bomb, but she paused deliberately, savoring the old lady's eager gaze before continuing with a feigned sigh. What shall I do? This was given to me by my intended. He just said he dislikes any injury on me. Alas, I received a few strikes on my back earlier, so she left her words hanging. The old lady and Appo's chest heaved with indignation. Second miss, with clothing to cushion it, the strikes Wooden and Appo's tea leave marks, old Granny Fu interjected quickly, knowing the old lady well. Perhaps. Grandmother, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. My back still aches. The granddaughter should seek assistance from a maid to examine her injury. Should it prove problematic, the Prince of Han might be displeased and hold our household accountable. The old madam's pupils contracted sharply, recalling the grievous state of Sheng Yujiao. The Prince of Han was an audacious and formidable figure. Would he truly harm an old woman like herself? Lung Xin, take heed. Be more attentive to the princess from now on. Outside the courtyard, those concealed in the shadows watched the scene unfold in astonishment. MOG, our lord, he... Lung Xin struggled to regain her composure, the previous scene having been utterly shocking. Lung Mo regarded her with aloofness, cautioning. While the lord decreed that her life should be spared, you witnessed Sheng Yujiao's condition. Exercise greater caution in the future. MOG, did I not see correctly? Did our lord truly apply ointment to the princess? How could the Prince of Han's esteemed hands tend to a woman's wounds and caress her face? Was it merely due to the Sheng family and Appo's daughter and Appo's beauty? What do you surmise? Lung Mo, observing Lung Xin and Appo's astonishment, warned, do not speculate about the lord and Appo's intentions. Lung Xin lowered her head, refraining from argument. Once Lung Mo had departed, she regarded the woman standing rigidly in the room, her countenance frosty. Indeed, this woman's temperament bore a resemblance to their lord's. She had believed that their lord would remain forever detached from women. Yet the appearance of Miss Sheng stirred within her a sense of unease. Lung Xin, head bowed, betrayed her complex emotions through her tense posture. Having finally returned to Linglong courtyard, Sheng Yuhua felt a worsening pain in her back. Xiaolu, fetch me some water. I shall take a bath. This day had been exceedingly trying. Removing her wedding gown, she observed its uncreased state despite the day's tribulations, a testament to the fabric's quality. Miss, this wedding gown requires attention. Observe the creases. Qiu Shuang caressed the exquisite gown, each stitch of which had been sewn by her own hand. Miss, after today's events, I am inclined to believe that the Prince of Han is not so bad after all. Yesterday, they had feared that the Miss and Appo's arrival at the Prince of Han and Appo's mansion would be a death sentence. But today, the Prince of Han had come to her defense. Is that so? Recalling the Prince of Han's protection, Sheng Yuhua felt gratitude, regardless of whether it was for her sake. The wedding is next month. What shall become of the wedding gown? In less than a month, even if the miss were to work tirelessly, she could not create another in time. Qiu Shuang anxiously touched the gown she had just removed, lamenting, this one is undamaged and can be restored, but as it has already been worn once. Would it not be inauspicious to use it again? Generally, noble ladies prepare only one wedding gown, as one marries but once in a lifetime. This wedding gown is ill-omened. Burn it. Sheng Yuhua, regarding the gown that had consumed so much of her energy, scoffed. The anticipation she had felt while making it now seemed an eyesore. She had no interest in retaining anything connected to Ji Zimo. Miss this. Qiu Shuang was reluctant, not only because of the effort expended on the gown, but also because of the expensive materials used. Observing Qiu Shuang's reluctance, Sheng Yuhua raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Yes, this servant will take care of it presently. Qiu Shuang hastily replied. With the wedding approaching, she would be entering the Prince of Han and Appo's mansion the following month and should bring ample silver for her personal use. Speaking of silver, Sheng Yuhua recalled her dowry. She remembered that when she married Gizimo in her previous life, she had also received 100 chests of dowry, a grand and impressive display. However, when the items were inventoried upon arrival at the Prince of Mo's mansion, their contents, she had felt mortified, as her 100 chests were not as valuable as consort Lin's 88, an event that had subjected her to much ridicule. Gizimo had comforted her, claiming that he loved her for who she was, not for her dowry. Now, Shen Yuhua was certain that there had been foul play involved. However, now that the dowry list was in her possession, she would inspect it later, ensuring that nothing was missing. Furthermore, she would enlist the assistance of someone of high status to prevent the Shangshu mansion from denying any discrepancies. Xiao Lu soon had the bathwater brought in, the large wooden tub having been prepared by her mother. In fact, everything in Linglong Pavilion had been arranged by her mother. Shen Yuhua felt a pang of sorrow. Her mother had loved her dearly, preparing everything for her. Even though they had been separated for 10 years, she could not forget her. Nor could she forget what Consort Lin had said about the tragic deaths of her mother and maternal family in the 100 Serpent Mountains, their remains lost forever. Mother, maternal family, in this life, I will protect you. I will ensure that those who harmed us will not rest in peace. Shen Yuhua lowered her head, unable to conceal the hatred in her eyes. Xiao Lu gently removed her crimson peony-embroidered inner garment, revealing a back that was now red and swollen. Miss, does it hurt much? Xiao Lu's eyes reddened, hesitant to touch it. She had not expected the old madam to be so ruthless. Fortunately, the Prince of Han had arrived today. Otherwise, the Mrs. Delicate body would not have been able to withstand the old madam's continued assault. It is nothing. Did her back hurt? Of course it did. But Shen Yuhua had endured far greater pain. Was this pain comparable to having her eyes gouged out with a dagger? Was it comparable to having her tendons severed? Was it comparable to having her chest ripped open and her heart torn out? Was it comparable to watching her own daughter's heart being ripped out while she was powerless to intervene? Lin Yuan, Gizimo, I am irreconcilable with you. Thinking of the two individuals she loathed to the core, Shen Yuhua wished she could kill them at that moment. Mississippi. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from a miss, the two young maids could not help but shrink back. Shen Yuhua regained her senses, smiled, and stepped into the wooden tub, gently saying, "You may leave. I will soak for a while. Miss, it is all this servant's fault. If only this servant possessed some martial skills." Qiu Shuang said remorsefully, and Xiao Lu nodded in agreement. They were too weak and could not even contend with a few maids. It is all right. It will not happen again. She had not resisted because she had not had time to prepare. Later, she would go out to buy medicinal herbs to concoct poison. Not only would she be able to incapacitate a few maids and matrons, but she would also be able to poison the entire Shangshu mansion in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the Prince of Han had come to her defense today. Given her father's opportunistic nature, he would have to tolerate her, even if he disliked her. She could rely on the Prince of Han for assistance, but not depend on him entirely. She had not been able to rely on the person who had been her most trusted confidant in her previous life. Having lived a second life, she understood that one could rely on no one but oneself. Only by becoming truly powerful could she protect those around her. Having been reborn for only a day, Shen Yuhua's nerves had been taut. Now, soaking in a warm wooden tub, she comfortably closed her eyes, her entire body submerged in the warm water. Her lustrous hair spread across the surface, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. As Shen Yuhua was thinking, she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. The sound was very faint, and it was not the two maids. Shen Yuhua and Appo's expression tightened abruptly. Her hand, hidden beneath the water, gripped the jade hairpin tightly. Her arm tensed. She flung it forcefully in the direction of the approaching person. In her previous life, she had practiced archery and had good aim. Although she had not practiced in this life, some things were ingrained in her bones, though her strength was somewhat diminished. As the jade hairpin flew out, Shen Yuhua rose swiftly, grabbed the clothes from the rack, and wrapped them around her body. She saw the person who had sneaked in, a woman dressed in black. Her expression extremely cold, standing 3 meters away from the bathtub. The jade hairpin had not struck her and was now in her hand. "Princess, the prince has sent this subordinate to bring you ointment." The woman in black stepped forward, her voice cold and indifferent. "Do you require assistance in applying the medicine?" The use of you, instead of the more formal, You made her attitude unmistakably clear. This individual displayed no respect for herself, even exuding a hint of hostility. Yet, as a mere stranger, Sheng Yuhua paid little mind. No need, just place on the table. I will have the maid assist me with the application shortly. Is this person affiliated with the Cold King? It seems that subordinates mirror their masters in temperament. The woman nodded, carelessly tossing the medicine bottle and hairpin into the air, both tracing an elegant arc before gently landing. Sheng Yuhua and Amp. Appo's gaze sharpened slightly. The precision and control of strength exhibited far surpassed her previous self. It appears that the Cold King and Appo's surroundings are indeed teeming with hidden talents. Now that she has an appointment with the Cold King, might she persuade him to introduce her to a master to learn some martial arts? She regretted her previous laziness, having been the least proficient in martial skills. Dr. Su, do you believe that with superior medicine, the young lady might recover sooner? Observing her unconscious daughter, Yang Wanru's heart ached as if bleeding. This was her carefully nurtured child. When had she ever endured such pain? Indeed, madam, Dr. Su replied, his expression filled with concern. The young lady's injuries are rather severe. What is required? I will find a way. The Shangshu residents still possess some supplies. Even if they did not, she would procure them. By the way, there are quite a few quality medicinal herbs in Yu Xiaoran's dowry. I wonder if they are still viable after all this time. I shall have Dr. Su examine them later to see what can be utilized. Madam, the second young lady has arrived. A servant reported shortly after Dr. Su and Appo's departure. Why Amp, Appo's, is your injury all right? Why are you not resting properly? You are here so early to visit your elder sister? Upon seeing Sheng Yuhua, Yang Wanru's face betrayed her worry. Elder sister is all right, isn't she? That's what they all say, Sheng Yuhua replied casually. Dr. Su mentioned that your elder sister's condition is not good. Yang Wanru and Appo's expression turned grave as she gently grasped Sheng Yujiao and Appo's wrist, sighing, she has been in a coma and has yet to awaken. The doctor said it might be until evening. Aunt Ro, do not fret too much. Elder sister will be fine. Observing the swollen face of Sheng Yujiao on the bed, Sheng Yuhua sighed. Elder sister is a person of great fortune, rest assured. Aunt Ro, in truth, we should feel fortunate. Given the Cold King's temperament, it is already commendable that elder sister has managed to escape with her life this time. Wretched girl. Yang Wanru and Appo's anger flared at Sheng Yuhua and Appo's sardonic remarks. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. Yet, she restrained herself, for she was the gentle and kind mistress of the Shangshu residence, and could not mistreat the child of her husband's former wife. Huar, you are thoughtful. Yang Wanru and Appo's heart brimmed with frustration, though she could not reveal it. In her gentle gaze, there was a newfound scrutiny. She felt as if Sheng Yuhua had suddenly changed. No longer the obedient and docile girl she once knew. Had it been in the past, with her face still swollen, this child would have certainly expressed concern. Aunt Ro, is your face all right? I truly owe you for shielding me yesterday. Otherwise, I might have faced severe punishment from father. Is someone following you? Sheng Yuhua spoke, her eyes brimming with tears, appearing delicate and on the verge of weeping. Yang Wanru quickly grasped her hand, her expression one of indulgence. Huar, how could your father bear to strike you? The harsh words circulating outside have merely provoked him in a moment of anger. Additionally, what Jiao said yesterday was unintentional. You mustn't hold it against her. The wretched woman recovers swiftly, still feigning motherly affection at this moment. Sheng Yuhua smiled gently. She is my elder sister. I know she harbors goodwill towards me. Suddenly, she frowned, questioning, by the way, Aunt Ro, I dreamt of my mother yesterday. Hearing Sheng Yuhua mention her mother, Yang Wanru's complexion shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Huar, do you miss your mother? Jiao's words were not without merit. Since she had not emerged from her womb, there was no bond. No matter how well she treated her, this child still longed for her biological mother. Indeed, she mentioned that she had prepared my dowry long ago. Was my dowry truly arranged by my mother? Sheng Yuhua spoke softly and unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanru's heart sank. Her smile faltered, and she thought, it cannot be possible, can it? It felt as if Sheng Yuhua was attempting to deceive her. How old was Sheng Yuhua when Yu Xiaoran departed? Moreover, she had thoroughly searched through Yu Xiaoran's belongings multiple times. She was certain there was nothing left. How could Sheng Yuhua have discovered a dowry list left by Yu Xiaoran? Furthermore, given Yu Xiaoran's sudden demise, it was implausible that she could have prepared all the dowry in advance. That was merely a dream. Do not take it to heart, Huaer. Yang Wanru chuckled lightly, wondering if this child was harboring suspicions. Perhaps I simply miss her too much. Aunt Ro, I shall visit you again tomorrow. With that, Sheng Yuhua did not linger. Turning to leave, as she stepped outside, Xiao Lu, puzzled, asked, Miss, did the madam truly prepare a dowry for you? I had not heard of this before. She had been deeply concerned upon hearing the young lady mention it in the room. If you did not see it, how could I know? Sheng Yuhua replied nonchalantly, her gaze drifting toward the distant trees, where a faint green skirt flickered in and out of view. Ah, such a lackluster attempt at concealment. Yang Wanru's skills are scarcely impressive, yet in my previous life, I failed to notice even until my demise. Ah, does that mean you still? Xiao Lu looked bewildered, her eyes filled with worry. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Xiao Lu, return to tidy the courtyard. Qiu Shuang, accompany me outside. She realized she was still too weak. It was improbable to enhance her martial prowess in a short time, but she could prepare poison as a contingency. Last night, she had promised to assist the Cold King in suppressing the toxin, yet did not possess the necessary silver needles. If her memory served her right, those were discovered 2 years later at Baikeatang. Perhaps they were there now. With a stroke of luck, she might acquire them today. With this thought, Sheng Yuhua felt her spirits lift. The streets of the ancient capital were bustling with vitality, filled with the sounds of commerce and lively chatter. Today, Sheng Yuhua's attire was exceedingly simple. She chose the plainest outfit from her wardrobe, a pale blue floral pleated skirt, simple yet elegant, complemented by a matching waist belt that cinched her waist delicately and adorned with the most ordinary jade hairpin. A veil of the same pale blue hue concealed her striking features. Her appearance was refreshingly elegant, yet she still attracted many intrigued glances as she walked by. Farewell, wicked woman. Miss Li, this is the item my lady had her eye on first. Baikeatang was particularly lively today. The usual throng of patrons seeking medicine had swelled significantly. Rumor had it that Baikeatang had received a rare and exquisite Tianji grass yesterday, and not just any specimen, but one that was 100 years old. While Tianji grass may not possess potent medicinal properties, it was an exceptionally rare ingredient that could enhance the efficacy of most medicines, potentially amplifying their effects several times over if combined skillfully. 100-year-old Tianji grass? Remarkable. It seems the Cold King enjoys favorable fortune, as this herb would indeed be beneficial to him. However, acquiring it would require considerable effort, as it appeared that a dispute had already arisen over the Tianji grass. The parties involved in the contention were said to be renowned young ladies of high standing. By the time Sheng Yuhua and Qiu Shuang arrived, the counter was surrounded by a throng of people. As she approached, she caught sight of several women at the center of the commotion. Upon recognizing one of them, her pupils constricted violently, a wave of hatred radiating from her being. Lin Yuan. This was her first encounter with that venomous woman since her rebirth. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ji Zimo, fully aware that it was his indulgence in her past life that emboldened Lin Yuan to treat her with such cruelty. However, what of Lin Yuan? She was the true executioner. The tragedies of her previous existence were all executed by this woman's own hand. Miss Qiu Shuang glanced anxiously at Sheng Yuhua. The aura emanating from her just moments ago had sent shivers down her spine. Miss, perhaps we should return? Qiu Shuang had not anticipated encountering Lin Shireen and her sister. The sight of her mistress in such a furious state was terrifying. Suppressing her own trepidation, she attempted to maintain her composure as she spoke. Her voice jolted Sheng Yuhua back to reality. Taking a deep breath, she forcefully quelled the hatred bubbling within her and offered a faint smile. It's nothing. Oh dear, miss, you nearly frightened me to death just now. Yet, Lin Sufei actually desires the same thing. It seems the young lady from the Li family will not be able to obtain it. Qiu Shuang observed the two disputing parties with a sigh. I do wish to see her suffer a setback, though it seems quite unlikely. Let them suffer a setback? Merely experiencing hardship would not suffice. In her past life, both girls had indirectly been the victims of Lin Su Fei's malice. Nonetheless, retribution befell her as she ultimately perished in childbirth. In truth, her health had deteriorated considerably during the later stages of her pregnancy, and it was Lin Yuan who accompanied her. As time passed, she developed feelings for Ji Zimo, and within a month after Lin Shirina's death, Lin Yuan married Ji Zimo, becoming a concubine who received even greater favor. Good sir, can you still procure medicine? Suppressing the hatred within, Sheng Yuhua approached a relatively empty counter and inquired in a hushed tone. Certainly, Mississippi. What do you require? The attendant, eager to join the lively scene nearby, was pleasantly surprised that someone sought medicine instead. Please prepare this prescription. By the way, what silver needles do you possess? The attendant swiftly took the prescription, and upon seeing the densely packed herbs and their extravagant quantity, his pupils dilated in shock. Miss, you this isn't a typical prescription. Normally, patrons would bring prescriptions from physicians that contained a moderate number of herbs. Yet this prescription, it might suffice for 40 or 50 doses without issue. Is there none? There are, but miss, if you procure so many, we cannot be held accountable should something go awry. Consuming them all at once could be fatal. Very well. Just follow the prescription. Understood. Please wait a moment, Mississippi. The attendant was quite efficient, swiftly beginning the weighing process while Sheng Yuhua scrutinized the silver needles, finding them all unsatisfactory after examining several. Soon, after gathering the herbs, the attendant approached with a grin. Miss, our shop has the most comprehensive selection of silver needles. Do any catch your fancy? Is this all there is? Seeing her disappointment, the attendant shook his head. These are the silver needles we have, Mississippi. They are all quite similar. Before he could finish, another attendant chimed in. Zhuzi, did you forget we have another pair in the warehouse? Ah, are those silver needles? They might not be suitable. If the guest isn't interested, why not give it a try? Perhaps this miss will take a liking to that pair. Sheng Yuhua felt a surge of excitement, yet maintained her composure. Very well, please fetch them. The attendant dashed off quickly. Those silver needles have been gathering dust for years, and perhaps today would be their lucky day. Miss, examine this pair of silver needles. Though they differ from the others, our shop has verified their authenticity. The attendant's speed was remarkable, and soon he presented the long unsold silver needles, which numbered around 60 or 70, all notably fine and short, with a dark hue. This is the one. Sheng Yuhua was delighted, though she furrowed her brow in confusion. Are these truly silver needles? Yes, indeed. The shopkeeper has confirmed it. Yet they are unlike the others. You, being as beautiful as you are, surely desire something unique, do you not? Other silver needles are rather uniform in appearance, but this pair is entirely distinct. The attendant struggled to find the right words to praise the needles. What you say has some merit. How much for this pair? Not much at all. Merely 10 taels of silver. Typically, silver needles cost at least 15 taels. Surely, this cannot be usable? Xiao Shuang, though lacking medical knowledge, had seen doctors use needles and feared her mistress might impulsively purchase those peculiar needles. Absolutely usable, given that you have already procured so many herbs. Why not let me offer you a discount on these silver needles? 8 taels, but I cannot reduce the price further. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Sheng Yuhua reluctantly agreed. The attendant calculated the total. The herbs and needles together amounted to 50 taels. What a remarkable bargain. She recalled that in her previous life, she had ultimately acquired this very pair of silver needles for an exorbitant sum of 10,000 taels. These were no ordinary needles. They were the legendary, deadly 78 needles, once wielded by the inaugural master of the Divine Physician Valley. Ironically, despite the Valley and Amp, Oppo's millennia-long legacy, not even a description of the deadly needles remained. This spoke volumes of the Valley's current ineffectiveness. With the needles in hand, Sheng Yuhua strolled over to where the two opposing factions were still vying for the medicine. The young lady from the Li family sought it for her ailing mother, who had been bedridden for quite some time. The Tianji grass was exceedingly rare. She was determined to secure it. The Lin sisters were equally fervent in their pursuit. Lin Yuan had been frail since childhood, and it was said that Lin Madam experienced complications during her pregnancy, resulting in an early delivery. This third young lady had been a walking medicine cabinet from a young age. Later, Lin Yuan had fallen into a lake while attempting to save Ji Zimo, and he had sought her assistance in recovery, which she generously provided over the course of 3 arduous years. How tragic it was that she had ultimately brought about her own demise. If the Sheng family could be deemed ungrateful, then Lin Yuan was akin to a heartless wolf. Even worse than a mere beast. Wishing to restore her health, she would relish observing how she would manage without the foolish version of herself. As for the Tianji grass, a smile crept onto Sheng Yuhua's lips as she formulated her plan. Lin Shirin, Lin Yuan, you sisters must be relentless in your pursuit of the Tianji grass. Do not let me down. Elder sister, perhaps we should let this go. Saving Li's sister's mother is of utmost importance. Lin Shirin was embroiled in a heated dispute with Li Meifeng, while Lin Yuan, weakly coughing, did not forget to offer her considered advice. I am fine. The doctor has assured me that as long as I recuperate properly, I shall be all right. As she spoke, she coughed twice, her small face turning crimson from the effort, appearing exceedingly uncomfortable. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Miss Lin is so considerate. Indeed, her health has always been delicate, yet she remains so thoughtful. From what I see, her health truly seems poor. The Tianji grass is essential for her. If you ask me, the Tianji grass should rightfully belong to Miss Lin. The chatter grew louder, and upon hearing the comments, Li Meifeng's face flushed with anger. I saw it first. I was about to claim the herbs for myself, and they want to snatch them away. Do they not understand the concept of order? Moreover, her health is poor, but my mother's is even worse. The doctor has warned that without good medicine, she cannot hold on much longer. The young girl began to cry, feeling wronged. The shopkeeper, seeing the commotion, hurriedly interjected. This, Lady Lin, was indeed claimed first by Miss Li. You see, he was reluctant to offend the favored concubine of the Ink King, yet their establishment also required a good reputation. If he carelessly handed it over to Lady Lin, what would others think of them? The crowd was simply too large. The rarity of the celestial grass heightened the demand. My sister's health has always been poor, shopkeeper. I am willing to pay more. The Ink King's demeanor soured Lin Shirin's mood, prompting her to invite her sister for a casual outing, only to unexpectedly encounter the celestial grass. The Imperial physician had previously mentioned that if they could procure the celestial grass and apply it properly, her sister's condition might improve. After finally discovering it, how could she possibly let it slip away? Is her Lin family the only wealthy one? I too shall increase my offer. 600 taels. The crowd gasped. The price for the celestial grass was normally 500 taels, and Lady Lin's sudden increase was shocking. 700 taels, Li Meifeng hastily added, regretting that she hadn't purchased it outright when she had the chance. 1,000 taels, Lin Shirin declared, as both women continued to raise their bids, leaving the shopkeeper flustered. What was happening? The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with more onlookers arriving. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lin Shirin's eyes brightened. She rushed over and grasped the Ink King's arm, pouting in feigned distress. Your Highness, the celestial grass is essential for my sister, yet Miss Li is attempting to seize it. Those who had arrived earlier couldn't help but scoff, realizing it was not Miss Li who was doing the seizing, but rather the Lin family. Oh, shopkeeper, how much is this celestial grass? Ji Zimo inquired, his tone gentle. Lin Yuan gracefully approached, standing beside Ji Zimo, the trio of handsome men and beautiful women capturing the attention of nearly everyone in the shop. Sheng Yuhua clenched her fists, astonished by how quickly the three had congregated. All vile creatures, they truly belong together. Your Highness, the price for the celestial grass is 500 taels. The shopkeeper's initial asking price was indeed 500 taels, but it was never the actual price they intended to sell for. I will pay 1,000 taels, Ji Zimo asserted. Miss Li, this herb is of utmost importance for Enin and Amp, Appo's sister. I hope you will consider parting with it. Ji Zimo did not simply snatch it away, opting instead for a polite negotiation. Li Meifeng felt a pang of reluctance, gazing longingly at the celestial grass. Yet she understood that with the Ink King's words, she could not hold out any longer. Very well, Miss Li, perhaps you could look for something else suitable. Consider this a gift from me, Ji Zimo suggested, prompting admiration from the crowd for his generous offer. Miss, shall we select something else? Li Mei Feng and Amp. Oppose. Esmaid looked worriedly at her mistress, noting that if they declined, it would be disrespectful to the Ink King. Sheng Yuhua, observing the scene, turned to leave, having lost interest in the commotion. Yuhua. Lin Shireen inadvertently turned and recognized a familiar figure. Although Shang Yuhua's attire was markedly different today, adorned with a veil, she recognized her immediately. What brings you here? Still hoping to charm him? Lin Shireen and Amp. Oppose. S face grew cold at the recollection of Sheng Yuhua and Amp. Oppose. S earlier glances. Yuhua. Ji Zimo and Amp. Oppose. S interest peaked as he looked for her. Seeing the woman in light blue, he furrowed his brow, disliking the color as it was rarely worn by the previous Sheng Yuhua. I'm here to buy medicine. Sheng Yuhua said with a faint smile, her veil concealing her expression from the crowd. You come for medicine? Lin Shireen and Oppose. As skepticism was palpable as she scrutinized Sheng Yuhua, suddenly scoffing. You must be regretting your earlier words, trailing the prince to plead for mercy. Aren't you? Ji Zimo's eyes lit up with hope at the implication. Lady Lin has made an astute observation, but unfortunately, the sun has yet to set, Sheng Yuhua replied nonchalantly. Lin Shireen felt a sting. Although she was indeed a favored concubine, hearing it from Sheng Yuhua felt like mockery. Previously, with Sheng Yuhua overshadowing her, she was merely a concubine. Yet on the day of their marriage, Sheng Yuhua had declared she would not marry, but instead wed the Cold King. And the emperor still did not elevate her to the primary consort. It was a slap in the face. Moreover, during their intimate moments, the Ink King had called out Sheng Yuhua's name. How could she bear it? You, Sheng Yuhua, if not for your deliberate following of the prince. How could you have appeared here so fortuitously? Regretting your choices, are we? Yesterday, your words were merely to attract the prince into Oppose. S attention, Lin Shireen and Oppose. S voice dripped with disdain. Sheng Yuhua, let me enlighten you. The prince's heart has always belonged to me. No matter how much you cling to him, he shall never love you. Sheng Yuhua, how shameless of you. At merely 12, you devised a scheme to have the prince rescue you, usurping the title of the Ink King's consort. And you're still unwilling to let go. After finally marrying, you're still discontent. By the way, weren't you betrothed to the Cold King? Regretting that too? Alas, it's too late. The prince and I have already consummated our marriage, and perhaps I now carry the prince's bloodline. As she spoke, a blush crept onto her cheeks, her face radiating a mix of pride and embarrassment. Sheng Yuhua observed her smugness, then glanced at the Ink King and Lin Yuan standing side by side. A faint smile curling her lips, choosing not to retort. Second sister, Lin Yuan timidly approached her sister, gently tugging on Lin Shireen's hand. Perhaps Miss Sheng truly came here by chance. After all, there aren't many pharmacies in the capital, only about 30 or 40. What a pristine white lotus. Sheng Yuhua's smile widened, noting Lin Yuan's youthful naivete, which was far more refined than in her previous life. Such lowly tactics were beneath her now. However, the spectators found her reasoning compelling. Indeed, Miss Lin and Oppose. S words ring true. What a coincidence. Yes, running into her among only 30 or 40 shops, such fate. But truly, who does Miss Sheng favor? The Ink King or the Cold King? I wager she likes men in general. Sheng Yuhua listened intently to their chatter, her irritation mounting. Just as she was about to speak, the Ink King generously declared, Sheng Yuhua, I know you harbor feelings for me, and we have shared intimate moments. However, now that the imperial decree has been issued, it is impossible to reinstate you as my consort. Yet, I could petition my father to allow you to be my favored concubine. What a pity. This scoundrel, even at this juncture, he still seeks to soothe her. Sheng Yuhua felt nauseated at his words. Intimate moments? Sheng Yuhua raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly, in the depths of winter, clad in heavy garments. Is there truly any skin-to-skin contact? Ji Zimo replied. Is that truly how skin-to-skin contact is defined? Moreover, as the nephew of the emperor, I am now your prospective little royal aunt. How can you compare with the Cold King? I would forsake the esteemed title of the Cold King's consort to become your favored concubine. And remember, You are not worthy to call me by my name. Henceforth, please refer to me as little royal aunt." Following this pronouncement, a profound silence descended upon the assembly. It was not long before comprehension dawned, and hushed voices murmured, "I find myself in agreement with Miss Sheng and Damp, Oppose, S-words. Is being the legitimate consort of the Prince of Han not preferable to becoming a mere concubine to another? Moreover, who surpasses the Prince of Han in eminence within this capital? Yet, Consort Lin asserted that the Prince of Han is deficient, condemning one to a life of widowhood. The speaker's voice diminished considerably, wary of uttering such words, lest they incur the wrath of the Prince of Han. "Eldest, no wonder you remain unattached. It seems you are impaired." Feng Li's gaze lasciviously lingered upon the man's nether regions. A derisive snort escaped the man as the cup in his grasp became airborne, prompting Feng Li to intercept it. The force of the projectile propelled him backward. Was that truly necessary? Feng Li retorted, rolling his eyes. "Outsiders claim it is inconsequential, yet you refute it? Are you idle?" The man retorted, arching a brow. "Perhaps a sojourn to the 100 Serpent Mountain beckons." "Eldest," I spoke rashly. The prospect of courting death at the 100 Serpent Mountain dissuaded him. "Do you surmise that little Imperial aunt is here for the sake of Ji Zimo? It is not beyond the realm of possibility, given their years of affection." Noting the increasingly frigid atmosphere enveloping the man, Feng Li swiftly amended his statement. "However, what is that whelp in comparison? Did little Imperial aunt not eagerly seek to wed you? Little Imperial uncle?" Despite the awkwardness of the retraction, he surreptitiously glanced at his master, whose gaze was fixed upon a group in the distance. The appellation of little Imperial aunt grated upon Ji Zimo and Amp, Oppo's, sensibilities. The woman he had long courted was now betrothed to another, and seemingly in defiance of him. "Yuhua, what I said was the truth. Prince Imo, as was what I said. Imperial nephew, remember to keep your distance henceforth." Sheng Yuhua had no desire to linger in their presence, for their mere sight incited murderous intent. Witnessing Sheng Yuhua's desperate attempts to garner the attention of Prince Imo, Lin Shirin seized her sleeve, exclaiming, "Sheng Yuhua, your entreaties will not sway the prince to desire you." Observing the redness in Lin Shirin and Amp, Oppo's, eyes, Sheng Yuhua could not suppress a smile. In her previous life, she had been favored by Prince Imo, viewing Sheng Yuhua with disdain. Now, however, having dissolved their betrothal, Lin Shirin and Oppo's, circumstances seemed less enviable. "What is that look in your eyes?" Lin Shirin demanded, incensed by Sheng Yuhua and Oppo's, pitying gaze. "Nothing. I merely pity you," Sheng Yuhua whispered, drawing closer. "Do you truly believe he loves you? Perhaps his affections lie elsewhere, with someone closer to you. You are quite resilient." Sheng Yuhua and Oppo's voice was barely audible. Yet Lin Yuan, standing nearby, overheard her words, causing her countenance to pale. "Second sister, I did not. Did I imply that he favored you? Why the haste to defend yourself?" Sheng Yuhua retorted with a sneer, turning to depart. "Sheng Yuhua, your attempts at sowing discord are futile. I trust in the Prince and Amp, Oppo's, affection for me. You are merely resentful and have deliberately followed the prince here." Lin Shirin insisted, grasping Sheng Yuhua and Amp, Oppo's, sleeve. Observing Lin Shirin's obstinacy, Sheng Yuhua recalled her own past self. "Fortunately, I have been granted a second chance, while Lin Shirin hurtles towards a tragic demise. This woman is incorrigible." Sheng Yuhua and Amp, Oppo's, eyes flashed with animosity as she summoned the shop assistant, Zhu Zi. The assistant promptly responded, approaching with deference. "Miss Sheng, the herbs you requested are prepared. Will you take them with you, or shall we deliver them to your residence?" Lin Shirin suspected falsehood, yet her countenance changed upon observing the abundance of herbs on the counter. Is this truly coincidence? Deliver them to the Prince of Han and Oppo's residence. There are other matters to attend to. Furthermore, entrusting them to the Lord Chamberlain's residence would be unwise, given the presence of unsavory individuals. Yuhua. Ji Zimo gazed at her with a complex expression. "Imperial nephew, your recuperation is commendable. The Prince of Han and Damp, Oppo's, men are not as formidable as I had believed. I had hoped for the Prince of Mo to be bedridden for at least 10 days." Had Fengli overheard Sheng Yuhua and Amp Oppose as comments, he would have protested, for he had employed considerable skill in inflicting pain without leaving visible wounds. Prince Mo watched a retreating figure with a somber gaze, while Lin Shirin's eyes flashed with malice. Lin Yuan clutched the precious celestial herb, gazing timidly at Prince Mo. "I thank you, brother-in-law. I did it for your sister." Lin Shirin's countenance brightened slightly, and she haughtily raised her head. The onlookers, having witnessed the scene, were abuzz with gossip. Does Prince Mo truly harbor affection for Miss Sheng? Based on my experience, he certainly does. If so, why did he not attend the betrothal ceremony? Conversely, why does he persist in pursuing her? You men know nothing. A madam from Drunken Red Pavilion emerged to offer her insight. Men are like that, desiring what they cannot possess. Emerging from 100 Hertz Pavilion, Sheng Yuhua purchased several candied hawthorns before heading to the Prince of Han's residence. "Miss, are we truly going to the Prince of Han's residence?" Xiao Shuang asked, her legs trembling. "Wait outside and find a place for tea," Sheng Yuhua said, noting the girl and Oppo's pallor. "Miss, please, I will accompany you. I will shield you," Xiao Shuang pleaded. "I will be fine," Sheng Yuhua said, pointing to a tea house in the distance. "Wait for me there. But the wolfhounds are ferocious. I have a secret weapon," Sheng Yuhua said, brandishing the candied hawthorns. Besides, the Prince of Han would not want his bride to perish before the wedding. Sheng Yuhua approached the gates, where two imposing wolfhounds lay sprawled on the ground. As someone approached, the Tibetan Mastiff let out a low grunt, not lifting its head, merely fluttering its eyelids to glance at Sheng Yuhua. She stepped forward once more, and one Mastiff raised its head, although its body remained crouched. It turned to face her directly. "An end amp, oppose, and I and amp, oppose, V brought you candied hawthorn," Sheng Yuhua beamed, lifting the treat in her hand. "Wong, wong, wong," and embarked, rising on its limbs. Another Mastiff suddenly stood up as well. Meanwhile, the hidden guards of the Cold King's residence watched in confusion. They look nearly identical, don't they? How did this woman distinguish them? They can't tell them apart, yet she seems to call one out at random. In the serene garden, adorned with vibrant flowers and filled with the sweet sounds of birdsong, the Cold King sat expressionless, engrossed in a book. Cold indifference cautiously approached him, stating, "My lord, the princess has arrived." She recognized Anan. Cold indifference found this hard to believe, as it had taken him quite some time to tell them apart. "Should I send someone to bring her here? She came empty-handed?" The Cold King didn't take his gaze off the book. And just when Cold Indifference thought he wouldn't respond, he suddenly spoke. "No, she brought several strings of candied hawthorn." Cold Indifference's lips twitched. His dearness was not fond of such treats. "Interesting," the Cold King remarked, and with a swift motion, he and the chair beneath him soared into the air, arriving in the shadows near the entrance in an instant. At that moment, at the entrance, Sheng Yuhua and the two Mastiffs stood facing each other, hesitant to approach without receiving their gift. Sheng Yuhua remembered that Nan liked candied hawthorn. It sounded absurd. It was information gleaned from her past life's investigation into Gizimo. There were rare instances when the Mastiffs had seen an old man selling candied hawthorn and had suddenly jumped to snatch one. However, that occurrence had not been repeated. Sheng Yuhua kept this in mind. These Mastiffs were the Cold King's beloved pets, and she couldn't afford to daze them. Lacking the skills to tame beasts, she could only treat her efforts as a gamble. However, mere candied hawthorn would not suffice. She had other secret weapons. "They're quite delicious, and would you like to try one?" Anan looked at Sheng Yuhua, then at the brightly colored candied hawthorn, and leaned closer to sniff it before turning back to bark at Ping Ping, then licking a piece. "Isn't it?" Seeing an approach and lick. Sheng Yuhua's smile grew even brighter. "Wong, wong, wong." As Anan wagged its tail, Sheng Yuhua boldly patted its head, and squinted in pleasure. "My lord, does our Ping Ping really enjoy candied hawthorn?" Cold Indifference gazed at the harmonious scene before him, perplexed by this newfound affection. He was unaware of such a preference, and he wondered how a noble woman, previously bitten by his Mastiff, would react if she learned of this. "Indeed, quite clever," the Cold King remarked, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Ah, my lord, if outsiders discover that Ping Ping likes candied hawthorn, Wouldn't they all be able to enter our residence freely? Although there were few onlookers nearby, he was certain this information would spread. Do you think they're here for the candied hawthorn? Cold indifference scratched his head, confused. If it wasn't tea for the treat, then what was it for? Not just cold indifference, but the entire residence failed to comprehend how Sheng Yuhua managed to win them over. Move. Cold indifference, unsure of his lord's intentions, nonetheless complied and pushed him towards the entrance. The two mastiffs, upon seeing their master, wagged their tails vigorously at the cold king. Sheng Yuhua was astonished as the cold king approached. Was he personally here to welcome her? Was the cold king this enthusiastic? Before she could fully grasp the situation, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist. When she regained her senses, she found herself cradled in a cool embrace. What? She stared wide-eyed at the divine countenance of the cold king, her body tensing up as her gaze traveled from his face to his pale hand. Indeed, his hand slowly rose. Was he about to silence her? But had she not approached him first? Just as she pondered how to absolve herself, the man suddenly grasped her right hand, the icy touch sending shivers down her spine. His hand was cold, yet not forceful, and Sheng Yuhua dared not move an inch. She watched as he lifted her hand to his mouth, his indifferent gaze lowering as he gently sniffed it. She could even feel the warmth of his breath against her palm, a tingling sensation overwhelming her. Indeed, came his low, husky voice, enticing and captivating. Sheng Yuhua struggled to maintain her composure. She had never felt this anxious even when facing the already ascendant Zimo in her past life. Is the ice bomb still effective? The cold king's tone remained frosty, but those familiar with him could detect a hint of amusement in his demeanor. Cold indifference seemed to grasp the situation as well. The ice bomb, which Sheng Yuhua had snatched the day before, had been perceived as an item of great value. Yet little did he know she had already devised a plan for today. Not bad, Sheng Yuhua replied, sensing that the cold king bore no malice. However, the current position they found themselves in was too intimate, prompting her to tentatively ask, "My lord, may I rise?" "Miss Sheng, the medicinal herbs you requested." A messenger from Baikayatang delivered the herbs outside the main gate. Having inadvertently witnessed this scene, left speechless. My goodness, what did he just see? That must be an impostor. Surely, the cold king was not one to engage with women or permit them to come close. Why then was Miss Sheng seated upon his lap? Suddenly, a bout of coughing interrupted the moment. Cough, cough, cough. The steward, Lu Bo, hurried over, astonished by the pile of herbs. Princess, why do you need so many herbs? Sheng Yuhua quickly rose from the cold king's embrace, her face slightly flushed from the earlier incident, though her voice had regained its steadiness. The residence should have an alchemy room. Yes? The cold king is severely poisoned. The tools for alchemy should be quite comprehensive. Indeed, they are. Then please lead me there. I need to borrow them. Lu Bo nodded vigorously, casting a furtive glance at the cold king, who said nothing, before escorting Sheng Yuhua away. As Sheng Yuhua departed, the cold king remained, the warmth from her touch dissipating. Yet he could still sense the faint fragrance lingering in the air. The onlookers dared not utter a sound. Their lord preferred tranquility. After a long while, the cold king suddenly stiffened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. My lord, your leg. Cold indifference, witnessing the cold king's condition, felt his usually expressionless face shift dramatically. It's fine, it will pass. The cold king gritted his teeth, pressing firmly on his thigh, his entire body tense. Perhaps we should summon the physician? A bunch of fools. The cold king scoffed. Had physicians been effective, he wouldn't have endured such suffering for years. Cold indifference felt despondent. Not even the legendary doctors of the valley could remedy the poison plaguing their lord. Finally, after 2 arduous hours, Sheng Yuhua finished processing the numerous herbs. She still felt somewhat clumsy and vowed to practice more in the future. Taking out the deadly needles she had just acquired, she gently caressed the smallest one. The 78 deadly needles, a treasure of the divine physician valley, had unfortunately been missing for many years. Yet they had been tirelessly sought after. 2 years later, the master of the divine physician valley uncovered an ancient text detailing the design of the deadly needle. After much deliberation, he discovered that it had been gathering dust in the storeroom of the herb hall. Unfortunately, even if they obtained it, it would be of little use, for the unique technique had long been lost to time. Ultimately, it fell into his hands, where it finally began to demonstrate its efficacy. It was fortunate that he had the notes left by his master. He missed her dearly, according to the timeline of his previous life. She had been missing for merely a year, but considering his past, with his head bowed, he resolved to find her. The wounds on the cold king's leg and the poison he bore weighed heavily on his mind, but with the assistance of the deadly needle, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. His stomach audibly protested, reminding him that mealtime had long passed. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find the butler still waiting in the courtyard. "Your Highness, you must be hungry. Would you like to dine? The kitchen has prepared a meal for you. Thank you for your trouble. Miss Sheng, you still possess the ability to concoct poisons?" The cold king toyed with a purple clay cup, his gaze languidly fixed on the elegantly eating Sheng Yuhua. Nothing escaped his notice outside the pharmacy. He merely observed coldly, choosing not to intervene. Indeed, yet he found himself perplexed. "But I cannot fathom why Miss Sheng was struck yesterday, despite your evident skill in toxicology. Given your tenacity, one would expect you not to allow the old matron to lay a hand on you. And as for the crowd, with poison in your possession, what ordinary person could intimidate you? I did not have any poison with me yesterday," Sheng Yuhua explained seriously as she sipped her soup. "How did you know that I have a penchant for candied hawthorn?" The cold king quirked a smile, adding, "Even I was unaware of that." It was indeed challenging to explain how an outsider could know something that even the owner was oblivious to. "I merely heard that certain dogs enjoy it from time to time," Sheng Yuhua fabricated. "Then why were they not aggressive towards you?" Although the cold king had a hunch, he still sought to ascertain whether it was mere coincidence or a premeditated plan on Sheng Yuhua's part. If it were a spontaneous scheme, her thoughts ran remarkably deep. "Did you not already know? The ice muscle bomb bears your scent. Pingping's nose is more sensitive than that of an ordinary dog. Of course, she would detect it." Her foresight was apparent, causing the cold king's gaze to darken, his voice laced with coldness. "Miss Sheng's visit today is not merely for the purpose of concocting medicine, is it?" The cold king continued, and Sheng Yuhua smiled, not concealing her intentions. "The Tianji herb is equally effective against your poison." She resumed her meal, feeling famished after expending considerable energy. "Miss Sheng, are you suggesting a covert assassination?" News of the Tianji herb had spread throughout the capital, particularly because of the three who had wed yesterday. The center of gossip had converged, making it a lively affair. "I am merely stating the facts." Sheng Yuhua suppressed her underlying resentment. Lin Yuan had caused her tragic demise, and she could not allow her to regain her health using the Tianji herb. This woman ought to live in perpetual suffering for the torment she had inflicted upon her: disfigurement, severed tendons, gouged eyes, and the death of her daughter. Each act must be repaid in kind. She would not rest until Lin experienced every agony she had endured. I shall ponder this. The Tianji herb had been purchased by the Ink King, but it had likely already been given to the Lin family. The Tianji herb was part of a prescription. Collecting the primary ingredients would require some time. "Your Highness, while century-old Tianji herbs are indeed rare, specimens aged 20 or 30 years can still be found." Having eaten her fill, Sheng Yuhua lifted her teacup for a sip. Everything in the cold king's residence was exquisite, including the teacup, which was worth hundreds of taels. "Oh, Miss Sheng can also fabricate counterfeit medicinal herbs?" This revelation caught him off guard. To transform a 20 or 30-year-old herb into one that appeared a century old, undetectable by physicians, was no small feat in his experience. Few could accomplish such a task. "We can give it a try." Although she lacked certainty, she believed that the physicians outside the palace were generally less skilled than the Imperial doctors. However, secretly swapping out a herb is not particularly difficult. The cold king mused. Given Miss Sheng and Appo's enmity with the Lin sisters, he would not mind lending a hand. "By the way, Yuhua has another matter to trouble your Highness with." Sheng Yuhua recalled the issue of her dowry. She had few acquaintances of influence and deemed it more reliable to seek the cold king's assistance. Moreover, having already allied herself with him, she saw no reason to be courteous when the time came to utilize his support. "Speak." His lack of outright refusal indicated a willingness to engage. which reassured Sheng Yuhua significantly. It seems my dowry is not as it should be. I once saw Aunt Ro preparing a list of my dowry. But yesterday, I stumbled upon a list left behind by my mother, and the discrepancies are vast. I wish to find someone to witness the inventory. The cold king lightly drummed his fingers on the table, hesitating to respond immediately. Is there a reliable witness? Why should I assist you? Because I am your betrothed. The dowry must be delivered to the cold king's residence. If it appears too meager, it would reflect poorly on you. Would it not? Would I concern myself with such trivial matters? Ji Minghan had always followed his own path, never caring for superficial reputation or the opinions of outsiders. But I am your princess, your wife. Is it not natural for a wife to seek her husband in damp, oppose, as support when she is wronged? Sheng Yuhua gazed at him with unwavering certainty. She had observed his actions clearly the previous night, like a lone wolf, fiercely protective of his territory. Regardless of his feelings for her, he would not allow anyone to trample on what was his. Furthermore, they were already partners. She was aiding him in dispelling the poison, and there was no reason to hold back. Ha! So you believe I must assist you simply because you say so? The cold king chuckled, but did not deny her request. Administering the needle and controlling the toxin will require several medicinal herbs, which may be somewhat challenging to procure. I would appreciate it if your highness could have someone begin the search. Sheng Yuhua produced a prescription she had prepared in advance. The cold king glanced at it, a smile gracing his lips as he handed it to the indifferent aide. Your highness, these herbs. Upon seeing the list of ingredients, the aide and amp, oppose, as pupils suddenly constricted. Have someone look into it. He was familiar with most of the listed herbs, having used them before, but the two peculiar ones raised his suspicions. If he recalled correctly, their effects bore no relation to his poison. Though the absence of certain herbs may temporarily hinder your ability to control the toxin, they can still alleviate your suffering. With only 2 days until the 15th, you must be experiencing considerable discomfort by midnight tonight. Sheng Yuhua understood that she had not yet revealed enough of her capabilities. Without demonstrating some genuine skill, the cold king would not easily place his trust in her. Your highness, you truly believe you can provide relief. The aide was electrified by her words. The king endured the agony of the poison twice a month, and while the master of the divine physician valley could offer slight alleviation at the onset, its effectiveness diminished over time. Recently, it had become nearly useless, compelling the king to grit his teeth and endure. The source of this toxin was unknown, yet it was insidiously cruel. When the poison struck, the dark guards could barely bear to witness the suffering it inflicted. This poison bore 3 distinct characteristics: cold, hot, and itchy. Initially, it felt as though one were encased in ice, before transitioning to an unbearable heat, akin to being trapped in a furnace, followed by an overwhelming itch that felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at the skin. The intervals between attacks grew shorter, eventually unleashing all 3 sensations simultaneously. Sheng Yuhua and Appo's voice was calm. Experiencing just one of these symptoms is already intolerable, yet this man endures all 3. I cannot help but admire his fortitude. I shall only require 3 needle administrations, and the effects should manifest swiftly. Even before the poison takes effect, the prince should experience something after the acupuncture. His usually indifferent breathing grew rapid. Although they hadn't and Oppos, T discovered where Miss Sheng had learned her medical skills. She wooed and Oppos. T speak with such certainty, without absolute confidence. Your Highness. Lung Mo was moved. As the prince's personal guard, he felt for his master. Han Wang raised an eyebrow, his gaze toward Sheng Yuhua flickering momentarily. Then, may I trouble your highness to lie prone and expose your lower back? This. Lung Mo's lips twitched. Miss Sheng was always so direct. However, before the prince could speak, he hastily brought over a soft couch and helped Han Wang disrobe. Sheng Yuhua was not coy, openly watching the handsome man undress. Yet, when she saw Han Wang's body, her gaze abruptly tightened. So many scars, large and small, adorned his lower back. But didn't Han Wang possess ice muscle balm? Its scar-removing effects were extraordinary. Why hadn't Oppos T used it? Could it be that so little remained in the world? Was the bottle he had given her last time his only one? Sheng Yuhua felt a mix of emotions. She couldn't fathom Han Wang's intentions. Her master had disappeared, and the bomb was dwindling. Perhaps she could. Princess? Noticing Sheng Yuhua staring intently at Han Wang's waist, Lung Mo called out. The prince detested women lusting after him, and he didn't want anything to happen to Sheng Yuhua, the only one who could save the prince. Yuhua is merely lamenting his highness's hardships. Sheng Yuhua smiled faintly, retrieving the newly acquired life. ING needles from her sleeve and spreading out the needle case. Princess, what are these? Silver needles? Seeing the dense, dark needles, Lung Mo and Amp, Oppos, as scalp tingled. Were these silver needles? They were unlike any he had ever seen. Your Highness, do not fear. Not all will be inserted. Sheng Yuhua kindly explained, afraid Han Wang might be frightened. She approached the soft couch, raised her slender hand, and reached out. Princess, what are you doing? Seeing Sheng Yuhua about to touch Han Wang, Lung Mo hastily stepped forward to stop her. Before applying the needles, I must first assess His Highness's condition, mustn't I? Sheng Yuhua suddenly found Han Wang's subordinate rather loquacious. Lung Mo, silence. Han Wang's displeased voice successfully made Lung Mo retreat 2 steps. The cold, small hand landed on his waist, and Han Wang's eyes narrowed. Sheng Yuhua pressed a few acupoints, and with a single motion, over a dozen silver needles flew out. Before Lung Mo could even react, the needles had entered the body. Sheng Yuhua struck 3 times, inserting a total of 52 needles. This technique, this speed, was truly unprecedented. They had seen various imperial physicians and divine doctors, but none had ever inserted so many needles at once. However, seeing Sheng Yuhua's pale face and the cold sweat on her forehead, they knew that this type of acupuncture must be extremely taxing. The room fell silent, no one saying a word. Continue tomorrow. After a long while, Sheng Yuhua took Han Wang's hand. Lung Mo's pupils trembled violently, and he opened his mouth to remind Sheng Yuhua to be careful, only to meet the prince in Oppos, as dark eyes. Lung Mo hastily shut his mouth, lowered his head, and focused on his own business. Acceptable. Sheng Yuhua withdrew her hand, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Han Wang and Amp, Oppos, as condition was more severe than she had thought. It seemed that the century-old celestial herb would have to be used after all. Both prescriptions were necessary. Sheng Yuhua turned to Lung Mo. Pen and paper. Gather these as quickly as possible. Another long list of medicinal ingredients. Han Wang had already risen and dressed. Having just finished the acupuncture, his face was slightly pale. Miss Sheng has exerted herself. He had broken out in a sweat during the acupuncture, but his body felt lighter than ever before, especially his leg, which had been subtly painful, now felt no pain at all. How many years had it been since his body felt so light? This Miss Sheng was quite something. Han Wang frowned. Actually, one of Sheng Yuhua's statements was correct. Regardless of how she knew medicine, what mattered was the result. Your Highness, your body is somewhat frail. Find the second prescription as soon as possible. It is for regulating the body. Sheng Yuhua admired this man. An average person poisoned like this would probably not survive for more than a few days. How had he managed to endure for so many years? Miss Sheng, rest assured, your dowry will be returned to you in full. Han Wang promised. This is the list of my mother's dowry. I trust your Highness will see to it. Sheng Yuhua handed Han Wang the list she had found yesterday, along with the one the Shangshu Manor had given her. It wasn't that she lacked the money, but she didn't want to let others profit from what her mother had left her. Han Wang took it, his cold eyes sweeping over it, and scoffed. This Sheng Yicheng is truly. Sheng Yuhua's lips curled up. Yes, wasn't my father's greed rather unsightly? Your Highness, while the rest of the dowry is easily addressed, these 4 medicinal ingredients are extremely important to you and must be obtained. This woman. Han Wang scoffed. Even now, she was testing him. If he didn't help her recover the dowry, she wouldn't give him the medicinal ingredients. How cunning. However, the medicinal ingredients on the dowry list were indeed difficult to find. Han Wang instructed, investigate her maternal family, especially her mother. Yu Xiaoran was also an extraordinary person, but unfortunately, she died young. Back then, some said that Yu Xiaoran hadn't died at all, but how could a living person completely disappear without dying? Unless she changed her name. It seemed absurd to Han Wang that the woman of a mere Shangshu could hide all traces of herself. For Han Wang, The Shangshu manor had always been insignificant, not even worth a glance, but now. Sheng Yuhua was his future princess consort, and her situation needed to be thoroughly understood for the sake of the antidote. Your Highness, wasn't Madame you said to have died long ago? The Shangshu manor and Amp, Appo's first wife died of a sudden illness. 2 years later, the current Yang Wanro took her place. However, Yang Wanro's family background is now quite good. What is heard is not necessarily true. Sheng Yuhua and Amp, Appo's relationship with the people of the Shangshu manor was not very good. These two medicinal ingredients were certainly not for the people of the Shangshu manor. Then, who were they for? Having left the gates of the Han Wang residence, Sheng Yuhua slowly went to the tea house to find Xiao Shuang. Although Sheng Yuhua had said she was fine, the little maid was still worried and had been paying attention to the Han Wang residence. She hadn't an Amp, Appo's. He expected the two wolfhounds to actually eat candy hawthorns. Xiao Shuang was shocked, her mouth agape, and she waited until her mistress returned. She eagerly grabbed Sheng Yuhua's arm, looking her up and down repeatedly, making sure she was unharmed, with no missing limbs or flesh and no injuries. Only then did the little maid feel relieved. Xiao Shuang patted her chest nervously, muttering, "Thank goodness, Mrs. All right. You scared this servant to death." Seeing the little maid and Appo's anxious appearance, Sheng Yuhua smiled helplessly. "Didn't and Appo's I tell you that I had everything under control? When has your miss ever done something she wasn't an Amp, Appo's sure of?" Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes. "Doesn't an Amp, Appo's miss feel guilty saying that? Which of the things you've done these past few days have you been sure of? Yesterday, you refused to complete the wedding ceremony. In this servant's opinion, although M.O. Wang is a bit reckless, the Han Wang residence is too terrifying with just those two wolfhounds. This Han Wang residence is not as good as the M.O. Wang residence. If she didn't and Appo's have the memories of her previous life, she would have thought so too." The mistress and maid returned to the manor and were surprised to find Yang Wanro's people waiting at the gate. Sheng Yuhua smiled inwardly. Would Yang Wanro miss her? Probably just had something she wanted her to do again, right? But what surprised her was that, given Yang Wanro and Amp, Appo's concern for Sheng Yu Jiao, Shun and Amp, Appo's she be at Sheng Yu Jiao and Amp, Appo's bedside right now? Or had Sheng Yu Jiao already woken up and was out of danger? Upon entering the Ling Ziyuan, an aura of tranquility enveloped the space. Sheng Yuhua, with a calm demeanor, stepped inside. Immediately, Yang Wanru, who had been vigilantly stationed by the bedside, approached with fervor, grasping Sheng Yuhua and Appo's wrist with an expression rife with urgency. "Hua and Appo, sir. I heard you went shopping?" Sheng Yuhua nodded, observing Yang Wanru and Amp, Appo's face, which had returned to a semblance of normalcy. The woman indeed possessed remarkable resilience, recovering so swiftly. "Hua and Amp, Appo's, I heard a celestial herb has emerged outside. Were you present at the scene? Is it true that the celestial herb is a century old?" Sheng Yuhua understood Yang Wanro's intentions. Although she had been present, the herb had not been procured by her. She lacked the financial means. "I haven't an Appo's seen it myself. I an Amp, Appo's only heard that it is exceedingly rare." Sheng Yuhua smiled lightly and sighed. At that time, Miss Li and concubine Lin were in contention, unwilling to yield to one another, until the M.O. Wang intervened and acquired it at a lofty price. This concubine Lin is indeed the apple of M.O. Wang and Amp, Appo's eye. For her sister's sake, he has spared no expense. Aunt Ro, fortunately, I called off the engagement yesterday. Otherwise, I would have been relegated to the status of a neglected wife. Sheng Yuhua and Appo's expression turned fearful, while Yang Wanru offered a forced smile. Hadn't an Appo's Jiao mentioned that Sheng Yuhua was living in neglect? Did she intend to imply that? Yang Wanru felt an unsettling change in Sheng Yuhua, who had always been obedient to her. After Yu Shaoren and Appo's departure, she had treated Sheng Yuhua with extraordinary kindness, even surpassing her affection for her own child. Although Sheng Yuhua did not address her as an Appo's mother and Appo's, she had previously shown her considerable respect. "My dear Hua and Appo's, Aunt Ro knows you are a sensible child. Seeing your sister in such a state must weigh heavily on your heart. No, I'm not distressed. Not at all. Shang Yuhua silently reassured herself, maintaining her serene smile. Indeed, Aunt Ro, I am anxious, but I am not a physician, and my concern cannot aid my elder sister. Juan Apos. The doctor has stated that due to your elder sister and Apos' frail condition, many medicines are unsuitable for her. If only we could procure the finest celestial herb, she might recover swiftly. Yang Wanru intentionally paused, hoping Sheng Yuhua would take the bait, but alas, Sheng Yuhua remained silent, akin to a mute. Yang Wanru internally cursed but maintained a gentle facade. In truth, I do not expect your elder sister to recover immediately. I merely wish for her to escape danger and find peace of mind. Yuhua, after all these years, you share a deep bond with Mo Wang. If you were to ask him for the celestial herb, he would surely not refuse. Years of shared affection? Sheng Yuhua almost laughed. If their bond were truly strong, would he have humiliated her publicly during their betrothal? Aunt Ro, although we are in our own residence and gossip may be scarce, it is prudent to refrain from indiscreet remarks. I am now the princess of the Cold King and shall wed next month. What if someone overhears your words? They might think I am fickle in love. Now that she was the Cold King's fiancée, it was imperative for her to sever ties with other men. Therefore, Aunt Ro, I regret to inform you that for the sake of the Shangs and Apos' reputation, I can no longer maintain contact with Mo Wang. Unfilial daughter. A thunderous roar echoed as Shang Yicheng stormed in, fury radiating from him as his large hand swung toward Sheng Yuhua. Standing aside, she deftly evaded the blow, inadvertently pushing Yang Wanru into the path of his hand. Yang Wanru, caught unawares, occupied the very spot Sheng Yuhua had just vacated. With a look of trepidation, Sheng Yuhua remarked, Aunt Ro, father seems rather fierce. The sound of the slap rang out, sharper than any before. He strikes an unfilial daughter. Perhaps this is somewhat unjust. Yang Wanru pondered. What has she done to deserve this? 3 days of slaps, all stemming from one individual. As she gingerly touched her stinging cheek, Yang Wanru questioned whether her recent misfortunes were due to neglecting to consult the calendar. Shang Yicheng, equally astonished, realized he had inadvertently slapped Yang Wanru twice. Yet, as the minister, he felt justified. He could not be at fault, for the blame lay solely with others. Unfilial daughter, how dare you evade? Shang Yicheng prepared to strike again, but Yang Wanru, frightened, stepped forward to grasp his wrist, her voice tinged with desperation. My lord, please. I understand your anger towards Sheng Yuhua, but I have borne the brunt of 2 of those slaps. Ro and Apos, I apologize. I did not anticipate that this unfilial daughter would dare to evade. Shang Yicheng's expression softened slightly. My lord, Huar is still young. Do not let your ire consume you. Still young? She is on the brink of marriage. Jiao Jiao has treated her well. She is merely an ungrateful wolf cub, unwilling to assist Jiao Jiao despite it being a matter of a simple word. Mo Wang may appear gentle, yet he is not one to be trifled with. If circumstances allowed, I would inquire of him directly. However, Shang Yuchen possessed enough self-awareness to realize that such an approach would be futile. As a minister, he held little weight before princes or kings. My lord, your assertion is misguided. How can you say I have not aided my elder sister? Sheng Yuhua smiled nonchalantly, exhaling softly. Yesterday, during the betrothal, did you not see who holds Mo Wang's affections? Was it I? Would you believe my words if I spoke them? Shang Yicheng felt a pang of guilt. The events of the previous day had been clear to all. The celestial herb had been intended for Lin Shirin's sister, and it was likely already delivered to the Lin household. Did he truly believe that Mo Wang would retrieve it for her, an unappreciative woman? Furthermore, it was common knowledge that Lin Yuan's health was compromised. Having acquired the herb, would she easily relinquish it? You unfilial daughter. How do you know unless you attempt? Shang Yicheng pressed. Yesterday, Mo Wang may have had regrets. He still harbors feelings for you. I would be too ashamed to approach him. Sheng Yuhua gazed at the two, exasperated. Moreover, I have received an imperial decree for my marriage to the Cold King. I must prepare for my wedding. Should the Cold King discover that his betrothed is still entangled with his nephew, could you withstand the wrath of the Cold King's household? By the way, father, Aunt Ro, I shall visit the cold king and amp, Oppo's, residence today, where I shall harmoniously coexist with two majestic mastiffs. The cold king and amp, Oppo's, household has prepared the betrothal gifts, which are likely to arrive tomorrow. Sheng Yuhua and amp, Oppo's, demeanor was sweetly compliant, yet Yang Wanru found it painfully glaring. Meanwhile, Shan Yiqing and amp, Oppo's, heart sank at her words, and he pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, "Unfilial daughter, have you ever seen a daughter visit her future husband's home before the wedding?" Shan Yiqing had not anticipated such a transformation in his second daughter. Once timid and meek, she now possessed a sharp tongue, a stark contrast to her former self. "I do not wish to, but the prince has instructed that I must coexist peacefully. How can I do that without visiting?" Sheng Yuhua shrugged, her smile unwavering, for she had already become the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. What did she have to fear? The opinions of others meant little to her. Her only concern was her own well-being. "You, Sheng Yuhua, have you resolved not to marry Emma Wang?" Shan Yiqing and amp, Oppo's, anger surged, wishing nothing more than to silence her permanently. "You may approach the emperor or the cold king. If they are willing, I shall comply," she retorted. "The cold king relies on his own means to dispel toxins. Besides, who knows what promises Emma Wang has made to you to persuade you so fervently?" With nothing further to say, she felt utterly exhausted. As for who ultimately acquired the celestial herb, that was a matter of their abilities. However, she was committed to fulfilling her promise to the cold king swiftly. Nyun would not have to wait long for the Tianji grass. If she truly used it, it would be a considerable loss. No, she needed to go out once more. The gatekeeper, upon seeing Sh. preparing to leave again, felt a surge of suspicion, yet as a servant, he found it inappropriate to inquire into the matters of his superiors. "Miss Sh. is there something amiss with the medicinal herbs?" Upon returning to the Baikayatang, she noted that the shop was nearly deserted at this hour. However, the impression she had left on the staff was indelible. Having previously purchased a substantial quantity of herbs along with an unwanted set of silver needles, they regarded her as a rather gullible young lady. Upon her return, he felt a flicker of concern. Could it be that she regretted her purchase of those silver needles? No, just prepare another batch according to the original prescription and send it to the Han Wangfu. By the way, do you have any Tianji grass that is slightly older? It doesn't need to be much, just something from the last decade or two. Upon hearing that she was not returning the silver needles, the attendant felt relieved. "Miss, certainly. Unfortunately, we do not have any from 20 years ago at the moment, but we do have a specimen that is over a decade old. Would you like to see it?" The century-old Tianji grass is a treasure, while one that is merely a decade old holds little value. Waihu nodded, and the attendant hurriedly retrieved the Tianji grass. After examining it closely, she found its quality to be quite satisfactory. In her previous life, her companion, Xiaoye, had suffered from poor health, prompting her to seek out various potent medicines, which led her to gain substantial knowledge about medicinal herbs. Once, she had encountered an eccentric individual skilled in altering the apparent age of herbs, a technique so masterful that it could easily deceive the untrained eye. She had taken the time to learn this skill, not for deceitful purposes, but to facilitate future endeavors concerning the true age of medicinal materials. Little did she know that now, in this life, she would finally put it to use. "How much silver will this cost?" "Miss, considering how many herbs you have purchased from our shop, you are quite the esteemed customer. We will charge you 50 taels of silver." This price was reasonable, as the Tianji grass itself was only 8 taels. "Very well, I will take the Tianji grass, and please deliver the rest to the Han Wangfu." As evening descended, it was inconvenient for her to visit, yet she trusted that the staff at the Han Wangfu would handle the herbs with care. Upon returning with the Tianji grass, she found herself undisturbed for the night. Waihu contemplated how to manage the herbs, noting the absence of a small apothecary in her courtyard, making any preparations quite cumbersome. Should she construct a small apothecary? Perhaps not. She would soon be marrying into the Han Wangfu. When awoke, she felt as if her body had been utterly dismantled, every part of her aching, her complexion pale, and even speaking sent sharp pains through her chest. She attempted to utter a word, but was overtaken by a violent cough, which exacerbated her discomfort. Recalling the moment of her injury, she harbored an intense resentment towards Sh-Ing-Wai-Hu. Why was it that Sh-Ing-Wai-Hu could approach the Han Wang without consequence while she had been cast aside? Her own status was not significantly inferior to that of Sh-Ing-Wai-Hu. Were these men blind? Both the Mo Wang and the Han Wang seemed to be. Jiao Jiao. Please do not become agitated, young Wanru urged gently. Sh-Ing-Ing observed his eldest daughter and Appo's state with discontent, feeling that the Han Wang was being excessively cruel. Did he believe himself still the same prince as before? A mere cripple, poisoned and destined to perish, yet he remained so arrogant. Not a shred of respect was afforded. Jiao Jiao, focus on your recovery and refrain from overthinking. Sh-Ing added in comfort. Sh-Ing opened her mouth, intending to respond, but the effort was too great. Master, madam, there is a young servant outside who claims to bring good medicine. While they consoled their daughter, a maid hurried in to deliver the news. Good medicine? Who sent it? Quickly, invite him in. Sh-Ing exclaimed, rising with excitement. His daughter was not young anymore, and as discussions of marriage approached, he could not allow any lingering ailments. What if she were to develop a hidden malady? As the three awaited eagerly, a young servant clad in a simple blue tunic entered, respectfully presenting a small vial. This is a gift from my lord to the eldest daughter of the Sh-Ing family. He wishes for a swift recovery. Sh-Ing took the vial hastily, uncorking it to inhale its contents, though he was unversed in medicinal matters. Yang Wanru inquired, Might I ask which lord you serve? Is the Mo Wang? Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances as they recognized the servant. Though they had never encountered this young attendant before, the Mo Wang was a familiar name. Given the sensitivity of his current status, he is unable to visit personally, but he has assured that this medicine will help the eldest daughter regain her vitality swiftly. The young servant cast a glance at Sh-Ing on the bed, cautioning, Madam, Master Sh-Ing, you are likely aware of the Han Wang and Appo's temperament. It would be wise to advise the eldest daughter not to approach him again. The Han Wang is known for his volatile nature and may not always show restraint. Is this restraint? Sh-Ing thought to himself. Yet recalling the unfortunate fates of other women, he felt his daughter was extraordinarily fortunate. Once the servant departed, Yang Wanru hastily administered the medicine to Sh-Ing. The remedy proved effective. After taking it, her pallor lessened, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. Master, what shall we do if the Han Wang truly sends someone tomorrow to deliver the betrothal gifts? Yang Wanru expressed her concerns. Uncertain why the household was so insistent on marrying Sh-Ing to the Mo Wang, she understood there was something amiss. The previous day's marriage proposal had seemed like a farce, although the Han Wang consented and the emperor blessed the union. Public opinion was far from favorable regarding the Mo Wang and Appo's household. Yet the Han Wang and Appo's swift approach to deliver the betrothal gifts suggested something significant. Moreover, Sh-Ing and Appo's claim of enjoying the company of two fierce mastiffs felt incredulous. Yang Wanru looked at Sh-Ing, seeking his thoughts. Now, Sh-Ing shared her disquiet, his brow furrowed in agitation. Sh-Ing who can only marry the Mo Wang. Why? Yang Wanru was equally bewildered. In the past, it was due to the Imperial decree, but what about now? The following morning, several esteemed guests arrived at the minister and Appo's residence. Sh-Ing who had not anticipated the Han Wang's generosity. Among them was Lord Zhu Xngch, the chief of Jingzhou. Upon seeing him accompanied by 5 or 6 individuals, Yang Wanru was taken aback and quickly sent a message to the matriarch. Delivering a betrothal gift and yet inviting officials from Jingzhou, Yang Wanru sensed something was amiss. Greetings, Lao Tzu. I apologize for the trouble. Sh-Ing who greeted him politely. Lord Zhu did not underestimate Sh-Ing who. After all, she was favored by the Han Wang. Though they were not yet wed, the Han Wang and Appo's demeanor suggested she was indeed of significance to him. Throughout the years, when had the Han Wang ever regarded a woman with such attention? let alone offered assistance. Thus, when he learned that the Han Wang and Amp, Oppos, as people had sent them, he was eager to personally come and witness the occasion. Lord Zhu, this matter is trivial. There was no need for you to come in person, Yang Wanru said courteously. However, Lord Zhu did not even glance in her direction, addressing Sh Ingwaihu with respect. Your Highness, I am merely here to serve as a witness. This is Granny S., the head attendant to the Sh Hun Taifai, responsible for matters of the betrothal gifts and dowry. Upon hearing that an attendant from the Sh Hun Taifai was present, Yang Wanru and Amp, Oppos, heart sank. How unexpected that someone of such stature would also be involved. Had Sh Ingwaihu truly spoken casually about the Imperial decree yesterday? With the Emperor and Oppos' approval and the Han Wang and Oppos' consent, even an attendant of such significance was personally overseeing the arrangements. This was no trivial matter, and altering it would prove exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, Lord Zhu showed no respect towards her, which was quite intolerable. Your Highness, greetings. Here are the betrothal gifts prepared by the Han Wangfu. According to protocol, the list of betrothal gifts should have been reviewed by your parents. However, as the esteemed Minister Sheng is still attending the morning court, and your mother is absent, it falls upon you to oversee this matter. Granny Su offered a slight smile, her demeanor respectful yet tinged with aloofness. Thank you for your efforts, Granny Su. Sheng Yuhua replied with an indifferent expression, while Yang Wanru, listening nearby, nearly lost her composure. What was wrong with this Granny Su? She seemed to regard her with utter disdain. It was not yet time to conclude the morning court. If they truly wished to wait for Shang Yicheng, they would not have chosen this moment. Furthermore, Sheng Yuhua's mother had passed away long ago. She was the true mistress of the minister's residence. Yet this individual blatantly disregarded her. Yet, as a member of the Empress Dowager's faction, regardless of how they treated her, she could only force a smile. Sheng Yuhua glanced at the betrothal gifts, and indeed, the Cold Prince and Oppos' household was quite affluent, surpassing the previous gift from the Ink Prince by over threefold. It made sense. The Ink Prince had married two at once and lacked the funds for such extravagance. Your Highness, the betrothal gifts are in order. May I see your dowry list? Granny Su inquired. I mean no offense. It is simply that, without a mother to oversee matters, I possess some experience and can assist you in this regard. The mention of the dowry list caused Yang Wanru's face to pale. She quickly interjected, Granny Su, I will prepare the dowry list for Hua. There is no need for your assistance. What trouble would it be? Granny Su countered. Your Highness has only the Cold Prince as a son. Should you learn that he is finally to be wed, you would surely be overjoyed. Shengyang, do you have the dowry list for the princess? Seeing Granny Su and Oppos' insistence, Yang Wanru felt an alarm ringing in her heart, although she did not know why. At this point, however, she could not refuse. Reluctantly, she instructed the steward to bring it forth. Granny Su took it, glanced at it, and remarked, Your Highness, there seems to be an issue with your dowry. It is impossible for there to be an issue. Granny Su, Hua's dowry was meticulously prepared by me, totaling 100 sets, which is quite lavish by capital standards. Yang Wanru hurriedly asserted. Granny Su nodded, solemnly stating, 100 sets is indeed considerable. Yet the dowry list of the previous madam far exceeds yours in disparity. Lord Zhua, please assist in reviewing this. Does it not seem excessively lacking? Granny Su leisurely produced a list from her bosom and handed it to Lord Zhua along with the one in her hand. Lord Zhua accepted it, scrutinizing the two lists with a changing expression. He glanced at the two documents and then at the pale-faced Yang Wanru, sneering. Who would have thought that the illustrious minister's residence would actually skimp on the dowry of a legitimate daughter? This is truly a first for me. Lord, may I see the dowry list? The elder sister had passed away early, leaving no instructions regarding the list. Yang Wanru felt an intense hatred for you, Shaoran, in her heart. This despicable woman could not even rest in peace after death. After all these years, what was the point of producing a dowry list? She wished she could unearth Yu Shaoran's coffin and obliterate her remains. Are you implying that the list presented by this old servant is a forgery? Granny Su glared at her, her expression darkening. That is not my intent. It is merely that my sister and Amp, Oppos' departure was sudden, and discovering a dowry list now raises doubts. Very well. I shall return to the palace and inform Her Highness, hoping that the Minister's residence can provide an explanation. With that, Granny Sue departed, not waiting for young Wanru's objections. At this moment in Anfu Garden, upon hearing the news, the old matron fainted from anxiety. The housekeeper was terrified, sending for a doctor while also attempting to revive the old matron. After a struggle, she regained consciousness, her first words being, "Has anyone notified Sheng Yicheng?" A storm was brewing. Why was Sheng Yuhua proving so difficult to handle? "Oh, madam, I shall send someone immediately." The housekeeper looked anxiously at the old matron's pale visage, noting that she had fainted several times in recent days. The doctor had repeatedly warned her not to become agitated, and the housekeeper feared for her health. Years ago, the late madam had left behind a box of medicinal pills for the old matron's health, but sadly, the madam had departed too soon, and the pills were long gone. If only she were still here, the old matron's health would not have deteriorated so. However, the minister was likely still attending the morning court and would not return in time. Perhaps you should go and see her? Yang Wanru may not be able to handle this situation. Very well, assist me in going to see. I wish to know if this troublesome child is intent on driving her grandmother to her grave. If that is the case, would the royal family still desire her? Meanwhile, the inventory in the storehouse was nearing completion, and Zhuo Xingchang's expression had darkened several shades. He had encountered shameless families before, but none as brazen as the Sheng family. Your Highness, the disparity between the dowry left by your mother and the current one is far too great. I suggest we report this to the authorities. While it is customary for a woman to marry into her husband's family, the dowry is typically reserved for her children. Presently, Sheng Yuhua's dowry was barely 1/5 of what it should be. The estate had 20 shops, yet only 4 remained, and their locations were quite unfavorable. Additionally, 11 estates were missing. As for other items, I have marked them accordingly for your review, Your Highness. Sheng Yuhua took the list, glancing over it and finding it aligned with her expectations. In her previous life, such matters had been left unresolved, but this time, she would not allow herself to be deceived. Ro-yi, do you see anything amiss? Sheng Yuhua handed the list to Yang Wanru. What, her? Sharon has been gone for many years. When she left, she did not mention leaving behind a dowry list. How can you prove this is her dowry list? The old matron rushed over just in time to hear Zhuo Xingchang's words and felt a chill run down her spine. If they could not prove the list to be false, the minister's residence would gain an unsavory reputation. This is simple. We can check the government records. Unfortunately, the records were lost in a fire in the storeroom several years ago. How fortunate that fire was at the time. I even ate an extra bowl of rice because of it. Then we shall authenticate the handwriting. There must be samples of my mother's writing in the residence. Yicheng and Shaoran shared a close bond. After her passing, he was heartbroken, and I feared he would be reminded of her, so I burned all her belongings. The old matron replied without a second thought. How admirable that father and mother's affection was so profound. First, a daughter older than I, and in less than 2 years after my mother's death, he married again. Such feelings are truly commendable. The deceased are gone, and the living must continue to live. The vast minister's residence requires management. We cannot allow it to languish simply because your mother has passed. It is Ro-Yi's fault. She should not have been so emotional. Yang Wanru began to cry pitifully, and the old matron, witnessing her sorrowful demeanor, sighed. You did not intend to, and I saw how you handled matters gracefully and dealt with affairs adeptly, which is why I elevated you to the position of wife. However, 100 sets of dowry is already quite commendable. Regardless of whether Shaoran had a dowry or its quantity, your grandmother will never neglect you. The old matron spoke earnestly, casting a meaningful glance at Sheng Yuhua, signaling her to cease. Yet Sheng Yuhua remained perplexed, staring at the old matron. Grandmother, has everything belonging to my mother been taken away? It appears my father truly cared for her, cared so much that he left not a trace behind. The old matron felt increasingly awkward, yet unwilling to show signs of weakness. She could only hold her ground. Your grandmother fears your father's sorrow. How unfortunate. I happen to possess a book that contains my mother's handwriting. Indeed, I recall that there were traces of my mother's handwriting outside as well. In her youth, she had close friends in the capital, and she remembers them vividly. Later, When she regained consciousness, she sought one of them out. "Do you truly mean it?" The elderly lady fixed her gaze firmly on Sheng Yuhua, studying her face, which bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ran and Amp. Amp, Oppos, S. Her eyes filled with inscrutable emotions. This foolish girl. When did she become so astute, conducting herself with such meticulousness? "Xiaoshuang, please fetch the Book of Songs from beneath my pillow." The mention of the Book of Songs under her pillow left everyone feeling embarrassed. Alas, my mother left me little, and I must hold on to some remnant of her. I keep the book she gifted me under my pillow, as it often feels as though she is by my side. That sentiment is rather peculiar. Lordswood chuckled lightly and instructed, "Since we have handwriting, let us summon Elder Lu. He was once the Imperial tutor, with his authentication. No one will dare to dispute it." Yang Wanru broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if this were true, not only would they have to make amends, but the prestige of the Ministry of Personnel would also be tarnished. She quietly approached the elderly lady, whispering, "Mother, what shall we do now?" The elderly lady's eyes darted anxiously. With Sheng Yicheng yet to return, the two women could not impede Lord Zhui's validation. Unless suddenly, her eyes fluttered shut, and she toppled backward. Yang Wanru, quick on her feet, supported her, preventing her from making contact with the ground. In terror, she exclaimed, "Mother, mother, what is wrong with you?" Having shouted, she glanced up at Sheng Yuhua with urgency, saying, "Your grandmother has fainted again. She has lost consciousness several times these past few days due to your matters." Was she still trying to undermine her in front of so many? What wicked deeds had this Aunt Ro committed that she could not maintain her composure? Surely there were physicians in the manor. They should consult a doctor. Given her grandmother's age, she ought not to fret over such trivialities. "Aunt Ro, you are quite incompetent in managing this," she continued. "However, I still have faith in Lord Zhua. Please take grandmother back to rest. Once a conclusion is reached, Lord Zhua will send for you." This wretched woman, Yang Wanru, longed to tear Sheng Yuhua apart. The elderly lady's fainting was merely to halt Sheng Yuhua's progress. Yet this rebellious daughter was unwilling to relent. Was she determined to bring disgrace upon the Ministry of Personnel? Your grandmother has always cherished you. Look at her now. Yang Wanru could not directly intervene, so she sought to dismiss Sheng Yuhua instead. "Has grandmother truly favored me? I was completely unaware. However, since Aunt Ro has said so, it would be remiss of me not to stay by grandmother's side." Upon hearing that Sheng Yuhua had finally changed her mind, Yang Wanru took a deep breath. Have I not bested you yet?" But before she could revel in her triumph, Sheng Yuhua had already stated, "Lord Zhua, I place my trust in you. One matter cannot be managed by two masters. I shall leave the authentication to you. Once a result is obtained, I kindly ask you to notify me." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady truly fainted again, and Yang Wanru nearly spat blood. Yet she had to maintain a smile. Observing the two of them, Sheng Yuhua secretly chuckled. "We are merely at the beginning. The best is yet to come." When Sheng Yicheng returned, everything had already settled. Lord Zhua presented a list of discrepancies and inquired how the Ministry of Personnel intended to resolve the matter. Would he like to file a report with the authorities? Sheng Yicheng dared not file a report, simply stating that it was all Yang Wanru's doing and that she had misremembered due to the lengthy duration. Everyone understood the underlying implications, yet no one dared to voice them. With the wedding of the Cold King approaching in just a few days, the dowry must be supplemented before the ceremony. Sheng Yicheng promised to rectify it all within half a month, yet he implored Lord Zhua not to publicize the matter. He still cared for his reputation and did not wish for the capital to know he had treated his first wife's legitimate daughter poorly. If word got out, who would dare to seek him out for marriage in the future? Sheng Yuhua felt satisfied, yet the elderly lady's gaze upon her was tinged with malice, as if she wished to consume her whole. Nevertheless, Sheng Yuhua was unafraid. With the Cold King as her backing, the Sheng family dared not act against her. "Huaya, must you create such discord in the manor?" The elderly lady sighed deeply, her visage one of defeat. She raised a trembling hand and pointed towards her bed, instructing, "Bring me that chest." The servant, unable to bear the sight, bent down to retrieve a dark red, intricately carved chest, secured with a lock. The elderly lady produced a key she always carried, sighing, The Ministry of Personnel is vast and prosperous, yet your father's monthly salary hardly suffices for our sustenance. This is all I have accumulated over half a lifetime. As the chest opened, it revealed an abundance of jewels and several property deeds. The elderly lady rifled through its contents, her expression one of reluctance. She withdrew a few items, caressing them as if lost in memories. After a long while, she set them down and sighed. All these are for you, as a means of compensating for the dowry owed. Yuhua, considering your grandmother's advanced age, shall we consider this matter settled? Ah, is she attempting to play the emotional card? Sheng Yuhua cast a cursory glance at the items, acknowledging their quantity but deeming them of little value. Did she truly believe this would suffice to placate her? While she appreciated her grandmother and Appo's goodwill, the matter had been entrusted to Lord Zhua, and, as a granddaughter, she could not arbitrarily retract it. Seeing that her grandmother appeared to have recovered, Sheng Yuhua decided to take her leave. Ping Ping and Nen were waiting for her, and she wished to check on them. After all, having married, they would need to live together. This wretched girl, the elderly lady wished she could strike Sheng Yuhua down. Watching her leave with unprecedented speed, the elderly lady and Appo's eyes darkened. Yang Wanru shared the sentiment. As the dowry deficit was no trivial matter, she could only hope her husband would devise an alternative solution. Upon returning to the cold King and Appo's residence, Sheng Yuhua found herself alone. The two little maids dared not enter, and she could not yet ensure that the two Tibetan mastiffs would behave. Upon her arrival, Ping Ping and Nen greeted her with exuberance, wagging their tails in excitement. Sheng Yuhua once again purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, delighting the two mastiffs, who devoured them with zeal, leaving passers-by astonished. It was their first encounter witnessing dogs consuming candied hawthorn, and especially such formidable Tibetan mastiffs at that. Such ferocity, yet they feast on sweets. Should they not be more discerning? The front of the cold King's residence had once been a place few dared to tread. Yet recent events surrounding the cold King and Appo's betrothal had drawn a few curious onlookers, who now lingered at a distance, peering toward the residence. After the mastiffs had finished their treats, Sheng Yuhua strolled away nonchalantly, the two beasts trailing her like devoted guards. Master, this is the only drawback of male dogs, Lung Mo commented, feeling that their affection for Sheng Yuhua stemmed solely from her gender. Every creature has an appreciation for beauty, the cold king replied, casting a disapproving glance at Lung Mo regarding the dowry. Your Highness must support the princess consort. If word spreads, Iasin, Lung, Hexen, following her, the cold king interjected. I have stated before, as long as she remains alive, that is sufficient. His gaze was calm, yet his voice carried a note of gravity. My realm has never been a tranquil one. Even a nominal princess consort cannot be too frail. I have no desire to marry only to lose my wife shortly thereafter. Lung Mo's expression darkened. The king had once been pursued and had suffered from a rare poison. After years of investigation, the mastermind behind the attacks remained elusive. While others perceived the king as leisurely and unoccupied, he had faced countless assassination attempts over the years. With the addition of a princess consort, could her life truly be secure? Your Highness, the princess consort has gone to the pharmacy again. This time, Sheng Yuhua did not require assistance. She headed directly to the pharmacy to process the medicinal herbs she had acquired, particularly the tianji grass. When Lu Bo arrived to report, the cold king merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. This time, Sheng Yuhua stayed longer, emerging only when the sky had darkened significantly. Princess, would you like to dine? Lu Bo, having heard of Sheng Yuhua's departure, personally came to inquire, for the kitchen had long prepared the meal and kept it warm. No, where's the prince? It was getting late, and she wished to return promptly. The prince is in the dining hall. Sheng Yuhua thought to herself, at this hour, the prince has yet to finish his meal? It seems I must join him, as it is essential to nurture the bond with one's ally. Then I shall go and see, she decided, aware that she needed to administer acupuncture today. Yet, it appeared that the cold prince had a particular fondness for the dining hall. Suddenly changing her mind, Sheng Yuhua maintained a calm demeanor, feeling no embarrassment. The steward smiled quietly, saying nothing as he led her there. However, upon arrival, she realized her assumptions were unfounded. The cold prince had already finished dining and was leisurely sipping tea. "Have you completed your task?" he asked coldly, not even glancing up at her. "Yes. This is the Tianji grass. Perhaps you could have someone examine it." She had not wasted the entire afternoon. A seasoned physician might find it questionable, while an ordinary doctor would be unable to discern its significance. Sheng Yuhua reminded him, observing as the cold prince examined the Tianji grass. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled, remarking, "Miss Sheng, your skills are commendable." Did this constitute a compliment? She sensed it did not. Yet she had no desire to engage in any form of deception. Only this once. It was both a promise and a guarantee. The cold prince set down the Tianji grass and closed the lid, suddenly inquiring, "Have you decided on the matter of your dowry?" It had already been submitted to the Jingzhou Yin, but it had yet to be filed. Sheng Yuhua could still withdraw it. However, if it were recorded, the minister's residence would suffer great humiliation, rendering her maternal family nearly useless in the future. "Yes, thank you for your assistance, my lord." To have Lords Wickham was indeed a significant favor to her. "You have mentioned it. You are my woman, and naturally, I must protect you." The cold prince lifted a white jade cup, taking a delicate sip. As the cup swayed, Sheng Yuhua caught a faint aroma of wine. Alcohol could accelerate the spread of toxins. It would be wise for the prince to drink sparingly. She frowned, displeased. The cold prince seemed to neglect his health, nearly poisoned. Yet he still indulged in wine. "Mind your own business." He had spoken so, and Sheng Yuhua refrained from further admonition. Life was one's own to cherish. If he did not value it, whom could he rely upon? She produced her needle pouch, and the cold prince removed his outer robe, lying down. The familiar procedures unfolded. Yet in the end, she retrieved 5 or 6 small bottles from her sleeve, each containing medicinal properties, with hopes that the prince would not require them. After bowing in farewell, she realized the night had deepened, and she needed to return quickly. As she glanced back at the slender figure departing, the cold prince lifted a nearby small bottle, his lips curling in disdain. Such trifles, meant for children's games, would they truly serve any purpose for him? Little did he know, these seemingly insignificant items would soon save his life. Exiting the cold prince's residence with an empty stomach, she was accompanied by 2 large hounds, who affectionately brushed against her legs. In her past life, she had never interacted with such majestic mastiffs. Could it be that she now possessed an affinity for animals? She playfully patted their heads, reluctant to leave. Even from a distance, she could see the imposing figures of the 2 mastiffs at the entrance of the cold prince's estate. How she longed to have one for herself. These creatures were loyal and fierce, far more effective than any maid or bodyguard. Not wishing to linger at the estate, Sheng Yuhua decided to stroll through the streets. It had been ages since she last roamed freely, and the bustling scene before her felt like a distant memory. "Miss Sheng?" A voice filled with surprise broke her reverie. Turning, she smiled at the newcomer. "Miss Li, what a coincidence. They had just met yesterday, though they had not exchanged words then. Shall we find a place to sit?" Li Meifeng warmly invited her, and Sheng Yuhua nodded, following her into the nearest tea house. Although she was not well acquainted with Li Meifeng, her curiosity piqued at why the latter sought her out. To her surprise, Li Meifeng merely wished to vent her frustrations. "May I call you Yuhua?" Li Meifeng, naturally outgoing, did not wait for a response before taking a sip of her tea and lamenting, "I had always heard how remarkable the Lin family daughters were, virtuous and talented. Yesterday, I truly witnessed it. Can you imagine my regret? Upon realizing it was a century-old Tianji grass, I examined it closely, considering its value of 500 taels. I should have taken more care. But in that brief moment of hesitation, they arrived. Yuhua, how could they be so arrogant? Our family possesses 1,000 taels as well." Li Meifeng's eyes reddened as she spoke, her nose growing sour, yet she restrained her tears. "I do not wish to be an orphan." She was on the verge of a marriage proposal, and if her mother were to pass, who would advocate for her? "Yuhua, do you think I can find another Tianji grass?" "Miss Li, the Tianji grass is merely an ingredient. It is not a cure-all. Perhaps your mother does not require it?" "But the doctor said she does," Li Meifeng bitterly replied. "It is a pity that the divine Dr. Xuan has been missing for so long, otherwise." "Xue Yuan." Sheng Yuhua and Amp, Appo's gaze dimmed. Indeed, It had been a long time since she had heard of him, and she too wished to know his whereabouts. Alas, I have spoken too much. Yuhua, those Lin's sisters are exceedingly arrogant. While many say you are ungrateful for breaking off your engagement, I believe you have acted wisely. How could the Mo prince compare to the cold prince? It is unfortunate that the cold prince The cold prince is quite admirable. Sheng Yuhua replied with a nonchalant smile. If all went smoothly, he would fully recover by next year at the latest. Then he would still be the revered god of war, feared by all. Indeed, the cold prince is quite admirable. Li Meifeng's expression was sincere. Sheng Yuhua smiled. This person was not so bad. They shared a mutual disdain for the Lin sisters, perhaps a bond formed through shared grievances. How is her mother's health? What symptoms does she exhibit? There are doctors in the cold prince and Oppo's residence. I can inquire on your behalf. Sheng Yuhua and Oppo's eyes sparkled. If she remembered correctly, Li Meifeng and Oppo's mother was Princess Wan Ning, a close friend of her own mother. However, after her mother's passing, they had lost contact. Initially, many doctors were consulted regarding my mother's illness. Even the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Department evaluated her, yet none could discern the cause. Li Meifeng expressed her concerns, whispering, "My brother is already 10 years old. Since his birth, my mother has never had a clean period." Such a statement was certainly something Princess Wan Ning would never reveal to her daughter. Li Meifeng had merely heard it from the attending physician. All this time, and she has not been well? That is rather unusual. Could the imperial physicians truly find no solution? Sheng Yuhua raised her brows in surprise. This was indeed strange. If possible, she would like to personally examine Princess Wan Ning. She recalled that in her previous life, Princess Wan Ning had passed away that winter. When her mother returned, she had mourned for several days. Now, with her medical skills vastly improved, she must seek an opportunity to take the pulse and perhaps save her life. If Princess Wan Ning were to recover, when her mother eventually awoke, she would not grieve for so long, would she? In Linhua Palace, several palace servants knelt tremblingly on the ground, not daring to utter a single word. Clad in a vermilion silk gown embroidered with longevity symbols and floral motifs, the woman fixed a piercing gaze upon the kneeling figure before her, enunciating each word with deliberate force. "Where is that disobedient son of mine?" "Your Highness, the prince." "Fetch him here at once." The woman, remarkably well-preserved and appearing no older than 30, possessed a captivating beauty. She reclined against the bed, her eyes radiating an icy chill. "Royal Mother." Before the kneeling servant could depart, a tall, slender figure strode into the room with haste. So you still acknowledge me as your mother?" Fei cast a look of barely concealed anger towards the prince, who sighed and said, "Royal Mother, I was mistaken." With a wave of his hand, the prince dismissed the attendants, who scurried out of the room with caution, ensuring the door was closed behind them. In an instant, only the mother and son remained. "What did you err?" "I believe she was entirely under my control, never anticipating her sudden change of heart." Never anticipated?" Fei scoffed, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. "I advised you to proceed with the marriage in an orderly fashion. To first wed her and win her favor. Afterward, you could marry whomever you pleased but you." She paused, taking a deep breath. "Do not forget the promise you made to me." A shadow crossed the prince's face. How could he forget? Almost every time he met with his mother, she would urge him to secure Hu as his bride. He couldn't and Oppo's fathom what made the daughter of a mere minister so significant. "Royal Mother, she is now unwilling to marry me, and the emperor has bestowed a marriage upon her and that ominous star. Disregard the matter of the imperial decree. As long as Hu consents, I will persuade your father." But the prince began to protest. But Fei cut him off with a wave of her hand. The NGSH family's daughter's status is inconsequential. It is her maternal family power we seek. Maternal family? But the wife family fort disappeared long ago. Didn't it Oppo's disappear, did they? Do you truly believe that? My son, I assure you that if you can secure the genuine allegiance of the Y family fort, no one will dare to challenge your claim to the throne. Fei and Oppo's words struck the prince with astonishment. Was the Y family fort truly that formidable? He knew his mother had always wanted him to marry Sh-Ng-Y-Hu, claiming it would benefit him in the future, but he had never realized the extent of its importance in her eyes. Remember, you must never resort to force with her. You must win her genuine devotion. S.H. Fei emphasized, and the prince nodded hastily. However, he was troubled by Sh-Ng-Y-Hu's current attitude toward him. Gaining her genuine devotion now seemed like a daunting task. Perhaps winning her over in bed would be enough to gain her true heart, right? The prince and Apos' eyes glinted with a newfound resolve. Royal Mother, is your leg feeling any better? The prince inquired with concern. The imperial physician said, I must remain bedridden for some time. Then, Royal Mother, you must take care of yourself. The prince offered his heartfelt advice. Your Highness, your mother remains the most important person in your heart, said the nanny, Du, as she entered after the prince and Apos' departure, offering words of comfort. What good is filial piety if he disobeys me? S.H. Fei pouted, a look of regret on her face. I should not have been so soft-hearted back then. Your Highness is only acting in the prince and Apos' best interests. He will come to understand your good intentions, Du said, seeing that S.H. Fei was in low spirits. I know he does not care for Sh-Ng-Y-Hu. S.H. Fei lowered her head, aware of many things but unable to reveal certain hidden truths. I relented, allowing him to marry two women together, but he went too far. Now, the Sh-Ng family girl is unwilling, and it will be difficult to win her back. Your Highness, the Prince of H-N is cold and aloof. He is even less likely to gain the favor of the Sh-Ng family miss. But the Emperor has already decreed the marriage, making it legitimate. Moreover, perhaps the Prince of H-N is also aware of the Y family fort secret. Du's expression changed, realizing that if the Prince of H-N knew, he would never let the Sh-Ng family girl go. Therefore, it is imperative to seize her as soon as possible. As Sh-Ng-Y returned home, dusk had already fallen. Sh-Ng-Y-Ch-Ng was waiting for her in the courtyard. Surprisingly, there was no anger, no outburst, nor any slaps awaiting her. Had her father undergone a transformation? Father. Faced with such a gentle father, Sh-Ng-Y felt somewhat unaccustomed. Regarding the dowry, I did not expect your aunt or you to have misremembered. Upon hearing these words, Sh-Ng-Y wanted to curse. Who would believe that the dowry had been misremembered? The discrepancy was so significant that even Lord Zhuo was taken aback. But you must understand that our Sh-Ng family is unlike those noble clans with deep roots. Our foundations are not as strong. Sh-Ng-Y-Ch-Ng had been a minor official before climbing the ranks in the capital, a feat largely attributed to her mother. However, no one had anticipated her early demise, after which Sh-Ng-Y-Ch-Ng's brilliance had waned. Many had claimed that Sh-Ng-Y-Ch-Ng had risen to prominence through his wife, which likely fueled his resentment toward her. Your mother did possess some dowry, but our household expenses have been substantial over the years, depleting much of it. Alas, even if we were to empty our coffers, we could not amass the dowry listed on the inventory. Seeing his earnest expression, Sh-Ng-Y nodded thoughtfully. So, what is father's intention? Perhaps the household could make an effort to gather what it can? He had spent the entire day inventorying the household's possessions, only to discover its impoverished state. But the Prince of H-N is already aware of this matter. Are you not about to marry into the Prince of H-N and Apos? His household? You can discuss it with him and have it rescinded. He spoke with such ease. Father, I am unaware of how much you have managed to gather after a day's effort. How much is still lacking? Sh-Ng-Y feigned curiosity. About half. Such audacity. To attempt to embezzle half of her dowry. Has father truly inventoried the storeroom? Everything has been inventoried. Bring the inventory list for the second miss to review. Manager S hastily presented the account book. Sh-Ng-Y-Ch-Ng assumed that Sh-Ng-Y would not bother examining it, as she likely would not understand it. However, to his surprise, Sh-Ng-Y began to peruse it with a semblance of expertise. Has the dowry of the eldest sister also been inventoried? Sh-Ng-Y raised an eyebrow after a cursory glance. This, why-who? That was prepared for her by your aunt, are you? How do we inventory it? Then, where's the inventory list of Aunt Y-Ing and Apos' dowry when she entered the household? Sh-Ng-Y-Ch-Ng and Apos' S expression stiffened. Wying WNRU and Oppos. S dowry? Or would there be one? Wying WNRU was merely a concubine and Oppos. S daughter, not a formally wedded wife, and possessed hardly any dowry. My memory fails me. I had forgotten that Aunt RU had no dowry. It was fortunate that Wying WNRU was not present, for she would have been infuriated by these words. Why who? Let us not dwell on the past. But I still wish to see what Aunt RU prepared for the eldest sister, especially since my mother and Oppos, as preparations have been significantly reduced, making it even less likely that the eldest sister would have a dowry. Shing was tempted to slap this rebellious daughter once more. However, mindful of the ongoing communication with Lord Zwa, he suppressed his anger. The household possesses only this much. We cannot supplement the rest. Father, just as Shing was about to erupt in anger, Shing who suddenly smiled. She stepped forward, approached him, and whispered, HPing Lane, this afternoon I seem to have caught a glimpse of someone resembling you. Father, is there truly such fragrant people in this world? Perhaps I should inform Aunt RU tomorrow and have her take a look. That rebellious daughter. By the time Shing regained his senses, Shing who had already walked away, gazing at the woman with her straight back and unwavering spirit, he seemed to see why she or N from years ago. He now realized that Shing who was becoming increasingly like her mother. This daughter, with her rebellious nature, was impossible to control. Whether she married the Prince of M or the Prince of HN, it would bring no benefit to his SHNGSH family. Rather than being delicate, the gaze of Sheng Yicheng was cold as he watched the already vanished figure, his fists clenched tightly and his body tense. Meanwhile, Butler Su stood quietly, his lowered eyes flickering with a hint of contemplation. Upon returning to Linglong Pavilion, Sheng Yuhua was greeted hurriedly by two maidservants. Miss, the old lady has called for you several times. When she saw you were not here, she returned, saying that you should come over. I shall not go. Sheng Yuhua waved her hand, laughing lightly. If I go, she will be angry and later will blame me for it. But if you do not go, she will be even angrier, Qiu Shuang said, troubled as she pointed her finger. Regardless of her anger, I shall not accompany her. I intend to rest early today, as I wish to see if there are suitable wedding garments tomorrow. The wedding day is fast approaching, and no one in the minister's residence will assist me. I must resolve the matter of the wedding dress myself. Ah, miss, are you going to purchase a ready-made wedding dress? Qiu Shuang shook her head disapprovingly. If you wear a mass-produced wedding dress, miss, you will be ridiculed. A wedding dress represents a woman's dignity. If you buy a ready-made one, how will you stand in the capital in the future? What else can I do? It is already too late to have one made. Crafting a wedding dress is a cumbersome task. It cannot be completed in less than a month. Moreover, I have many other matters to attend to. At that moment, Faposi arrived, calling out, Second miss, why did you not go over? The old lady is waiting for you. It seems she had informed the doorman upon her return, and the old lady, noticing her absence, had sent someone to personally invite her. They truly would not allow anyone a moment's respite. Initially, Sheng Yuhua had no intention of paying heed, but with someone coming to summon her, she could hardly refuse. Another difficult confrontation awaited her, though that matter should soon reach conclusion. In the Anfu courtyard where the old lady resided, the atmosphere was quite lively. Yang Wanru, you've been managing the household these past years. How could the dowry be so diminished? The old lady mused, having reflected on the situation and found it amiss. Their household expenses were indeed somewhat high, but with the official salary, how could such a substantial amount be lacking? Mother, the Lord in Oppos, S salary has always been insufficient. The daughter-in-law keeps a detailed account of monthly expenditures. I will have the steward bring them for you to review shortly. Yang Wanru spoke with confidence, unperturbed. What of the shop? I have not heard of it being transferred. The old lady recalled what Lord Zwa had said, and her face turned pained. The business has been poor, continuously a loss, thus it had to be sold. Yang Wanru sighed. In recent years, business outside has been challenging. Our family shop has been operating at a loss. Indeed, Aunt Ro is correct. Today, I noticed that the shops outside have very few customers. Sheng Yuhua chimed in with a smile upon entering. The old lady had begun to believe the claim of poor business, but upon hearing Sheng Yuhua and Amp, Oppos, S words, her expression darkened. All closed? Huh, how can it be that the outside world is bustling, yet only our minister's residence is failing? By the way, I recall there is a rouge shop on East Street, also part of the dowry left by my mother. However, I heard that the manager was recently changed. It seems to be a cousin from the Yang family. Sheng Yuhua remarked casually, her expression one of feigned confusion as she looked at Yang Wanru. Aunt Ro, was that shop not sold off? Is the cousin still in charge? Aye, he should merely be passing by coincidentally. Yang Wanru felt a surge of annoyance. What was wrong with Sheng Yuhua these days, constantly undermining her plans? Moreover, she had already instructed them to avoid the shop, yet they did not heed her. If this is discovered, the minister will not let you off lightly. Yang Wanru, do enlighten us. What would a grown man want upon passing a rouge shop? Though Sheng Yicheng typically did not involve himself in household matters, as a minister, he was not foolish and understood the implications at play. Master, I have not returned in ages. I truly do not know. Yang Wanru feigned innocence, while Sheng Yuhua bowed her head, convinced her father would investigate. However, Yang Wanru was indeed bold. It was no wonder the Yang family had been advancing swiftly. There was a great leech among them. Ahem, let's not rush. I have not forgotten the matter at hand today. The old lady cleared her throat. Huar, I will do my utmost to make up for the dowry. Do not worry. Sheng Yicheng, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned to Sheng Yuhua with sincerity. Yet you know the circumstances of our household. We cannot temporarily produce such a large sum. Perhaps I could write you an IOU? Huar, your father would never harm you. The old lady chimed in, despite being betrothed to the cold king. What status does he hold? Without the support of your family, how will you stand tall upon your marriage? The words were persuasive enough that Sheng Yuhua nearly believed them. Besides, her father had indeed mentioned an IOU. The money would eventually be compensated. You are a filial child. You would not wish for your father to be put in a difficult position, would you? An IOU? But how long will it be before it is settled? Sheng Yuhua tilted her head, asking earnestly. At the latest? The old lady had anticipated needing to persuade her for some time. Yet she was taken aback by Sheng Yuhua's direct acceptance, leaving her unprepared for the follow-up. 5 years. Upon hearing Sheng Yuhua's agreement, Sheng Yicheng hastily interjected. 5 years? But father, a dowry is essential for a woman to establish herself in her husband's home. Is it not too long to wait 5 years for the dowry to be settled? This was a statement she could only voice at home. If the outside world were to learn of it, they would likely burst into laughter. To delay a dowry for 5 years was a privilege only the minister and Appo's residents could afford. The amount is substantial, Huan and Appo's. Our family is not wealthy. The old lady lowered her tone, acknowledging their financial constraints. Sheng Yuhua nodded. Then I shall inquire with the cold king tomorrow. What? You intend to visit the cold king's residence tomorrow? The old lady's expression changed, recalling the image of the cold king casually tossing Sheng Miaojiao several meters away. The prince requested that I spend more time with Ping and Appo's, and so I must go. Naturally, she could not divulge the matter of treating the cold king, and would only take the 2 Tibetan mastiffs out for a stroll. Ah, master, old madam, someone from the cold king's residence has arrived. Before the old lady could recover from the shock of Sheng Yuhua's impending visit to the cold king's residence, she was informed of visitors from that side. The old lady and Appo's expression shifted, and she quickly straightened up. Is it the cold king? Can I still pretend to be ill? No, it is the steward. Though the steward was also intimidating, he was not the cold king. Before long, a servant led them inside. Sheng Yuhua looked up in surprise and greeted, Uncle Lu? Miss Sheng, this is Qianyang, the manager of Jingxiagu, sent by the prince to take your measurements for the wedding dress. Jingxiagu? Before Sheng Yuhua could respond, Yang Wanru exclaimed in astonishment, but Qianyang never takes commissions for wedding dresses. The rest of her words faltered as the old lady widened her eyes in shock, while Qianyang clapped her hands, and 2 maidservants entered with a tray, presenting a complete set of wedding garments, although they had not yet unfurled the garments. The seriousness of their demeanor made Sheng Yuhua raise an eyebrow in intrigue. Thank you for your assistance. It was unexpected that the cold king would seek out Jingxiagu. As is well known, clothing from Jingxiagu is notoriously difficult to order, worth a fortune. Their manager, Qianyang, may not produce even a single piece in 5 years. Among the nobility in the capital, who would not take pride in having garments personally crafted by Xiaonyang. As for having Xiaonyang create a wedding dress, that was simply unthinkable. The wedding gown, it is said, was crafted by her own hands. Regrettably, the talented seamstress has long surpassed the age of 20, yet she has not found her destined partner. Thus, she has cherished it all this while. There were those who sought to purchase it before, offering upwards of 10,000 taels of silver, but she could not bring herself to part with it. However, now, it remains a mystery what conditions the cold prince might have offered that led her to relinquish such a treasure. As Sheng Yuhua donned this magnificent gown for her wedding, who in the capital would dare to speak ill of her? Who would not envy her? Sheng Yicheng and the old matron exchanged thoughtful glances. Miss Sheng, are you currently at liberty? Perhaps you could try it on first. If anything seems amiss, I shall make a note of it. Of course, I shall return to my own courtyard for the fitting. Nonsense. Since Xiaonyang has come all this way, let her not be burdened with another trip. The old matron interjected before Sheng Yuhua could finish her sentence. I have nothing pressing today. I shall heed Miss Sheng and Appo's wishes. Xiaonyang smiled gently, offering no opposition. With the old matron and Appo's insistence, Sheng Yuhua felt no need to contest this trivial matter. She nodded submissively, and Xiaonyang and Appo's companions followed her into the inner chamber. To think that the cold prince had actually purchased a wedding gown made by Xiaonyang. The old matron sighed, while Yang Wanru wished to laugh, yet found herself unable to do so. Over 10,000 taels of silver for a mere wedding gown? The cold prince in Appo's household is immensely wealthy. Why would he covet even this modest dowry prepared by Yushaoran? It seems quite miserly indeed. Furthermore, this unique wedding gown ought to be bestowed upon her precious daughter, not on Sheng Yuhua. Why does she have? Consumed by jealousy, she felt a murderous rage rise within her, yet maintained a facade of kindness as the wife of the minister, embodying the gentle and gracious demeanor of a noble lady. Soon, Sheng Yuhua emerged, surrounded by admirers. The bright red wedding gown was vibrant and exuberant, adorned with golden thread depicting a phoenix that appeared almost lifelike. What was even more astonishing were the phoenix's eyes. The fiery red attire accentuated the woman's skin, which was as pure as snow, her features painted with elegance. The countless pearls embedded in the gown seemed woven into it, enhancing her regal presence. In that moment, the onlookers scarcely recognized the enchanting woman before them. The waist needs a slight adjustment. The rest is impeccable, Xiaonyang remarked, her eyes alight with satisfaction as she beheld the breathtaking beauty. After years of meticulous effort in creating this gown, it deserved to shine so brilliantly, though she felt a twinge of displeasure at having to part with her treasure. Witnessing its effect eased her heart. Indeed, my dear Hua and Amp, Appo's is truly beautiful, the old matron exclaimed sincerely. Yang Wanru gazed at the resplendent Sheng Yuhua and was momentarily transported back to the memory of another equally radiant woman. That woman had been dead for over a decade, and now, her daughter possessed an even more striking beauty. Why? She lowered her head, suddenly recalling a conversation with Sheng Yicheng from some time ago. My lord, the wedding date between the Mo prince and Hua is approaching swiftly. Why must it be her and not Jiao Jiao? That is the Mo prince's requirement. Is there no possibility of a change? Mistakes can happen during weddings, can't they? No, do not meddle in this matter. I cannot save you if you do. Sheng Yicheng's face was filled with fierce determination, yet she still did not understand why it was impossible. Such a splendid match. Why should it solely belong to Yu Xiaoran's daughter? Suppressing her resentment, she attempted to force a smile, but the effort was painfully futile. Sheng Yicheng looked at his beautiful daughter and recalled the first time he had met Yu Xiaoran. At that moment, did he love her? Profoundly. Yet he lamented her strong-willed nature. He preferred gentler women. He also remembered the last time he saw her, when she was covered in blood and barely clinging to life. Why are you running? He had asked her, questioning why she did not speak up, why she did not confess to save herself. She had wanted to raise her hand, but at that moment, she could scarcely muster the strength to do so. Her gaze had been fixed to the left, towards the place where their daughter resided, and then she had taken her last breath. He could still vividly recall her unblinking eyes at the moment of her passing. Yet her daughter, Sheng Yuhua, possessed the same beautifully dark phoenix eyes as her mother. In recent days, he had discerned that the cold prince was not as heartless as the rumor suggested. Perhaps he genuinely held some affection for Sheng Yuhua. However, it was inconceivable that she could marry him. Sheng Yicheng's expression darkened. This wayward daughter, since she had refused to heed his counsel, would have to face the consequences. This gown is indeed befitting of a princess, Qiaonyang remarked wistfully. Uncle Fu nodded earnestly, his face beaming with benevolence. The prince has assured that he will prepare everything needed for the wedding. With that, he turned to Sheng Yicheng, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. By the way, Minister Sheng, the prince has instructed me to convey that while the cold prince's household is vast and prosperous, they do not lack for a bride's dowry. However, the dowry list left by the late mistress is a cherished memory for the prince. He insists that you prepare intact and send it over. He deliberately emphasized the phrase intact, causing the others in the room to instinctively straighten their spines. They dared not disregard the prince's words. Once everyone departed, the old matron exhaled deeply, her body sagging as if she might collapse. Sheng Yicheng lifted his gaze, fixing a piercing glare upon Sheng Yuhua, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "How does the cold prince possess Yu Xiaoran's dowry list?" Regaining his composure, he contemplated the situation. The Empress Dowager, who was once a mere consort when Yu Xiaoran passed, had no close relationship with her. How could she possibly have given the dowry list to her? After Sheng Yuhua's visit to the cold prince's residence yesterday, the prince dispatched someone to settle accounts today. It was highly likely that Sheng Yuhua was behind this. Daddy, how would I know? Perhaps you should inquire with the cold prince? Would you dare to question the cold prince? Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The priority was to quickly gather the items listed. Sheng Yicheng's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Sheng Yuhua with venomous intensity. Sheng Yuhua bowed respectfully, preparing to take her leave. Suddenly, she recalled an important matter. The elusive Huanyu silk, the only piece in the capital, was soon to be unveiled. This material was crucial for the cold prince and Appo's antidote. She needed to devise a plan to obtain it discreetly. After Sheng Yuhua departed, Yang Wanru and Sheng Yicheng remained with the old matron. Uncle Fu had left behind a handwritten copy of the dowry list. Upon seeing it again, the old matron felt her vision blur with fury. This Yu Xiaoran, is she intent on destroying our entire family? She nearly did so in the past. Even after all these years, she cannot rest in peace. I never anticipated her to be so cunning. Even in death, she plots against me. Sheng Yicheng was equally incensed, while Yang Wanru kept her head lowered, afraid to speak. This estate had changed hands multiple times. By the way, Yang Wanru, that wretched girl's claims cannot be true. At this critical juncture, he did not wish to stir up further trouble. However, the assets of the Ministry of Justice were not something that just anyone could exploit. Butler Su dispatched someone to thoroughly investigate the dealings of the shops and estates. I want to know who has handled them and who is in charge now. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanru trembled slightly. She wished to make arrangements, but was abruptly seized by the wrist. Where do you think you're going? Master, I merely wish to take stock of my private collection, to see if I can gather some silver. We shall wait for Butler Su to return. Sheng Yicheng was not foolish. He realized that the Yang family had developed rapidly due to an insider. Other matters could be resolved, but these medicinal herbs. The old matron's brows furrowed deeply as she gazed at the herbs listed. She remembered that Yu Xiaoran had brought herbs with her, but after using several over the years, how could they possibly find replacements for all of them? These were precious herbs, rare and coveted, and collecting them would not be accomplished in mere days. Now, there are a total of 10 plants. If he remembers correctly, there should be 3 more in the storeroom. Where can he find the remaining ones? He decided to first check the storeroom. At this moment, Sheng Yicheng felt overwhelmed. Initially, he thought to approach Sheng Yuhua, believing that if she simply agreed, the Cold King would have no reason to pursue the matter further. However, now that the Cold King himself had stated that nothing was missing, how could he dare to leave anything unaccounted for? Upon hearing they were going to the storeroom, Yang Wanru's expression shifted again. She wanted to slip away, but Sheng Yicheng held tightly to her arm, refusing to let go. The old lady also wished to take a look, as she had rarely managed the affairs of the household over the years and was curious about what else might remain in the storeroom. Sheng Yuhua returned to the courtyard, where two young maidservants wore frowns on their small faces. "Who has upset you?" Sheng Yuhua asked with a smile, gently stroking Qiu Shuang and Amp Appo's cheek. "Miss, today you have completely fallen out with the master and the others. What will you do when you enter the Cold King's palace and they no longer support you? Are you implying that I should not reclaim the dowry my mother left me?" Sheng Yuhua raised an eyebrow at the two, who hurriedly shook their heads. "No, it's just... Perhaps it could be a bit gentler. Everything my mother gave me has almost been used up." Sheng Yuhua sighed. Her father's foundation was too weak, and her family wealth was mediocre. Moreover, there was a significant drain on their resources. If left to her own devices, she would never be able to reclaim it. "Ah, really? They think it's because the master doesn't want to give, but how could they have squandered it all?" One maidservant said. "Just wait and see. There will be more ink in the future," Sheng Yuhua murmured, her gaze downcast. She could not recklessly approach the Li family. And Mrs. Li and Amp Appo's illness could not be delayed. At present, she lacked the proper standing, making every endeavor inconvenient. Yet, her curiosity regarding Mrs. Li and Amp Appo's ailment grew. Perhaps this was the instinct of a healer? That night, as darkness enveloped the sky, a lithe figure scaled the wall of the minister and Amp Appo's residence. She deftly navigated several turns until she reached the back door of a lavish estate and knocked softly. In a moment, an elderly woman unsteadily opened the door. "Miss, you have arrived." Sheng Yuhua glanced behind her to ensure no one was watching before cautiously stepping inside. Once inside, a middle-aged steward hurriedly bowed in greeting. "No need for that." Sheng Yuhua waved her hand, took a sip of the tea on the table, and then inquired, "Uncle Chong, how long until we reach home?" She had always known this place, yet in her past life, no one had ever informed her that it belonged to the Yu family. "Miss." Hearing this, Uncle Chong looked surprised. "I wish to visit my grandfather," she expressed. Uncle Chong stiffened. He had not anticipated that Sheng Yuhua, who had always refrained from contacting that side, would suddenly want to return. If the master were to find out, he would surely be delighted. Yet, why had the young miss altered her mind so suddenly? "Well, young miss, it is temporarily unfeasible to return to Yu family fort, but I will find a way to inform the fort master." Uncle Chong suppressed his excitement and said, "Very well." Sheng Yuhua had not intended to return immediately. She merely missed her mother. In this lifetime, she wished for her mother to awaken as soon as possible. "By the way, young miss, do not disclose this matter to anyone, or you may find yourself in grave danger," Uncle Chong cautioned, to which Sheng Yuhua nodded in agreement. "I have observed that your steps have become notably lighter recently. Have you been practicing any martial arts, miss?" Uncle Chong's gaze was keen. But Sheng Yuhua had indeed not practiced much lately. She shook her head, and Uncle Chong sighed. A girl need not engage in martial arts. Yet she should possess some means of self-defense. "Here are a few martial arts books that might interest you." As he spoke, he produced several old texts. Sheng Yuhua flipped through them casually and found that her memory was exceptionally sharp. She could easily recall the contents with just a cursory glance. While some concepts eluded her, the information was deeply etched in her mind. This was something she had not experienced in her previous life. Had her rebirth altered her? She did not rush to make a decision, but instead picked up one book and began to read it slowly. "Miss, while this may not be easy to learn, mastering it could ensure your safety. May I stay here and read for a while?" Sheng Yuhua asked, her eyes still glued to the ancient texts. "Of course," he replied. The household was quiet for the moment, and no one would mind if she returned late at night. These ancient texts, if placed outside, would undoubtedly be fought over, as they were invaluable martial arts manuals. Yet here, in this modest shop, multiple volumes were readily available. She was not yet prepared to take any home. Sheng Yuhua read at her leisure, while the steward watched anxiously but refrained from urging her. "Young miss, take your time to choose a book that piques your interest." "No need. I will simply skim through them all." After an hour, Sheng Yuhua had finished reviewing each book. "Please inform me when there is news." She longed to see her mother as soon as possible. She knew her mother would eventually awaken, but she was uncertain about what medicinal herbs were required. If she could meet her mother early, she might find a way to help her awaken sooner. "Understood." Young miss, this is Xiaoman. Remember to bring her back from Zue Xiang Gu tomorrow afternoon. Sheng Yuhua glanced at the girl indicated by the steward and smiled, nodding in agreement. With only two reliable maidservants by her side, both of whom lacked martial prowess, she felt somewhat vulnerable. She needed someone skilled in combat, and this girl appeared trustworthy. Surely the steward would not select someone inadequate. As she departed, Sheng Yuhua found herself holding several thousand taels of silver notes. This was a gesture from her maternal family, warming her heart. The following morning, the front courtyard was in disarray. Qiu Shuang rushed in mysteriously, stifling her laughter, and said, "Miss, the madam is in a dire situation. How could she be so audacious? Many properties in the estate have been disposed of under the pretext of being unprofitable. But little do they know they have all gone to her maternal family. The master is furious and is scolding her." Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuhua smiled indifferently. Was Yang Wanru's scheme truly so discreet? In truth, it was not subtle at all. It was merely that Sheng Yicheng and the others had never suspected her. With her mother's substantial dowry backing them, they all believed the household was wealthy. In her previous life, she had been utterly oblivious to who was truly supporting whom. Yang Wanru presented herself as exceedingly generous, but was it not her mother's money that she squandered? Has everything gone to that side? Sheng Yuhua inquired. Pretty much. The master's men have uncovered the truth, and he intends to drag her to the Yang family to reclaim the shop, Qiu Shuang replied gleefully. Sheng Yuhua raised an eyebrow. It's easy to give things away, but reclaiming them is not so simple. The items were given by Yang Wanru, yet they followed a legitimate process. The shop may not necessarily return. What should we do, miss? This is your dowry. Why worry? It's not us who are anxious. Sheng Yuhua replied with a carefree smile, recalling the ancient texts she had perused yesterday, particularly one titled Lingbo Piao, which intrigued her greatly. It was a manual on lightness skills, and, at mastery, one could glide over water. Just imagining it filled her with exhilaration. This was an excellent escape technique. Once Xiaoman arrived, she would certainly practice it. Miss, the old lady requests your presence. Early in the morning, the old lady called for her again, causing Sheng Yuhua's brows to furrow in irritation. Regarding the matter of your dowry, it would be wise for you to accompany the old servant, Faposi added, recalling how the old lady had nearly fainted upon hearing about the outside events. First, she scolded Yang Wanru vehemently, then turned her ire towards Sheng Yuhua, accusing her of being a troublemaker. If it weren't for her, how could there be such chaos in the ministry? As soon as Sheng Yuhua entered, the old matriarch cast a venomous glance in her direction. In her previous self, she would have deeply reflected, wondering if she had committed some error. In the past, she had earnestly sought the old matriarch and oppose as favor, but alas, the old lady rarely offered her a kind expression unless it was to her advantage. But now, a faint smile curved on Sheng Yuhua's lips as she straightened her back, her demeanor calm as she bowed to the old matriarch, saying, "Granddaughter pays her respects to grandmother." Without waiting for a response, she rose and gently inquired, "May I ask why grandmother summoned Yuhua?" Currently, Sheng Yicheng and Yang Wanru were nearly at odds, and her mood was quite buoyant. An instruction? How could this old woman dare? The old matriarch huffed through her nose, and Sheng Yuhua smiled lightly. Did someone upset grandmother this morning? If so, perhaps I could help alleviate your troubles? The old matriarch had been waiting for such a statement. The reason she and T confronted Sheng Yuhua directly was precisely because of this. Yuhua, I have always known you to be a good girl. Your upcoming marriage is indeed a joyous occasion. But look at how this matter has unfolded. She deliberately left her sentence unfinished, waiting for Sheng Yuhua to respond. However, Sheng Yuhua remained silent, listening intently without uttering a word. The old matriarch, feeling helpless, continued, "The dowry your mother left originally belonged to the family. Of course, over the years, quite a bit has been spent on you. Raising a child is no small feat, so..." The old matriarch glanced at the maid Fupa, who quickly interjected, "You fell ill a few times, and the medicinal herbs from your dowry were used for the second young lady." Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuhua lowered her head, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Used for her? She has never even given birth to a single child. What would she possibly need them for? The old matriarch thought she was a fool. Of course, Some of those herbs had been used for the old matriarch and the scholar when they were ill, hence some were temporarily gone. However, the second young lady, medicinal herbs have an expiration date, and after so many years, even the unused ones would have lost their efficacy. At first glance, Fupa's words seemed reasonable. Sheng Yuhua pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Aunt Fupa is correct. It would indeed be wasteful not to use the herbs. When I go to the Cold King's residence later, I shall convey your words to the prince verbatim. This wretched girl. The old matriarch gritted her teeth in secret. Fupa and Amp, Oppos. Words might deceive a child, but the Cold King was no fool. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate them all. Who would dare to fool him? His residence was home to many physicians, and precious medicinal herbs had special preservation methods. It was preposterous to suggest they would lose their efficacy over the years. Thus, the old matriarch could only deceive the naive Sheng Yuhua. Yet she could not deceive the Cold King. Yuhua, do not trouble the prince with such trivial matters. The old matriarch dared not let the Cold King know. What should we do then? Sheng Yuhua feigned helplessness. The old matriarch quickly replied, let me think of another way. Unable to deceive with the herbs. She looked at Sheng Yuhua and Oppos' innocent expression, wishing she could slap her twice. By the way, Yuhua, tell your father to cease his antics. He is merely making a fool of himself. Sheng Yuhua obediently nodded, rising with 2 maids to leave. Her footsteps were slow, but as she approached the front courtyard, a figure rushed forward heedless of the maid's attempts to stop her. Sheng Yuhua, you wretched girl, are you satisfied watching your parents turn against each other? As she spoke, she raised her hand to slap Sheng Yuhua's delicate face. The wind whooshed by, and as Sheng Yuhua raised her eyes to see the approaching palm, she seemed momentarily frozen in fear. Mississippi. Xiao Shuang and Xiaolu hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, but they were too close behind to reach her in time. Just as the slap was about to land on Sheng Yuhua and Oppos' face, she shifted her foot slightly to the left, her body turning away. At that moment, Sheng Yuhua stood by the courtyard gate, her back against a wall. As she sidestepped, Shang Miaojiao's palm struck the hard wall with a loud smack. Not only that, she had charged in recklessly, losing her balance. Her frail body could not withstand the force, and with a thud, she collided against the wall. Ouch! A cry of pain escaped her lips as her vision blurred, stars dancing in her eyes. Coupled with the pain in her hand, she nearly fainted. Seeing Shang Miaojiao slumped against the wall, Sheng Yuhua feigned concern. Elder sister, what has happened to you? What are you standing there for? Quickly help the eldest young lady up. As she spoke, she took a step back. At that moment, Shang Miaojiao's maid finally reacted, rushing forward. Eldest young lady. Eldest young lady, your nose. Hearing this exclamation, Sheng Yuhua couldn't and Oppos' help but be curious. She approached with concern and saw Sheng Miaojiao, who had just raised her head. Oh dear, how tragic. It was perplexing how Shang Miaojiao had managed to hit her nose first against the wall. Not only was it crooked, but the skin was also scraped off, and blood was flowing freely from her nose. This was truly amusing. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, Sheng Yuhua would have laughed. Elder sister, what happened to you? She asked with a concerned expression. Sheng Yuhua, you wretched girl. Sheng Miaojiao, on the verge of fainting, snapped back to reality upon hearing Sheng Yuhua's voice. You dare to harm me. Hearing this hysterical accusation, Sheng Yuhua blinked innocently. What are you saying, elder sister? How did I harm you? Miaojiao, what has happened? Who hit you? Yang Wanru rushed in upon hearing the commotion and was taken aback by Sheng Miaojiao and Oppos' condition. She was so anxious that she didn't end Oppos' dare to assist her daughter, quickly. Summon a physician. Sheng Yicheng followed closely behind and was equally startled by the scene before him. His gaze shifted from Sheng Miaojiao to Sheng Yuhua. You wretched child. What have you done to your sister? In this moment, it was evident that there were only the two of them present. And with Sheng Miaojiao in such a pitiful state, it was easy to deduce who was responsible. Father, I did nothing at all, Sheng Yuhua replied innocently, gesturing to the nearby maids with a sigh. How could I possibly harm elder sister? You can ask them. I did not lift a finger. Naturally, Sheng Yicheng did not believe her. He refused to question Sheng Yuhua and Apos, maids, and instead turned to Xiaoyao and Dujuan, who were supporting Sheng Yaojiao. The two young maids appeared tense, but did not refute the accusation. Speak. How did the eldest young lady get hurt? Sheng Yiqing demanded angrily. The maid Xiaoyao hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Sir, it was the second young lady. Dujuan stepped forward, gritting her teeth as she spoke loudly. The eldest young lady merely wanted to greet the second young lady, but the second young lady suddenly dodged without a word, so the way she framed it made Sheng Yuhua want to applaud her. That an amp? Amp? Apos. That's not true. Dujuan, you are wronging my young lady. It was clearly the eldest young lady who intended to strike the second young lady. My young lady simply dodged, and the eldest young lady ran into the wall herself. How is this the fault of my young lady? Autumn Frost hurriedly defended herself. Sheng Yiqing narrowed his eyes, although the two maids spoke differently. He grasped the essence of the situation. This fool, to resort to violence and end up in such a predicament. How could he have such an ignorant daughter? You speak nonsense. The relationship between the eldest and second young ladies has always been harmonious. How could she strike anyone? Diaowan glared, and as Autumn Frost attempted to speak, Sheng Yujiao suddenly shouted, Mother, look at this ingrate. You've always urged me to be accommodating towards her, but has she ever treated you as her mother? Now, even father is treating you this way, all because of her instigation. Eldest sister, your words are quite peculiar. What have I instigated father about? Our father is a dignified minister. How could I, a mere girl, sway him? If father were so easily influenced, what would outsiders think of him? What would the emperor think? Sheng Yuhua spoke calmly, yet upon hearing her last statement, Sheng Yiqing felt a chill. How had he forgotten that this disobedient daughter held a significant identity as the princess consort of Han? If she were to carelessly converse with the Han king and inadvertently relay something to the emperor, Wooden and Apos, that jeopardize him? Humph, where is right? I'm not senile yet. Sheng Yujiao, tell me, were you the one who intended to strike your sister first? I. Sheng Yujiao's face contorted with pain, her nose throbbing. Father. Jiao and Apos. Condition is dire. We should have the doctor examine her. Yang Wanru was already troubled by the shop and Apos' affairs. Moreover, with Sheng Yujiao injured, it provided her an opportunity to contemplate alternative strategies. Humph. Let the doctor attend to her shortly. Yang Wanru, what is the situation with our family and amp? Apos, shop? Don't tell me your Yang family possesses exceptional business acumen. Father, can we first tend to Jiao and Apos' injury? I promise to provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding the shop. The doctor has arrived. Yang Wanru was fortunate indeed. Dr. Su was hastily summoned, and, upon seeing the injured young lady, his lips twitched. The eldest daughter of the minister seems to have a knack for getting injured, doesn't she? She had recovered from her last severe injury remarkably fast, and this time, observing her shapeless nose, he felt a pang of sympathy. Let's find a place for you to lie down. The two maids hurried to support Sheng Yujiao, followed closely by Yang Wanru. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was significantly less populated. Sheng Yiqing did not follow, nor did Sheng Yuhua. She had heard the commotion early that morning. Her father must have been troubled with the external shop matters. Observing Sheng Yiqing and Apos' dark expression, she couldn't help but think that while her father's character left much to be desired, his appearance was still quite admirable. Even in middle age, he remained a striking figure. Her mother had likely chosen him for his looks when she lost her sight, hadn't she? What else do you wish to say? Due to Sheng Yuhua and Apos' comments, Sheng Yiqing had tasked someone to investigate the shop dealings over the past few years. To his astonishment, he discovered that although the buyers were not from the Yang family, ultimately, all the shops had fallen into their hands. He was no fool. It was evident that Yang Wanru was taking care of her family. Upon uncovering this, Sheng Yiqing felt no gratitude towards Sheng Yuhua. It's all this ungrateful daughter's fault. You knew about the shops and didn't tell me sooner? Sheng Yiqing and Apos' eyes bore a fierce glare, resembling that of an enemy rather than a father. The former self would undoubtedly have been heartbroken. Father, I only heard about it a few days ago by chance. I was shopping for Ping Ping and happened to notice. I couldn't believe Aunt Ro would behave in such a manner. Sheng Yuhua's face was filled with sorrow as she sighed. Father, how many shops do we still possess? Such private encroachments on the family business should surely attract the authorities' attention. I've heard that if there are unfair transactions with evidence, we can report it to the officials and reclaim the shop without compensation, and those involved could even face imprisonment. If these shops are part of Mother-S dowry, transactions should require your or my signature, correct? Although you may not be a decent man, you are still my Mother-S husband. In principle, you have the authority to manage this. As her daughter and rightful heir to the dowry, I have even greater rights to intervene. Father, I must make a trip to the Han King and Amp, Appo's residence. I want to take up more of your time. Having said all that needed to be said, she trusted that Sheng Yicheng would know what to do. Stop. Just as Sheng Yuhua was about to depart, Sheng Yicheng suddenly called out. This time, his tone was considerably gentler, and he refrained from calling her ungrateful. Father? Sheng Yuhua turned back obediently, a look of confusion on her face. Though you have received the Emperor and Appo's decree for marriage to the Han King, you are not yet wed. You Haven and Appo's even entered his home. What do you frequent the Han King and Appo's residence for? Those unaware would think you are desperate to marry. Father, I do not wish to go either. However, having just gained Ping and An's approval, what if I suddenly interrupt our rapport? They may not acknowledge me anymore. Besides, they were quite fond of me yesterday. If they cannot wait and come looking for me. Sheng Yuhua paused, and Sheng Yicheng shuddered at the thought of the two fierce mastiffs approaching. Those are mastiffs, known for devouring their prey without a trace, and no one dares to seek justice after they've harmed someone. Go and do it quickly. Sheng Yicheng was not about to let them come near. He waved his hand, urging Sheng Yuhua to leave at once. Sheng Yuhua chuckled softly. They are merely two dogs, yet have frightened my good father so. How timid you are, Your Highness, regarding the consummation. Lin Shireen had kept this matter in her heart, and she was determined to probe. Inair, what troubles you? The Mo King remained as gentle as ever, always treating her with kindness. Previously, Lin Shireen felt her heart flutter, but after that fateful morning, her spirits had dampened. Did the king still harbor feelings for Sheng Yuhua? She was uncertain whether he realized that the name he called out that day belonged to Sheng Yuhua. Your Highness, you are my husband. You may speak freely to me. Lin Shireen suppressed her jealousy, maintaining a serene and graceful demeanor. Inair, I do not harbor any affection for her. It is merely that she suddenly changed her mind, which unsettled me. Recalling his Mother-S words, he felt that he must have Sheng Yuhua. But how to achieve this? It required meticulous planning, and perhaps even Lin Shireen's assistance. My husband, I too find it perplexing that she altered her stance so suddenly, but Lin Shireen raised her head, cautiously observing him with an expression that seemed entirely concerned for Sheng Yuhua. Sister Yuhua is rather impulsive. Everyone knows the Han King is not capable. Who knows how long he will live? In a moment of rashness, she may choose to live a life of solitude. My husband, I genuinely feel for Sister Yuhua. Upon hearing this, Ji Zimo and Appo's eyes darkened. How could he fathom what had driven this woman to such madness? Hadn't he granted her the title of primary wife? He had even promised her their first child. Unappreciative, the Mo King muttered irritably, while Lin Shireen's gaze grew colder. My husband, I would like to invite guests over for a flower viewing. Should we extend the invitation to Sister Yuhua as well? Lin Shireen lifted her head with a radiant smile. Whatever you wish. Then, let us invite her. Let us set the date for 3 days hence. The Mo King nodded. 3 days hence? That indeed seems like a fine day. Your Highness, there must be some misunderstanding between you and Miss Yuhua. Otherwise, she could not possibly be so cold-hearted. When she arrives, you should clarify things with her, Lin Shireen said with concern. The Mo Wang listened with satisfaction, though his expression remained indifferent. No need. Observing his aloof demeanor, Lin Shireen devised a plan in her heart, a scheme to ruin Sheng Yuhua. She was curious to see if the Mo Wang would still hold affection for her once he discovered that Sheng Yuhua was entangled with another man. After leaving the Shansha residence, Sheng Yuhua planned to head directly to the Han Wangfu, making a quick stop to purchase some candied hawthorn. Miss, do they really enjoy this? The two maidservants exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that the formidable mastiff would have a taste for children's treats. Yes, you may wander about for a bit, she replied. At Han Wangfu, she intended to keep her companions outside for now, as her treatment of the Han Wang had yet to be made public. Although the two maidservants were loyal, the more people who knew, the greater the risk. Miss, I am worried, Xiao Shuang began. But Sheng Yuhua waved her hand and smiled reassuringly. Do not fret. Han Wangfu is very safe. Miss Sheng. After purchasing the candied hawthorn, she encountered a familiar face, Li Meifeng. Miss Li? What a coincidence. Yuhua, are you heading to Han Wangfu? Sheng Yuhua raised an eyebrow, wondering if Li Meifeng had been waiting specifically for her. If so, could you ask the doctor at Han Wangfu to take a look at my mother? Li Meifeng's expression was notably haggard, her eyes darkened despite the makeup. Your mother's health? Observing her condition, it was evident that matters were serious. She suddenly bled excessively last night. The doctor at home said she might not last a few days. Sheng Yuhua and Appo's body stiffened. The timing of Princess Wan Ning and Appo's departure was not supposed to coincide with this. Had her rebirth altered something, or was there a formidable doctor yet to appear? So severe? Miss Li, I have some knowledge of medicine. Perhaps I could take a look at the princess first? Noticing Li Meifeng's puzzled gaze, Sheng Yuhua clarified. Only by examining her can I accurately relay her condition to the doctor. Li Meifeng realized she had a request to make and agreed. Then I must trouble you to make the trip. Yuhua. Although aware of Princess Wan Ning and Appo's dire situation, nothing could prepare Sheng Yuhua for the shock of seeing her in person. The tales of the former princess and Appo's beauty were well known. She was said to be a rare gem. Yet, the woman before her, lying frail upon the bed, appeared as if she could be a woman in her 60s or 70s had her identity not been known. Gazing at the emaciated figure, Sheng Yuhua suspected she weighed less than 60 pounds. Such frailty! It was only due to the princess's noble status that she had received life-extending treatments. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have long since succumbed to the grave. Yuhua, I must trouble you, Li Meifeng lamented, heartache evident in her voice as she witnessed her mother's deterioration. Last time, I finally found Tianji grass, only to have it snatched away. I harbor immense resentment towards the Lin sisters, but with the Mo Wang protecting them, how can I compete? Though my mother is also a princess, the emperor likely does not even remember her. I'll check her pulse first. Sheng Yuhua quickly composed herself and approached the bed. The attending matron carefully placed the princess's hand on the edge of the bed. Seeing those fingers, hardly thicker than a twig, stirred compassion within Sheng Yuhua. In her past life, her mother had grieved for days upon learning of Wan Ning's departure. If she were to witness the princess's current state, her sorrow would be even greater. She focused her mind and examined the pulse, using both hands for accuracy. Yuhua, is there any hope for my mother? At that moment, Li Meifeng had forgotten her earlier suspicions. Her greatest fear was that Sheng Yuhua would declare her mother beyond saving, prompting preparations for her final rites. How long can the princess remain conscious each day? Sheng Yuhua did not reply directly, but instead inquired. Generally, less than an hour. The matron and Appo's eyes glistened with tears. The princess had confided that her time was limited, her only regret being that she would not witness her daughter's marriage. She clung to life merely to see her daughter settled. I will help her awaken, Sheng Yuhua announced, retrieving her needle pouch. She had a suspicion that more inquiries were needed. Be careful, Li Meifeng cautioned. Mother's condition is extremely fragile. Sheng Yuhua nodded in understanding. Upon seeing her prepare the silver needles, Li Meifeng's pupils dilated. Her mother had undergone acupuncture countless times, yet this was the first time she had witnessed Sheng Yuhua's method. It was indeed unique. However, she held her tongue, knowing that Sheng Yuhua would not harm her mother. Sheng Yuhua swiftly selected 36 needles, deftly inserting them. Li Meifeng gasped, her mouth agape, as did the matron and the two maidservants behind them. Is this it? After a while, as Sheng Yuhua removed the silver needles, Li Meifeng regained her voice. Yuhua, your medical skills are extraordinary. She struggled to find words to express her astonishment. She had assumed Sheng Yuhua possessed only a modest knowledge of medicine, intending merely to relay the diagnosis to the doctor at Han Wangfu. Instead, this was a true revelation. Reflecting on the day of Sheng Yuhua's marriage, when the Han Wang had not immediately dismissed her. She realized it was likely due to the intervention of the emperor as well as Sheng Yuhua's medical prowess. Feng Ai, just as Li Mei Feng pondered this, they heard her mother's voice. Mother, this is Yuhua. Her medical skills are remarkable. I know. I feel much better now, Princess Wan Ning replied, her gaze turning towards Sheng Yuhua at the bedside. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of excitement. You are? Mother, this is Sheng Yuhua, the second miss of the Sheng family. Yuhua, you are the daughter of Xiao Ran? Princess Wan Ning's face remained animated as she reached out, eager to grasp Sheng Yuhua's hand. Sheng Yuhua offered her hand with warmth. The princess's skeletal fingers, though frail, gripped tightly, as if fearing to let go lest she vanish. Child, you have grown so much. I always wished to see you, but alas, my health has failed me. I heard you were doing well at the Shangshu residence, so... Although she was unaware of more recent events, Yang Wanru had always valued reputation and treated her kindly. Everyone acknowledged Yang Wanru and Appo's gentle and understanding nature. Had she not lived a second life, Sheng Yuhua might have believed the same. Princess, do not be agitated. Let me examine you. Sheng Yuhua and Appo's voice was soft yet imbued with a reassuring strength. Princess Wan Ning and Appo's grip softened, but she refused to release her hold. Juan Appo's, do not call me an Appo's, Princess and Appo's. Call me an Amp. Appo's, Aunt Ning, and Amp, Appo's, Ning Aunt. Sheng Yuhua responded amiably, eliciting a smile from the princess. I am well aware of my condition. My days are numbered, and there is no need for you to examine me. If I could be cured, I would not have lingered for so long. Ning Aunt, do not lose hope. Perhaps I truly possess a remedy. She gently released the hand of Lady Wanning, and in a tender voice, she said, Aunt Ning, if you would, lift your garment, and allow me to examine you. Though suspicion lingered in Lady Wanning's heart, she offered no resistance. The matron stepped forward and raised the garment, revealing Lady Wanning's underclothing. As she had been reclining, gazing upon the skeletal frame, an unexpected pang of sympathy struck Sheng Yuhua's heart. This was her mother's most cherished friend, and she would not permit her to depart so soon. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hand upon the woman's abdomen and began her examination. Does it pain you here? And here? She pressed, locating 2 points of extreme tenderness, and reaffirmed her findings. Li Mei Feng, observing Sheng Yuhua and Appo's unconventional method of diagnosis, suppressed her curiosity, restraining herself from questioning the process. Discontinue all current prescriptions immediately. Having completed her palpation, Sheng Yuhua's mind was now certain. Yuhua, what ails my mother? Sheng Yuhua and Appo's distinctive examination sparked a glimmer of hope within Li Mei Feng. Ning, did you recently give birth to a child before this ailment manifested? Indeed, my mother and Appo's health has been declining ever since my younger brother was born. Initially, it was not so severe, merely occasional unexplained bleeding. We consulted physicians who attributed it to incomplete lochia and prescribed medication, but with minimal effect. Subsequently, it worsened. Her mother and Appo's condition was a source of deep concern for Li Mei Feng. Over the years, she had tirelessly sought medical advice and remedies. Though such discourse was unbecoming for an unmarried woman, she disregarded such conventions. Is not incomplete lochia, Sheng Yuhua affirmed, a sense of helplessness washing over her. Lady Wanning and Amp, Appo's condition had been mismanaged. In this era, female physicians were absent, and male doctors could not examine women in Amp, Appo's bodies. Otherwise, such a delay would have been inconceivable. Then what is it? Could it truly be related to my brother and Appo's birth? This matter had long caused her father to hold her younger brother in disdain. Had her mother not intervened, he might have been sent away. Let me put it this way. Your mother was initially carrying twins. Sheng Yuhua turned to the matron. Fetch paper and ink. The matron hurried to comply. At that moment, Lord Li, having received the news, rushed back home. Feng und Imp, Appo's, have you found the divine physician from the Cold Prince and Amp, Appo's manor? He entered, only to find several young women in the room, causing him a moment of embarrassment. You have not? He had returned with such anticipation, believing a solution had been found. Father, this is Yuhua. Her medical skills are remarkable. She says she can save our mother. Lord Li scrutinized the exceedingly young maiden. He had heard of Sheng Yuhua, who was now quite renowned in the capital. Her annulment on the wedding day, followed by her intention to marry the cold prince, had made her a topic of discussion. Not only the women of the capital, but even the older gentlemen acknowledged her audacity. Father, Yuhua is truly skilled. It is merely that I have encountered such a condition before, Sheng Yuhua demurred. By now, the matron had returned with paper and ink. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Yuhua swiftly penned a lengthy list of herbal ingredients. Decoct these herbs in half a bowl of liquid and administer it promptly. Lord Li examined the prescription. Regardless of its efficacy, the calligraphy was forceful, exuding an air of natural grandeur. Miss Sheng, how confident are you in this? Lord Li inquired cautiously, handing the prescription to the attendant behind him. Does your lordship and oppose? As questions serve any purpose? Sheng Yuhua raised an eyebrow and smiled. Her concern for her mother and oppose, as feelings, knowing her friendship with Lady Wanning, had prompted her intervention. She was acting out of consideration for this bond. As for Lord Li, she had no interest in currying favor. My apologies, my expression was inappropriate. Lord Li realized his error. Physicians had declared that Wanning had but a few days left. If Sheng Yuhua could save her, it would be a blessing. If not, he could hardly hold her accountable. Husband, Lady Wanning's voice sounded, and Lord Li hastened to her side, clasping her small hand. Wanning, husband, whatever may befall me, it is in no way related to Yuhua. A sudden ache tugged at Sheng Yuhua and Amp, Oppose, as heart. Her mother and Amp, Oppose, as friends were indeed virtuous. Even in her condition, she was concerned for her. Aunt Ning, this is merely a minor ailment. If you adhere to the treatment, I assure you, within a month, you will recover. Truly? Before Wanning could speak, Lord Li and Li Meifeng eagerly interjected. Sheng Yuhua nodded, explaining, as I mentioned earlier, Aunt Ning was carrying twins. One was born, but the other remained within the womb, neither developing nor aborting. This is why Aunt Ning has been bleeding continuously. Fortunately, you persisted in seeking treatment and provided her with precious medicines to sustain her life. Otherwise, she could not have endured for so long. She is truly fortunate. As for the treatment, it is quite simple. Clear the remaining matter and then nourish her body. Sheng Yuhua produced a medicinal pill and handed it to Wanning. Aunt Ning, take this first. Without hesitation, Wanning swallowed the pill. Sheng Yuhua then wrote another prescription, instructing some of these ingredients may be difficult to procure. Please make every effort to find them and send them to the Cold Prince in Oppose, S. Manor. I will prepare some tonifying pills for Aunt Ning to expedite her recovery. Sheng Yuhua lingered for a while, waiting until the decoction was ready and Wanning had consumed it. Only after confirming that everything had been expelled did she take her leave. Li Meifeng escorted her out, saying, Yuhua, rest assured, I will warn them to remain silent. Sheng Yuhua nodded. I simply wish to avoid trouble for now. I understand. Yuhua, thank you sincerely for today. When you have time, allow me to treat you to a meal. Seeing the expelled matter, Li Meifeng had been astonished. She had never imagined that such a thing could be the cause of her mother's illness. Perhaps another time. As they emerged from the Li residence, the two young maids could no longer contain their curiosity. Miss, when did your medical skills become so advanced? In a dream, the two maids were momentarily perplexed, failing to grasp her meaning. Ah, miss, are you implying that we are dreaming? Xiao Lu was the first to comprehend, pouting in complaint. Due to the events at the Li residence, it was afternoon by the time Sheng Yuhua arrived at the Cold Prince in Oppose, S. Manor. She purchased 2 candied hawthorns and fed them to the Tibetan mastiffs upon entering. Watching them wag their tails with delight, Sheng Yuhua smiled. Your Highness, you have finally arrived. The steward rushed to greet Sheng Yuhua upon hearing of her arrival. I encountered an acquaintance along the way. Sheng Yuhua was aware that her visit to the Li residence could not be concealed, but the specifics of her actions would remain their secret. The Li family was not so inept. Is the prince waiting in the dining hall? Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuhua and Appo's lips twitched. She wondered how she had given the cold prince the impression that she was perpetually famished. Was she some sort of ravenous ghost? Why else would he always be waiting for her in the dining hall? Nevertheless, she was indeed feeling peckish. One needed sustenance to perform tasks. Sheng Yuhua consoled herself. The cold prince maintained his aloof demeanor, as if daring anyone to approach. Sheng Yuhua refrained from initiating contact, preferring to keep her distance. She commenced her meal, reasoning that treating ailments required energy. Once she had finished eating, the dishes were cleared away, and the cold prince gestured. A delicate box appeared in his slender hand. "Your Highness, what is this?" Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the box, Sheng Yuhua suspected its contents. "The medicinal herbs you requested." The cold prince calmly extended his hand, offering the box. Sheng Yuhua's eyes gleamed. Was he implying that she should come forward to retrieve it? She took 2 steps, extended her slender hand, and was about to grasp the box when the cold prince abruptly released it, causing it to plummet. "Ah!" Sheng Yuhua hastily reached out to catch it, but a large hand seized it first, encompassing both her hand and the box. Sheng Yuhua attempted to withdraw, but the man and amp, Appo's grip was unyielding. "Your Highness." Sheng Yuhua looked up, meeting the profound gaze of Prince Han. She intended to release her hold, but his firm grasp on her hand confounded her. "This medicinal herb is exceedingly rare. Ensure it is handled with care this time," he stated. Sheng Yuhua wanted to explain that she had merely lost her grip, but she dared not. She nodded, and Prince Han finally released his grasp. His dark eyes lowered, fixated on his fingers, his thoughts inscrutable. Sheng Yuhua's countenance flushed slightly. Affecting composure, she picked up the box, opened it, and indeed found a century-old Tianji grass. Its quality was remarkable, and its preservation impeccable. Sheng Yuhua gingerly lifted it, inhaled its fragrance, and sighed, "Excellent. Once the other ingredients are procured, the medicine can be prepared." Observing Sheng Yuhua and Appo's delighted expression, Prince Han and Appo's gaze shifted soon. "However, the medicinal herbs in my dowry are likely dwindling," she remarked. Several of them were indeed essential to Prince Han, and she was not entirely exploiting him. "No one shall lay a hand on the possessions of my woman." Prince Han scoffed, causing Sheng Yuhua to momentarily freeze. Although Prince Han disliked her reliance on conditions, he was remarkably fond of referring to her as his woman. Was he including her within his protective ambit? For some inexplicable reason, these words resonated with her pleasantly. Sheng Yuhua returned the medicinal herb to its box, deeming the Shangshu manner too chaotic to risk its loss. "Your Highness, let us proceed with the acupuncture." Having eaten and drunk to their fill, it was time to commence work. Now that the Tianji grass had been exchanged, she was curious whether Lin Yuan and Appo's body could withstand the use of a decade-old substitute for a century-old herb. Tianji grass was an adjuvant, intended to neutralize the potency of other ingredients. The disparity in efficacy between a century-old and a decade-old herb was vast. She wondered what effect it would have on Lin Yuan. Would it lead to his demise? They say the wicked live for a millennium. Lin Yuan must not perish so soon. She wanted that woman to experience every torment she had endured in her past life. As it was not their first acupuncture session, both were adept and coordinated seamlessly. "If the Li family sends medicine in a few days, I would be grateful if your Highness could receive it for me," Sheng Yuhua requested of Prince Han. "Miss Sheng, the 15th day approaches," Prince Han observed with a profound gaze. His men had scrutinized Sheng Yuhua repeatedly, yet had found no evidence of her having studied medicine. However, her acupuncture, both in technique and effect, had left a deep impression on him. This woman's medical skills were formidable. There is still one item lacking, phantom moon gauze. Upon hearing this name, Prince Han frowned. "I have heard of phantom cloud gauze. But what is phantom moon gauze, princess consort?" Butler Lu inquired, perplexed. News of it was unheard of. Prince Han pricked up his ears, eager to learn more. It was common knowledge that phantom cloud gauze was exceedingly difficult to produce and of considerable value. Even seasoned weavers could not guarantee success. Sheng Yuhua had only learned of this fabric by chance. Failed phantom cloud gauze had a chance of becoming phantom moon gauze. The simplest way to identify it was to examine the fabric under the moonlight at night. If the fabric reflected 2 moons, it was phantom moon gauze. This, princess consort, does such a miraculous fabric truly exist? If it is as miraculous as you say, then its value must surpass that of phantom cloud gauze, Butler Lu questioned. "Your Highness might have people inquire among the major households that produce phantom cloud gauze. A single bolt would suffice," Sheng Yuhua suggested. Prince Han appeared thoughtful. "And Butler Liu swiftly departed to make arrangements. Miss Sheng and Amp. Oppo's knowledge is admirable, Prince Han remarked, having never heard of phantom moon gauze. Lacking first-hand experience with the item, he refrained from offering an opinion. By the way, I wish to design something for our expedition to Whitebone Mountain, she added. Although she possessed some skill, her rudimentary abilities would not suffice for entering the mountain. She would have to rely on Prince Han's men. In her past life, she had researched the poisons there, as had several Imperial physicians under G. Zimo and Oppo's orders. The poisons were mutable, varying from year to year. Consequently, she was uncertain of the current composition of the poisons. Whitebone Mountain. The mere mention of the name caused her heart to ache. In her past life, her maternal family had entered the world and gained public attention for her sake. But what was the outcome? They were all sent to Whitebone Mountain by G. Zimo, that heartless wretch. G. Zimo, since you are so fond of that place, I will ensure that your wish is fulfilled in this life. The sudden coldness emanating from Sheng Yuhua startled Prince Han. Recalling the information he had gathered about Sheng Yuhua, he was baffled by the source of her overwhelming hatred. Was it due to Prince Mo? How profound must her love have been to engender such bitterness toward a betrayer? However, according to his sources, Prince Mo and Lin Shireen had never concealed their relationship. In other words, it was a consensual affair, so why had Sheng Yuhua remained indifferent for so long? Only to suddenly seek retribution? Prince Han glanced at Sheng Yuhua and averted his gaze when she regained her composure. With phantom moon gauze and that other item, our chances of survival on Whitebone Mountain will improve, Sheng Yuhua stated coldly. Whitebone Mountain was an infamously perilous place with little chance of survival. Countless lives have been lost to gain this knowledge. Emerging from Prince Han and Amp, Oppo's residence, Sheng Yuhua summoned her two maids to dine at Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Miss, why did you decide to eat out? Xiao Shuang inquired curiously. Their mistress was usually discreet and rarely dined out. I'm tired of eating at home all the time. Her purpose was not merely to dine, but to meet someone. However, she was curious as to how that girl had come to be in her vicinity. She had been discreetly observing the surroundings, but had seen no one. Could something have gone amiss? Sheng Yuhua casually ordered a few dishes and waited patiently. Although it was not yet lunchtime, the restaurant was already bustling. Sheng Yuhua wondered if she had arrived too early. However, they had not arranged a specific time. She decided to eat first. Meanwhile, in the hall of Drunken Fragrance Pavilion, a father and daughter hesitantly entered, carrying a eru. They were street performers, and Drunken Fragrance Pavilion generally did not prohibit them, unless a patron objected. The woman was comely, with an elegant figure and a sweet, melodious voice. As soon as she began to sing, the patrons could not help but applaud. Some generous patrons even tossed silver coins, causing the old man to beam with delight. This young woman is quite talented. However, not everyone listened to the performance with decorum. A discordant voice interrupted as a young man in his 20s, holding a fan, approached the father and daughter. He affected an air of elegance, fanning himself, and hiccuped drunkenly. His lecherous eyes slowly scanned the woman and Amp. Oppo's face then lingered on her shapely figure. Seeing him appear, many patrons sneered. However, the man remained self-satisfied. Young woman, busking is such hard work. Why not come home with me? I'll ensure you have a life of luxury. Heh, someone chuckled, causing the man to turn his head in annoyance, seeking the source. However, no one spoke. Esteemed sir, I am merely a busker. I do not wish to. The old man stammered. Old fool, did I address you? The man waved his hand dismissively. The old man lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Father the girl hastily set aside her eru and rushed to assist the old man, but the man seized her hand and jested, "Little beauty, come back with me and ignore this old fool." As he spoke, two lackeys behind him advanced, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the old man. The old man struggled for a few moments before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The commotion in the hall inevitably reached the private room. Sheng Yuhua pulled back the window curtain to glance outside, her lips curling in disdain. Observing the pitiful girl below, she inwardly questioned, what purpose does this girl serve? She seems devoid of any martial prowess. How could she possibly lead someone away? Sheng Yuhua raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle below. Miss, this young Master Yang is exceedingly overbearing. Indeed, he relies solely on his family's connections. Young Master Yang? As Sheng Yuhua scrutinized the slightly plump man below, it dawned on her who he was, Yang Kong, the youngest brother of Yang Wanru, making him the little uncle of Sheng Yujiao. The youngest son of the Yang family is most indulged, leading a life of debauchery and vice. He has an insatiable appetite for women, with countless females in his wake, not counting those he has dismissed. However, he is clever enough to know whom he can provoke and maintains a certain decorum. The women he pursues are often from impoverished backgrounds, yet possess decent looks, which is why, despite his notorious reputation, he has never faced consequences. But today, if I encounter him, I shall not allow him to have it so easily. Yang Kong, if you are so fond of women, I shall present you with a gift, but alas, what good is it to see women daily, yet not partake? Surely, such a sentiment of longing must be exquisite. The old man below lay motionless, and the girl was being dragged away by Yang Kong. Sheng Yuhua smiled before rising to follow. I wondered who was so imposing. It turns out to be young Master Yang. By all rights, I should address him as little uncle. Yet since Yang Wanru has not done so, it is futile to expect the rest of the Yang family to do so. Sheng Yuhua. Upon seeing her, Yang Kong paused for a moment. He had long coveted this niece of his uncle's family, yet he understood the impossibility of his desire due to his status. Nevertheless, whenever he laid eyes on Sheng Yuhua, his gaze lingered upon her with lascivious intent. Thus, regardless of past or present, Sheng Yuhua has always shunned proximity to him. Is it not improper to forcibly seize a maiden? Sheng Yuhua's expression remained indifferent, her demeanor chill. Autumn Frost, however, stepped forward, shielding Sheng Yuhua from Yang Kang's disquieting gaze. Oh dear, Yuhua, your uncle merely wishes to assist her. Assist her, you say? Sheng Yuhua's cold gaze fell upon the girl, who immediately shook her head in protest. No, no, he killed my father and seeks to abduct me. Did you hear that? Should we not summon the magistrate to hear her plight? Yang Kang, terrified of facing the law, quickly released his grip and retreated a step. Yuhua, what nonsense are you speaking? I merely intended to help this young lady. If she is unwilling, so be it. I shall take my leave now. He said this and fled with his two lackeys, their retreat swifter than that of a rabbit. In truth, Yang Kong possessed little courage. Generally, who would concern themselves with these powerless women? Sheng Yuhua turned to the girl, who suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss, for saving my life. However, my father remains in the establishment. Might I trouble you to assist him?" Sheng Yuhua readily agreed, and upon returning to the establishment, they found the old man had already passed away. Sheng Yuhua assisted the girl in arranging the old man's funeral, and the girl followed her back to the residence. Everything was arranged flawlessly, nearly without flaw. Upon returning to the minister's residence, an unusual quiet enveloped the household. Sheng Yuhua, somewhat curious, wondered if Sheng Yicheng had managed to handle the family affairs in just a day's time. "Miss, the old lady requests your presence." Before she reached Linglong Courtyard, the old lady's maid rushed to her. "Grandmother is calling for me?" In the past, several days could pass without a summons. Now, it seemed the old lady had something to say multiple times in a single day. What matter could it be? The old lady appears to be in good spirits. The maid noted, piquing Sheng Yuhua and Amp, Oppos, as curiosity further. The entire household had been fretting over her dowry. What could possibly be good news? At that moment, within Anfu Courtyard, the atmosphere was rather pleasant. The side consort of the Ink King personally sent out invitations, indicating they held us in high regard. The old lady gazed at the vibrant red invitation on the table, beaming. "How is Jiao Jiao faring? What did the doctor say?" The doctor stated, "There is no serious issue." Yang Wanru replied, wiping the tears from her face. "Mother, I cannot fathom the matter at hand. Water harbors profound misconceptions regarding both me and Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao simply wished to exchange a few words with her, yet inexplicably, she fell. It is fortunate she escaped with only a bruise. Otherwise, what would become of her? As a young lady on the cusp of an engagement? Regarding Hua I will address her. What will you say to me, grandmother?" Sheng Yuhua arrived just in time to overhear. The maid parted the curtain, and Sheng Yuhua entered with a gentle smile, feigning casualness. "I have just returned from the Cold King's residence, and I hear my grandmother wishes to discuss something with me. She deliberately mentioned the cold king's residence, knowing the old lady would be cautious about it. Juan Apos, your grandmother has not spoken ill of you. This is an invitation from the Ink King and Apos' residence. They are hosting a banquet in 3 days. You should accompany us. The old lady chose not to continue the previous topic, instead gesturing toward the invitation on the table. Sheng Yuhua looked at the table, and the maid hurried over to carefully retrieve it and present it to her. As Sheng Yuhua opened it, she noticed it specifically requested both her and Sheng Yujiao to attend. A smile played on her lips, and just as she was about to speak, the old lady interjected. This invitation is personally penned by the Ink King's side consort, Hua and Amp, Apos. This signifies the Ink King and Amp, Apos, residence and Amp, Apos, esteem for us. You must accompany us. The Ink King had recently married. Such an invitation was entirely reasonable. However, would it truly be appropriate for her to attend? Does grandmother truly believe it fitting for Yuhua to go? Lin Balian, meanwhile, was coughing blood. She had once been the intended consort of the Ink King. Given her status, it was likely that both the Ink King and Lin Shireen would prefer not to encounter her. Is it truly inappropriate? The old lady spoke without hesitation. Your matters with the Ink King are in the past. You are now the intended consort of the Cold King. Henceforth, your relationship with the Ink King's residence will evolve. It is wise to acclimatize yourself in advance. It appeared the old lady had made up her mind. She likely merely wished to inform her. Very well, Sheng Yuhua acquiesced, understanding that banquets rarely unfolded without intrigue. She was uncertain of Lin Shireen's intentions, yet she was quite eager for their schemes to unfold. Furthermore, such an opportunity would likely see Lin Yuan in attendance as well. At that moment, General Yuan's residence had procured Tianji grass, and the physician had finalized the medicinal formula and quantities, preparing a concoction for Lin Yuan. The numerous precious herbs were distilled into a single bowl of essence. In the physician's words, consuming this bowl would restore Lin Yuan's health by 70 to 80%. Though she might not be able to conceive normally in the future, marriage would pose no issue. Lin Madam remained uneasy, for this was her most cherished daughter. She repeatedly confirmed with the physician, who assured her that all 3 physicians concurred. The worst possible outcome would be no worse than the current state. Only then did she reluctantly allow the maid to assist her daughter in drinking the medicine. The physician has stated that the medication will take an hour to take effect. Yet everyone remains anxiously gathered, awaiting its impact. And then Lady Lin gazes with concern at her daughter and Apos' gaunt face, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards her. Mother, I am fine, Lin Yuan reassures, understanding that her sister has returned after taking the medicine. Lin Shireen, holding Lin Yuan's hand, smiles and says, once you regain your health, you will be able to attend the banquet at the Wang residence. A thought seems to cross Lin Yuan and Apos' mind, causing her face to flush slightly, her eyes sparkling with a hint of brightness. If you recover, then mother will have no regrets. If it weren't for her temper, how could she have given birth prematurely by over 2 months? Mother, I am truly fine. Lin Yuan attempts to speak further, but suddenly experiences excruciating pain in her abdomen, as if set ablaze, her cheeks flushing crimson, beads of sweat forming on her brow. With a sudden gasp, she expels a mouthful of fresh blood. The vivid crimson splatters onto Lady Lin and Lin Shireen, a shocking sight. Both women are taken aback, while Lin Yuan gasps again, releasing another spur of blood. Doctor! Lady Lin's cries prompt 3 physicians to rush into the room. What is this? Upon seeing the scene, the 3 are momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Why is there so much blood from these 3 women? And has suddenly coughed up blood. Please, you must check her. Lady Lin is in a panic, and one physician quickly responds, Madam, please rise. I need to take your pulse. Lady Lin hastily stands, teetering slightly, but fortunately, Lin Shireen supports her to prevent a fall. After a moment, the 3 physicians take turns examining her pulse, their brows furrowed in confusion. This is not right. It shouldn't Apos TB like this. With the rare Tianji grass present, the outcome should be different. The symptoms displayed by the young lady resemble those of someone who has not received the Tianji grass. What did you say? Upon hearing about the Tianji grass, Lin Shirin's eyes turn cold as she grips one physician's arm tightly. Are you suggesting that the Tianji grass is counterfeit? The physician hesitates to affirm this, for the Tianji grass is a crucial ingredient. They had inspected it before administering the medication. How could they claim to be fake now? They are seasoned physicians, having practiced for decades, and if they cannot discern the Tianji grass, who would trust their expertise in the future? That is not the case. It is simply that the third Miss and Appo's constitution is too frail. Even with the Tianji grass to counteract the effects of the medication, her body cannot withstand it. Another physician, quick-witted, swiftly formulates a plausible explanation. What do you mean? Lin Shirin, bewildered by their reasoning, is primarily concerned for her sister. What shall we do for my sister now? She has vomited blood. Lin Yuan, already in a weakened state, is further distressed by the loss of blood. I have emphasized this to you many times. You assured me there would be no issues. Yet look at this. Lady Lin, overwhelmed with worry, begins to weep, having believed her daughter was fully recovered, only to face this grave situation. Madam, do not despair. If the Tianji grass cannot neutralize the effects, we must seek an alternative. The physician speaks in a calm manner, as if everything that transpires today bears no connection to them. An alternative? What remedy? The ice lotus. The mention of this name leaves both Lady Lin and Lin Shirin in a state of shock. They have heard of the snow lotus, but the ice lotus is entirely unfamiliar to them. The ice lotus can perfectly neutralize all medications. However, it is an exceedingly rare herb, known to only a few. Upon hearing the physician's explanation, Lady Lin comprehends the gravity of the situation, yet wonders where they might procure such a rare item. Why have you never mentioned this miraculous herb before? Lin Shirin, ever astute, scrutinizes the three physicians. They had previously insisted that any medication should be disclosed, and they would do their utmost to procure it. The old physician had not remembered this herb until a few days ago when he coincidentally encountered its name. It is said that the esteemed Miss Sheng's mother left behind a dowry list that included this very herb. Thunderstruck, both Lady Lin and Lin Shirin are momentarily speechless. Such a wondrous remedy is listed in Sheng Yuhua and Appo's dowry. Everyone in the capital is aware of the entanglements among the three of them, thus making Sheng Yuhua's situation inextricably linked to her. Is it with the Sheng family? Lin Shirin's expression darkens. The banquet is approaching, and she plans to discuss this with the matriarch. Is Sheng Yuhua and Appo's dowry not still in the possession of the matriarch? Little does Sheng Yuhua know that Lin Shirin has set her sights on her dowry. Although Lin Yuan has expelled blood, she is not in severe danger. However, her frail state has worsened, and she feels dizzy even when sitting up. The physician prescribes a variety of blood-nourishing tonics. Upon learning that the required herbs are with the Sheng family, she furrows her brow in concern. Mother, second sister, our relationship with the Sheng family is not particularly amicable. They may not be willing to part with them. Is it merely a herb? It served them no purpose. Lin Shirin scoffs, determined that if the Sheng family refuses, she will enlist the help of the Prince of Mo. She cannot fathom that such a minor family would dare to disregard the prince's authority. After the crowd departs, Lin Yuan can no longer contain herself and coughs up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Miss, why did you not inform Madam of your discomfort? One of the maids remarks, having mistaken Lin Yuan and Appo's composed demeanor for strength. What difference would it make? They have already sacrificed too much for my illness. Do not worry, miss. Once we obtain the ice lotus, your health will be restored, the maid, Zhuangju, reassures her. The 2 maids beside Lin Yuan were deliberately given strong names by Lady Lin, hoping for their daughter and Amp, Appo's recovery. Is that so? But when we obtained the Tianji grass, you said the same. Before taking the medicine, she was filled with anticipation, but after taking it, she realized it was merely a vain hope. Lin Yuan gazes despondently at the 2 robust maids, wondering why even an ordinary maid possesses such vitality while she does not. The heavens are unjust. Her sister is in excellent health, but she herself. No one sees the cold shadow lurking in Lin Yuan's eyes. The maid, hearing her words, is at a loss for how to console her. Miss, this was merely an accident. The statement itself is hard for her to believe. Yet Lin Yuan sighs helplessly. So, will there be more accidents in the future? How can one answer that? The Li family operates swiftly, delivering all medications to the Cold King's residence, where Li Meifeng also informs Sheng Yuhua. Coincidentally, Sheng Yuhua is on her way to administer one final needle to the Cold King. You are injured? She observes his unusually pale complexion, a faint scent of blood lingering around him. Last night, assassins infiltrated the residence. Steward Lu sighs. The prince's leg is injured. Mind your tongue. The Cold King retorts, displeased. Yet Steward Lu presses on anxiously. Your Highness, you are aware of the princess's medical skills. It is not wise for your leg to continue bleeding. Perhaps the princess has a remedy? What? Continually bleeding? Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuhua and Appo's expression grows serious. Let me see. No need. It and Appo's. That's just a minor injury. The Cold King Han cast a frosty glance at Butler Lu, who instinctively shrank his neck but bravely asserted, if the bleeding can be stopped. It is merely a minor injury. However, if it continues, my lord, how much blood do you possess to sustain such loss? Before King Han could retort, Sheng Yuhua swiftly stepped forward, the metallic scent of blood growing stronger. Where's the wound? Observing the man seated in the wheelchair, Sheng Yuhua felt a twinge of frustration. Butler Lu, come help me assist the prince onto the couch. Butler Lu jovially approached, and together they hoisted King Han onto the couch without further ado. I told you. There's no need, King Han insisted. Your words bear no weight. I am a physician here. Witnessing King Han and Appo's obstinacy, Sheng Yuhua suddenly perceived a childishness in him. Was he truly embarrassed over a mere leg injury? The most pressing matter remained the prince's wound. It was likely poisoned. Otherwise, why would the bleeding persist? Where is the injury? With the reluctant man now on the couch, Sheng Yuhua assertively pressed him down and rolled up his pant leg to examine the wound. Your Highness, the prince and Appo's injury is somewhat peculiar, Butler Lu remarked, his expression fraught with difficulty. What do you mean? Sheng Yuhua queried, her hand hesitating. Butler Lu intervened, deftly loosening the waistband of King Han and Appo's trousers and quickly removing them. You, Sheng Yuhua stared, taken aback by Butler Lu and Appo's adeptness, noting that King Han now wore only his undergarments. Moreover, there was an exaggeratedly wrapped section at the top of his thigh, the white cloth faintly stained with red. Realization dawned on her. She understood the prince's earlier reluctance. This assassin certainly knew how to strike precisely. Had the aim been a fraction off, King Han might have faced a far graver fate. Butler Lu, deeply concerned by the seeping blood, sighed, Your Highness, you see, it has started to ooze again. The physician has examined it and confirmed that the hidden weapon was not poisoned, yet the prince's wound remains unhealed. Is it truly poison-free? Sheng Yuhua mused, albeit feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the wounded Appo's location. No wonder King Han had wished to conceal it from her. She now wished to avert her gaze as well. She glanced at King Han, only to find his eyes glinting with a coldness that made her chuckle awkwardly. Perhaps we should forego this. I need not, Your Highness. The prince has already disrobed. You cannot shy away now, Butler Lu interjected. Is that how one interprets shying away? Sheng Yuhua retorted, slightly offended by Butler Lu's insinuation of her irresponsibility. Your Highness, this situation is quite troublesome. I shall take my leave, Butler Lu stated, hastily departing while ensuring the door was closed behind him. Your Highness, you and the prince are betrothed. Soon you will be wed. There is no need for embarrassment. We shall not intrude. By saying that, one might assume I intend to force your prince, Sheng Yuhua replied, feeling the weight of the room's silence, her gaze wandering aimlessly. King Han remained silent. Perhaps I should take a look? She thought it unwise to simply wait idly, and with a resolute decision, she approached the seemingly unconscious figure before her. The blood loss was alarming. It had seeped out in such a short span, contributing to his pallor. Attempting to unwrap the blood-soaked cloth, she found it adhered to the skin due to the blood. Spotting the medical kit nearby, she retrieved a pair of scissors, reasoning that cutting the cloth was the best course of action to avoid further pain. King Han offered no protest, which she took as consent. Carefully, she snipped the fabric, revealing an unsettling wound. Though not particularly large, it bore no signs of healing, appearing as fresh as if just inflicted. Alarmingly, the wound in damp, Oppo's, color was normal, and the blood was bright red. Furrowing her brow, she swiftly employed silver needles to seal several acupoints, significantly slowing the bleeding. However, blood still seeped out, albeit at a reduced pace. Sheng Yuhua reached for a vial of medicine, murmuring, "This may sting a bit. Bear with me." King Han slightly closed his eyes, yet did not open them. A smile crept onto Sheng Yuhua and Oppo's face as she assessed his current state. Albeit awkward, nothing inappropriate was exposed, leaving her puzzled as to why the aloof man appeared bashful. With a swift motion, she uncorked the vial, allowing the powder to settle into the wound. The man flinched slightly, but uttered not a sound. This was a remedy she thought would seldom be needed, yet King Han had made swift use of it. As the powder descended, he experienced a sharp, fiery pain, yet the bleeding ceased almost entirely. After a moment of deliberation, she decided not to bandage it immediately and waited a while longer, roughly the length of a tea session, before removing the silver needles. Oddly enough, the wound appeared normal and had stopped bleeding. Just as she prepared to dress the wound, fresh blood began to seep out again, albeit more slowly than before. It seemed time was of the essence. She would need to act quickly. "Please fetch a complete set of clothing, from top to bottom, and change everything," she instructed. Meanwhile, King Han's meals had been accounted for, revealing little consumption. "But your highness, are you suggesting?" If the poison had indeed been introduced through his clothing, it indicated that the perpetrator was within the prince and Oppo's residence. The servants worked swiftly, replacing all bedding and clothing with new items. Butler Liu, acknowledging the sensitivity of the matter, requested Sheng Yuhua to assist King Han in changing clothes. However, she was quicker than a rabbit in her retreat. "I shall first investigate the poison used by the prince. They have not yet married, and besides, marrying the Cold King is merely a last resort. There is no affection between them. How could she possibly assist the Cold King in changing clothes? Such an intimate act should rather be reserved for the true Cold Princess in the future." Steward Liu wore a countenance of disappointment. Nevertheless, he promptly assisted the prince in changing attire and discarded the soiled garments outside. Indeed, this time the prince's wounds ceased to bleed. Was the poison truly applied to the clothing? The Cold King's gaze deepened, and Steward Liu dared not speak, patiently awaiting the prince and Oppo's command. "Go, inform her," the Cold King finally uttered after a long pause. "Your Highness, the wound, it still bleeds. I wish to see who dares to extend their hand so far." Upon finishing his words, his expression turned frigid, causing Steward Liu to flinch. The Cold King's residence seldom welcomed outsiders. Those within had undergone rigorous scrutiny. It was shocking to discover that there was indeed a traitor among them. Who could be so fearless? What he feared most was whether that individual knew too much about the prince. Sheng Yuhua was aware that the Cold King should be free from danger and focused intently on concocting medicine. As she meticulously examined the blood-stained cloth, she finally discerned something significant. The everlasting spider. How could she have forgotten this crucial detail? To her astonishment, the relics of White Bone Mountain had surfaced so swiftly. Could it be him? Sheng Yuhua hesitated, uncertain, but if someone could procure items from White Bone Mountain, might they also be in pursuit of the Illusion Moon silk? Contemplating this, her expression shifted, and she realized she needed to inform the Cold King immediately. As she opened the door, she fortuitously encountered Steward Liu hurrying toward her. "Princess, I have matters to discuss with you. Come, let us enter the chamber." In the past, he would have directly shared his news with Sheng Yuhua. However, now that he suspected there might be a spy within the residence, he could not afford to be so careless. "Steward Liu?" Sheng Yuhua obliged and stepped aside as he entered, closing the door behind them. He then whispered, "The prince and Oppo's wound has stopped bleeding. It might truly be related to the clothing. I know. Where's the prince?" He instructed not to raise any alarm until that individual is apprehended. Listening to Steward Liu and Oppo's cautious tone, Sheng Yuhua sighed, "I have urgent matters to discuss with the prince." Upon hearing the urgency in her voice, Steward Liu wasted no time and quickly accompanied her. As Sheng Yuhua entered the room, Steward Liu took extra care to secure the door. She found his overly cautious demeanor somewhat amusing. Upon her arrival, the cold king lifted his gaze to her, arching an eyebrow. The previous awkwardness had seemingly dissipated. Indeed, the Ming king was quite formidable, having composed himself in such a short span. Your Highness, may we speak now? This matter was of great significance, and she was unsure if she could speak freely. Yes. Knowing the room was secure and eavesdroppers were absent, Sheng Yuhua continued. I believe I have discerned the nature of the poison afflicting you. Poison? The cold king remained skeptical. His men had repeatedly confirmed he was unpoisoned. Furthermore, having endured the torment of poison for years, he possessed considerable knowledge on the subject. He had assessed the wound, and it indeed did not appear to be poisoned. Yes, the everlasting spider, a unique toxin from Whitebone Mountain, also known as Hundred Python Mountain. The Cold King had never heard of the everlasting spider, but upon learning it was from Whitebone Mountain, his brows knitted tightly. This was not the first or second time Sheng Yuhua had shown an uncanny familiarity with Whitebone Mountain. How could this be? Not to mention that Sheng Yuhua was merely an ordinary young lady. Even those skilled individuals he employed, who had ventured there, had uncovered little. The everlasting spider was not venomous, yet the fluid it contained could prevent wounds from healing. Your Highness, it is possible that the fabric of your garments or that hidden weapon which struck you was tainted with the fluid of the everlasting spider. A hidden weapon or the fluid. The Cold King's brow furrowed even deeper. Your Highness, while your wound is no longer a concern, it is evident that someone has visited Whitebone Mountain. I fear the illusion moon silk may be at risk of being seized. It is essential to understand that the illusion moon silk is rare. Finding even a single strand is a monumental feat. Should your men venture to Whitebone Mountain without it, the peril is immense. Though she yearned for vengeance, she had no desire for innocence to perish in vain. Is someone else also eyeing Whitebone Mountain? The Cold King raised an inquisitive eyebrow, suddenly smiling. Thank you, Miss Sheng, for your information. Miss Sheng, hearing this form of address, she understood that the Cold King had not fully acknowledged her, although he did not correct the titles used by those in the residence. It was preferable this way. Their relationship was merely a partnership, each benefiting from the other, and once their collaboration concluded, they could part ways amicably. As for her, once she fulfilled her vendetta and vented her frustrations, she was uncertain of what else to pursue. The thrill of retribution? Perhaps retreating to her maternal family and living as a carefree young lady would suffice. That seemed appealing. I shall return to my preparations for the medicine. Having conveyed her insights, how the Cold King chose to manage the situation was his prerogative. Miss Sheng, just as she neared the door, the Cold King suddenly called out to her, Can you cure the illness of the county princess? Sheng Yuhua smiled subtly. He still harbored doubts about her capabilities. This matter was not conducted in secrecy, and it was only reasonable for him to be aware. It should not pose a problem. If Miss Sheng wishes to keep her abilities concealed, it would be prudent to exercise caution. Sheng Yuhua's medical expertise was remarkable. Having interacted with her multiple times, he had discerned that her skills surpassed even those of the renowned Divine Medicine Valley. Yet, there was no rumor in the capital regarding her medical prowess. This indicated her desire to keep her talents under wraps. Understood. Sheng Yuhua smiled gently, her already exquisite features becoming even more enchanting. Thank you for your reminder, Your Highness. After preparing the medicine for Princess Wan Ning, Sheng Yuhua played with the two Tibetan mastiffs for a while, leaving them with reluctant gazes as she departed. She first took Xiaoman to the Li residence, where she and Li Meifeng had visited once before. The young servant at the entrance hastily rushed inside to summon someone. Yuhua. Upon seeing her, Li Meifeng was filled with excitement, not expecting the medicine to be ready so soon. Yes, I shall first check on Aunt Ning. My mother has indeed improved significantly. You have no idea. Her complexion is much better now, and she has developed an appetite. However, we only provide her with light meals. When she sees us eating meat, she looks envious. Li Meifeng exclaimed joyfully. Sheng Yuhua chuckled. You haven't given her any, have you? Of course not. I wouldn't dare. As you said, Her stomach is still weak, and we must take it slow. Besides, her health has yet to fully recover. My mother said she'll wait a month until she's feeling better. Then, she'll want to eat whatever she desires. It was indeed rare for Princess Wan Ning to be so open-minded. Upon returning to the room they had previously visited, Princess Wan Ning was reclining on the bed. Although her complexion remained pale, her vitality had improved considerably. "Yuhua has come?" Spotting her, Wan Ning beamed. "I am well now, and it is largely thanks to you. Otherwise, I might have. Aunt Ning, I have prepared the medicine for you, anticipating that you might be weary of the taste. I made pills that can last you for a month. After that, I shall adjust the formula again." Wan Ning nodded gratefully, her eyes glistening with tears as she sighed. "Huar, if your mother knew how capable you have become, she would surely be overjoyed. It is just a pity." As Wan Ning spoke, tears fell. Truly a beautiful weeper. "By the way, while I am unaware of your mother's background, regarding your maternal family's affairs, please refrain from speaking recklessly." Van Ning kautionet. Sheng Yahua nodded. The matters concerning her maternal family were indeed pivotal to her mother's demise. Who had instigated this? Did her mother truly perish unexpectedly? Perhaps only Xing Yicheng held the answers, but he would undoubtedly never reveal them to her. ZGMO and Oppo's insistence on marrying her seems to be for the sake of her maternal family, does it not? How cunning the royal family is, using others only to dispose of them later. She is now quite certain that the ongoing research regarding the White Bone Mountain is significantly connected to ZGMO. In her previous life, she often wondered why ZGMO was so fixated on the mountain. Initially, she thought it was due to the Cold King, but it appears there may be more to it than that. Sheng Yuhua lowered her head, collecting her thoughts. After conversing with Wan Ning for a while, she was pulled out by Li Meifeng. "By the way, Yuhua, will you attend the banquet at the Mo Wang mansion? I'll protect you," Meifeng added. "Did you receive the invitation to?" "In the Li family and Amp, Oppo's back garden, there's a beautiful pond teeming with fish." The two of them sat in the pavilion at the pond and Oppo's center, enjoying the sight of the vibrant lotus leaves and the swimming fish. "Indeed, I despise the Lin sisters and have no desire to go. However, my mother insists that I should go and take a look. This is the first invitation since the marriage of the Mo Wang, and I hear that all the prominent figures in the capital are invited. If my family does not attend, it will be a slight to the Mo Wang. Although my father does not fear him, it is best not to create unnecessary enemies. It would be better if you went. Then I would have company." Meifeng pouted, sighing, "but it's obvious that you cannot go." The news of Sheng Yuhua's marriage to the Mo Wang had stirred quite the commotion in the capital. How would people react if she, who had publicly renounced her marriage, suddenly visited the Mo Wang mansion? Even the Sheng family, known for their lack of shame, would not allow Yuhua to go. "Congratulations on having a companion," Yuhua teased, affectionately ruffling Meifeng and Oppo's nose. "What do you mean?" Meifeng asked, momentarily confused. "You have a companion," Yuhua replied innocently, blinking her eyes. Suddenly, Meifeng understood. "Ah, you're going? How can you go?" Seeing Meifeng's exaggerated reaction, Yuhua could not help but smirk. It was indeed true. Even a naive girl like Meifeng could recognize that she should not attend at this time. Yet her grandmother insisted on her attendance to curry favor with the Mo Wang. There was no option. The Sheng family had received the invitation, specifically requesting her presence. Was Lin Shireen thinking? Why would she invite you? Meifeng questioned, bewildered. If it were her, she would likely never wish to see Yuhua again. Offering unnecessary flattery is suspicious. Lin Shireen cannot simply invite Yuhua for no reason. "Yuhua, perhaps you should reconsider going? I wouldn't mind going alone." Meifeng was not one to shy away from challenges. What was there to fear? "How could I not go?" Yuhua raised an eyebrow, recalling her family's disposition, and chuckled. "My grandmother specifically told me that I must attend. She truly is a remarkable grandmother." Meifeng felt a pang of sympathy, realizing how difficult life was for Yuhua in the Sheng family. Ah, without a mother, is it always this way? Her gratitude for Yuhua deepened. Had it not been for her, she too might have become a motherless child. "If you go, then go. It is not a den of tigers and dragons. Rest assured, I will protect you." "There is no need," Yuhua replied, not requiring protection. However, seeing the concern etched on Meifeng and Amp, Oppo's face softened her heart. Why had she not befriended her in her past life? If they had been friends, perhaps her own suffering would have been alleviated. Very well. Yuhua consented, curiosity piquing her interest in Lin, Shireen, and Amp. Oppo's motives. By the way, I almost forgot to share some good news. Meifeng suddenly exclaimed, her eyebrows lifting in excitement. Do you remember the Tianji grass from last time? Yuhua nodded. The Lin sisters had snatched it away, but the genuine 100-year-old Tianji grass was at the Cold King's residence. Had Lin Yuan already used it? Lin Yuan's luck is quite poor. I heard that after using it. She coughed up blood. It was quite alarming, nearly causing Lady Lin to faint. Vomiting blood? Yuhua had not inquired further, but found it reasonable given the circumstances. The Tianji grass was a remarkable medicinal herb, and the difference between a 100-year-old and a mere decade-old specimen was vast. If she could make a decade-old herb appear as potent as a 100-year-old one, it was unreasonable to expect it to possess the same efficacy. What happened in the end? They did not cause trouble for the apothecary, did they? The herbs were fine. I checked, and their quality was quite high. It was just that Lin Yuan and Oppo's body could not withstand it. Who can she blame? Meifeng replied, exasperated, and Yuhua agreed, relieved that the apothecary remained uninvolved. But I am curious, without the Tianji grass, what other herbs will they seek? The Lin family certainly cares for their daughter. Meifeng remarked casually, but Yuhua noted it carefully. Without the Tianji grass, what alternative herbs could they pursue? Could it be, speaking of neutralizing herbs, there are indeed superior options, though they are exceedingly rare. One such rare herb was the ice heart lotus. It was part of her mother and Oppo's dowry. While the dowry list had not been made public, a few were aware of it. Had they specifically invited the matriarch of the Sheng family, intending to target the ice heart lotus? How calculated! Yet, she had never seen an ice heart lotus. Her mother's belongings would not be given to the Sheng family, let alone to Lin Yuan. Thankfully, there were still 2 days left, ample time for her to strategize. Hua and Oppo's Wan Ning called for them to return, saying, "This is a small token of my affection. Consider it a gift to enhance your dowry." She had recovered and inquired about recent happenings in the capital, including matters concerning Sheng Yuhua. Upon learning of her intention to marry the Cold King, Wan Ning was not in favor. Setting aside the Cold King's health, his temperament was hardly suitable for a good match. Ning i.e., that is unnecessary. Yuhua declined the deed that Wan Ning offered. She had saved her due to her mother, not for monetary gain. Hua, my bond with your mother is that of good sisters. It is entirely normal for an elder sister to present a gift to her younger sister's daughter, is it not? Yuhua's lips twitched. While it was indeed customary to present gifts, the shop she offered was far too precious. This was the largest rouge shop in the capital, also the most profitable part of Wan Ning and Oppo's dowry. This is merely a small token of my affection. Do you mean to say that my life is worth less than this shop? Oh dear, Yuhua, just accept it. Otherwise, my mother will not be at ease. Meifeng chimed in, urging her to relent. With no other choice, Yuhua accepted the gift. Hua, regarding your situation with the Cold King, Zun Ning inquired. Now that her health had improved, she could help Yuhua strategize. Even if it was a royal decree of marriage, she could assist in finding a solution. The Cold King is quite good. I'm very satisfied. Yuhua smiled, her expression devoid of any reluctance. Wan Ning observed her demeanor and sighed. As long as you have made your decision. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qiu Shuang and Xiaolu were busy with their tasks. Yuhua called for Xiaoman. Miss. Xiaoman promptly responded. Could you help me retrieve the medicinal herbs for my mother's dowry? Yuhua requested, cautious not to stir up any trouble. Of course, Xiaoman replied calmly. Yuhua observed her composed demeanor and asked, your martial skills are quite impressive, are they not? Miss, would you like to learn martial arts? Xiaoman inquired, referencing some books she had seen Yuhua perusing previously. I absolutely refuse to return it. My talent in martial arts is lacking. However, I possess a keen interest in the art of escape. Please wait a moment. Miss, I shall prepare immediately. Sheng Yuhua was curious about what she was preparing, but when she beheld those items later that evening, she was left utterly astonished. There were several sizable bags of unknown material, the contents a mystery, which struck her as rather peculiar. If the young lady wishes to practice lightness in movement, her body must be agile. I practiced in this manner, binding such weights to my limbs initially. Over time, the effects became remarkably evident. Binding these to my body? Sheng Yuhua's lips twitched violently. She could not endure the hardships of martial training in her previous life, and now she would have to endure once again. As she grasped the bag, ready to tie it on, Xiaoman interjected, "Do not rush, miss. There is no need to bind them tonight. We shall discuss it tomorrow." Observing Xiaoman deftly stowing the bags, Sheng Yuhua silently withdrew her hand, a sense of foreboding about the days to come settling over her. In these past few days, Yang Wanru has endured the most distressing period. She could not elucidate the situation regarding the shop, ultimately having to feign ignorance. However, Sheng Yicheng declared his intention to report to the authorities and seek their intervention. Yang Wanru dared not comply. Should the authorities investigate, their misdeeds would undoubtedly come to light, and her maternal family might not only lose the benefits, but could even face imprisonment. She requested a day's grace from Sheng Yicheng, intending to visit her family. She instructed Sheng Yujiao to remain indoors and recuperate, avoiding any provocations toward Sheng Yuhua. Yet, an unsettling anxiety gnawed at her. Her daughter had suffered continuously, and she felt utterly powerless. How could that wretched girl, Sheng Yuhua, be so uncanny? In haste, she returned to her mother. Yang's father now held the rank of a fourth-grade official. Although he was a minister, he served in the Ministry of Revenue, which afforded him considerable benefits. Yang's mother had also ascended to the status of an official's wife, her demeanor now somewhat haughty. Upon Yang Wanru's arrival, a broad smile on her mother's face seemed capable of crushing a fly. Gazing at her mother's beaming expression, Yang Wanru felt inexplicably vexed. "Where is my elder brother?" "Your elder brother is occupied with shop matters. With so many shops at home, he is working tirelessly, barely able to catch his breath." Yang and Amp, Oppo's mother complained cheerfully. Yang Wanru and Amp, Oppo's gaze darkened as she observed her mother's self-satisfied demeanor. Sighing, "I suppose he won't be so busy in the future." "Ah, who and Amp, Oppo's, What do you mean by that?" Yang's mother, caught off guard by her daughter's words, inquired. "I mean, he won't need to work so hard. He can enjoy some leisure." "What do you mean?" Yang and Oppo's mother still struggled to comprehend. Just then, Yang Hongfa rushed home, excitedly exclaiming, "Little sister, the business at Fuhrer Building is thriving. If I were to manage it, I believe it could flourish even more." "When can we?" Before he could finish, he sensed the strange atmosphere in the room, pausing in confusion. "What's wrong? Ask your sister." Yang and Amp, Oppo's mother snapped, now equally bewildered. "Oh, little sister, what has happened?" "Elder brother, over these years, you've earned quite a bit of silver from the Sheng family's shops, haven't you?" Yang Wanru asked earnestly, her expression grave. Not much." Yang Hongfa scratched his head, explaining, "The shops appear profitable, but I have been maintaining and redecorating them, so the earnings have been mostly reinvested." "What a fool." Yang Wanru harbored a deep resentment, yet her expression remained placid. "These are all Sheng family shops. Have you never considered that one day they might discover the truth?" "Impossible. We have followed proper procedures, and besides, brother-in-law trusts you implicitly. How could he concern himself with these matters?" Yang Hongfa's confident demeanor only deepened Yang Wanru's frustration. After all her efforts, it seemed she had gained nothing. Why wouldn't her foolish brother invest the profits into acquiring other shops? Yet now he insisted that she reclaim the shops. "That is out of the question." Yang Hongfa dismissed her outrage. "It is impossible. These shops have been legally acquired and belong to the Yang family, completely divorced from the Sheng family. He had poured so much effort into these establishments. How could he relinquish them? These shops were originally part of you, Shaoran's dowry. After her demise, they were contributed to the public treasury, and I could have managed them. Yet, I did not anticipate that Sheng Yuhua would somehow produce a fraudulent dowry document from the past. Her mother and brother were not fools. They should have grasped her implication. What are you suggesting? Without the original dowry document, these shops belong to the Sheng family. However, if such a document exists, they rightfully belong to Sheng Yuhua. In essence, Yang Wanru's transactions were rendered futile. Yang Hongfa, filled with resentment, glutted et young Wanro, impossible. That document must be a forgery. Even if a document exists, who can authenticate its legitimacy? Yang Wanru was eager to disprove the document's authenticity, but perceived the challenge as insurmountable. Sheng Yuhua had informed the Cold King, who had intervened personally. Both were taken aback at the mention of the Cold King's involvement. How could that formidable figure take action? Rower, tell mother the truth. Has Sheng Yuhua, that wretched girl, already entangled herself with the Cold King? The Cold King was known for his ruthless nature. When had he ever shown interest in a woman? Why would he suddenly defend Sheng Yuhua? Yang Wanru pondered deeply, well aware of Sheng Yuhua's character. She shook her head. They likely do not know each other. Impossible. What the Cold King? Can he simply seize another shops? Young Hongfa shouted defiantly. Whale young mother chalchulating gazid deepened. These shops belong to our Yang family. We have invested so much effort. They cannot be returned. The Yang family's foundation is already fragile. If we lose the shops, how will we survive and establish ourselves? Relying solely on my son's meager salary? Mother, I do not wish for this either, but Sheng Yicheng has stated that if we do not return them, he will involve the authorities. Yang's mother's pupils constricted sharply, a hint of trepidation flashing in her eyes. Yang Hongfa fumed. Everything is in order. What can he do? Reclaiming the shops? They're deluding themselves. This matter could not withstand scrutiny from the authorities. Yang Wanru was most apprehensive about this. You should return and appease Sheng Yicheng. As for that wretched girl, Sheng Yuhua, her mother must find a way. Realizing they had made their decision, Yang Wanru felt it futile to argue further and left, her heart heavy with trepidation. Stepping out of the Yang family's gate, she sighed as she listened to the lively commotion outside. This time, Sheng Yicheng was genuinely serious. How could she placate him? Unless the Yang family were to return everything they had gained over the years. But how could that be possible? From the looks of her brother, he had no intention of doing so. Madam Sheng. Suddenly, the carriage halted as a young girl obstructed its path. Yang Wanru lifted the curtain to peer out. My lady requests a word with you. My lady? Yang Wanru felt a surge of curiosity, but still proceeded into the tea house. On the third floor, in an elegant booth by the window, sat a woman of grand demeanor, adorned in a light red gown with floral embroidery, exuding an air of nobility. It was Lin Shireen. Upon seeing her, Yang Wanru paused momentarily. Madam Sheng, Lin Shireen greeted with a nod and a smile as Yang Wanru approached. I noticed your furrowed brows. Have you encountered some troubles? Lin Shireen sat quietly, observing Yang Wanru's heavy-hearted return to her maternal home. Upon her departure, her furrowed brow revealed her distress. Madam, it is merely family matters. We are, after all, somewhat fated, Lin mused. Is it not fate? Yang Wanru sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. It is my family, yes, where who lacks the fortune. Madam, you jest. Your Yuhua, despite having withdrawn from the engagement with the Mo King, has the Han King as a worthy alternative. Lin Shireen appeared to recall something, letting out a wistful sigh. Unlike me, who is merely a lowly concubine. Miss Sheng spoke wisely. A side consort is ultimately but a concubine. Yang Wanru found herself at a loss for words. Although she was now the wife of Sheng Yicheng, she had once been elevated from the status of a concubine. Not being the primary wife meant her children would always be regarded as lesser than those born of the legitimate wife. By the way, I heard yesterday that Miss Sheng's mother left behind a dowry list. Lin Shireen suddenly inquired. Yang Wanru and Appo's heart raced. The matter of the dowry list had not circulated widely. How could Lin Shireen be aware? This was not a good sign. Could it be that the news had spread far and wide? Do not worry, madam. I heard it by chance. The focus has been on my younger sister and Appo's, as poor health, and our family has been searching for remedies. Lin Shireen observed Yang Wanru and Appo's expression, noting her relief, and continued, Recently, we obtained a celestial herb, but alas, my sister's frailty rendered it ineffective. I heard you possess an ice lotus, so I wish to consult you about the possibility of parting with it. Ice lotus? Yang Wanru and Appo's eyes lit up. She had indeed seen it. The herb was of no use to her, and gifting it to Lin Shireen would earn a favor from the Mo King's household. a deal that seemed quite advantageous. However, young Wanru hesitantly raised her gaze, regret etched on her face. Indeed, my sister's dowry contains an ice lotus, but regrettably, I lack the authority to manage it. With the dowry list now in play, all items belong to War. I apologize, but I am unable to assist you with this herb. Hearing War's name again, Lin Shireen could only grit her teeth in resentment. She despised Sheng Yuhua, knowing full well that the feeling was mutual. How could we possibly relinquish the ice lotus to her? Madam, you're the matriarch of the Sheng family. Can it be that you lack the authority to manage even a mere herb? Lin Shireen's head hung low, concealing the mockery in her gaze. Yet, young Wanru, perceptive as she was, sensed it. If it were in the past, it would be no issue. However, the Han King now supports War, insisting that the dowry must be preserved in its entirety, she explained. They say the Han King is cold and indifferent. Would he truly concern himself with such trivial matters? Lin Shireen scoffed, proposing terms directly. The ice lotus is of utmost importance for my sister. You need not offer excuses. It will be far more straightforward to state conditions. Anything I can procure for General Yuan, I shall not refuse. Yang Wanru had been awaiting this very statement. She lifted her head, her expression conflicted as she began. Your sincerity is commendable, but I find myself entangled in a troublesome matter. The night passed, and Xiaoman brought forth the ice lotus. Sheng Yuhua compared it with her memories, searching for a similar herb, yet found none. Having already deceived Lin Yu and Amp, Oppos, and once, she was eager to do so again. Lin Yuan had caused her immense suffering in her previous life. Merely causing her to cough blood was not sufficient payback. Xiaoman, have you ever seen anything resembling this ice lotus? Given that the Lin family had set their sights on her possession, it seemed a transaction was imminent. Should she inform the Han King? Perhaps he could find use for the ice lotus as well. Allow me to ponder this, Sheng Yuhuan noted, handing the ice lotus back to Xiaoman. Return promptly. Miss, should we continue searching for similar items? Xiaoman inquired. Yes, one bout of bloodshed was detrimental, but two? She had not examined Lin Yuan's pulse in this lifetime and was unsure if she could bear a child. She hoped for a swift birth, preferably a daughter. However, in her previous life, until her demise, Lin Yuan Oppos, and had never conceived. Ultimately, her constitution was too frail. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the matriarch sent someone early to oversee Sheng Yuhua's grooming, even preparing attire for her. Upon seeing the deep pink floral ensemble, Sheng Yuhua's brow furrowed. You wish for me to wear this today? Old madam specifically chose this for you, tailored to your measurements. It will surely fit you well. The maid replied with a warm smile. Yet, I do not wish to wear it. Sheng Yuhua and Oppos. Eyes turned icy as she commanded. Xiao Shuang, fetch me something else. Deep pink. What was the matriarch insinuating? Few legitimate daughters would don such colors. Second, miss, this is the old madam's heartfelt intention. In that case, I shall not attend. Sheng Yuhua and Oppos. Eyes reddened. She had toiled late in the night and was still weary. Rising early to be summoned was vexing. Well, second miss, do as you wish. The maid, recalling the matriarch's instructions, deemed it better for her to forego the attire than to miss the event altogether. Miss, shall we change? Xiao Shuang inquired tentatively. Yes. By the way, second miss, the old madam mentioned that you may bring only one maidservant. Only one maidservant? Sheng Yuhua's brow arched in curiosity. What did her esteemed grandmother intend? The Mo King's residence prepared a grand banquet for the first gathering. Upon arrival, the Sheng family found that the other noblewomen had largely gathered. Throughout the journey, Sheng Yujiao had been notably subdued, occasionally glancing at Sheng Yuhua, but speaking little. Sheng Yuhua observed her sister, noting her remarkable recovery. After such severe injuries, she appeared quite well. Her nose bore no traces of past wounds. Were it not for witnessing Sheng Yujiao and Oppos' dire state that day, she might have believed she remembered incorrectly. Jiao, you are both daughters of the Sheng family. Once at the Mo King's residence, you must support one another and avoid discord, understand? The matriarch admonished. Grandmother, Jiao understands. Grandmother, Yuan knows. Seeing her granddaughters respond obediently, the matriarch added, especially you, Jiao. You are not a child anymore. Perform well, and your match will be settled. Yes, Jiao Jiao understands. Sheng Yujiao lowered her head, unable to conceal the hatred in her eyes. A marriage? Her marriage? Being the legitimate daughter, older than Sheng Yuhua. Why must Sheng Yuhua marry either a prince or a lord, while she was left to be chosen like an item for sale? Today, the city's elite gathered, and if she performed well, perhaps a good family would propose to her. Why not? Could she not aspire to be a princess herself? Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. As their carriage halted, the matriarch cast a deep glance at her granddaughters, reiterating, "Remember, as daughters of the Sheng family, you must cherish one another." Such sentiments were likely held only by the matriarch herself. Upon alighting from the carriage, Xiaoman hurried to assist her. "War, who is this girl?" The matriarch scrutinized Xiaoman, seemingly unfamiliar with her presence. Sheng Yuhua had always been accompanied only by Qiu Shuang and Xiaolu. "Her name is Xiaoman, and I saved her by chance some time ago. She is quite obedient, so I decided to keep her by my side. Have you checked her background? Is there any contract of servitude? The maids from her family must have a clear lineage. I have looked into it. There are no issues." The old lady nodded, her aged eyes scrutinizing Xiaoman a few more times. Sheng Yuhua lowered her head, knowing that the old lady would not be at ease and would likely have someone investigate further. However, she would not stay in the Sheng family for long, so why should she fear any inquiries? In the back garden of a plethora of blooming flowers adorned the surroundings. It is no wonder that Lin Shireen could find such an abundance of blossoms, as there are not many flowers in bloom at this time. Li Meifeng spotted her and hurried over, affectionately grasping her arm. "You're here?" Sheng Yuhua nodded, upon seeing the young lady from the Li family. The old lady smiled kindly and said, "You young ones go and have fun. There is no need to keep this old woman company." She then turned to Sheng Yujiao. "Jiao Jiao, you should join them too." Sheng Yujiao obediently agreed and stepped forward. Li Meifeng barely glanced at her and ignored her. "Come on, there's a pond here too?" Sheng Yuhua could hardly be unaware of the pond at. In her previous life, she had raised many goldfish there, relishing the sight of them swimming about. She even had a maid dedicated to their care, and on days when she felt down, she would come to converse with them. However, one morning, all the goldfish in the pond had perished, their bodies floating upside down, exposing their white bellies. Sheng Yuhua had been furious and dizzy at that moment. Perhaps due to her extreme anger, she felt unwell. At that time, Lin Shireen had approached gracefully, gazing at the dead fish in the pond with a particularly enchanting smile. "Sister, how could their lives be so worthless? Following a wretched person, they only have wretched lives. Look, wretched lives don't last long. Even heaven can't stand it. And they perish." She chuckled behind her hand, and Sheng Yuhua knew she was behind the incident, but lacked evidence. With bloodshot eyes, she confronted her. "Did you do this?" "Sister, you're wronging me. Last night, the prince and I were here feeding the fish. Who could have anticipated that their wretched lives couldn't even handle the princess fish feed? And then there was Ji Zimo." She did not believe it and had someone investigate, and indeed, the matter was confirmed. She could not fathom why Ji Zimo would want to poison the fish she adored. Yet, the next day, when she encountered Lin Shireen again by the pond, she was weeping with a face like a drenched flower, insisting that she did not poison the fish. She clutched Sheng Yuhua and Amp, Oppo's S-arm, but when Sheng Yuhua waved her hand, she fell into the pond. Then Ji Zimo arrived, his gaze as if imbued with venom. That day, she lost her first child. Sheng Yuhua shook off her thoughts, pausing her steps. "Let us admire the flowers. There is nothing worthwhile to see of the pond." Indeed, Li Meifeng concurred. "Let us go enjoy the blossoms." Sheng Yujiao followed obediently behind them, as if she had transformed into a different person today. The two strolled casually, encountering many young ladies who quickly avoided them, whispering among themselves. Sheng Yuhua knew they spoke ill of her, but she did not care. "Ah, is this Sheng Yuhua? How utterly self-important she is, daring to marry the cold king. Is so much better, yet some simply do not cherish it. Shu, don't speak. Lin's concubine is looking our way." Lin Shireen overheard their words, her smile nearly faltering. Why did they continually remind her that she was a concubine? "Sister," Lin Yuan gently tugged at her arm, whispering, "Sister, do not stoop to their level. Once you are with child, the emperor will grant you the status of a principal wife." This was what the emperor had personally stated on the wedding day. "Yes, sister, Why did you bring her along, too? Lin Yuan did not understand Lin Shirin's intentions. Wasn't it better for Sheng Yuhua to distance herself? She coughed softly, still feeling weak. It's nothing. Most people were invited. I couldn't leave her out, could I? After all, she has prepared something special for Sheng Yuhua. Seeing Sheng Yuhua's radiant smile, she hoped she would still be smiling later. Indeed. But since the Imperial edict granted marriage, my union with my brother-in-law is impossible. Sister, rest assured. Lin Yuan comforted her dutifully, and Lin Shirin patted her hand, her smile even more dazzling. Sheng Yuhua, how could I possibly let you marry the Cold King? The shame you have brought upon me, I will surely reclaim it today. Sheng Yuhua remained unaware of Lin Shirin's schemes, fully aware that her intentions were not benign, thus maintaining her guard. The two walked leisurely, conversing pleasantly, until they overheard some particularly unpleasant remarks. Li Meifeng intended to confront them, but Sheng Yuhua stopped her. What do you need to say to them? Sheng Yuhua smiled lightly, nonchalantly replying, they're just feeling sour inside. Li Meifeng was taken aback, then quickly understood, her eyes twinkling with mirth. You're right, Yuhua. They're simply envious. You've been granted marriage by imperial decree twice, both to princes, while they have not even experienced it once. While that is true, your statement may not be entirely correct. Are you certain that you are complimenting me by emphasizing twice? Shameless. A woman, hearing Li Meifeng's words, scoffed and approached, angrily declaring, does not like you. The prince personally married Lin's concubine, while you were merely a servant brought to the wedding. What is there to be proud of? This woman, Sheng Yuhua recognized as an acquaintance. She seemed to have a peculiar affinity with the Yang family. She had encountered Yang Kong while shopping and now met Yang Yujuan at. Whether likes me or not, I'm still wed by imperial decree. Miss Young, do you have the ability to have the emperor grant you a marriage? Sheng Yuhua replied with a faint smile. Li Meifeng laughed. He? She expects the emperor to grant her a marriage? What audacity! You! Yang Yujuan's eyes blazed with fury, but the Yang family, being backed by the Sheng family, dared not confront the daughter of the Sheng family. Cousin, are you just going to let her bully you? Yang Yujuan, afraid to act, cast a pleading glance at the meek Sheng Yujiao behind Sheng Yuhua. Cousin, we are all sisters. My second sister is just joking with you. Sheng Yujiao spoke kindly to mediate the situation. Sheng Yuhua turned to glance at her, wondering if her elder sister had truly changed, as she seemed entirely different from her usual self. Time swiftly passed to noon, and hosted a banquet in the garden, with the air filled with the fragrance of flowers, creating a somewhat poetic ambience. The old lady had designated seating for them, and the young ladies gathered together. Li Meifeng was overjoyed to be with Sheng Yuhua, while Sheng Yujiao sat beside her, and Sheng Yuhua remained vigilant in her heart. Oh, I'm so sorry. Before all the dishes had been served, a young maid, while refilling their wine, accidentally spilled the drink onto Sheng Yuhua and Sheng Yujiao. The maid hurriedly attempted to wipe it off, but the wine-soaked garments looked quite unrefined. It's all right. Second sister, did you bring change of clothes? Shall we go and change? Sheng Yujiao kindly suggested. Sheng Yuhua raised her eyes to her and smiled. That sounds good. Miss Sheng, it is my fault. Allow me to lead you to change. The two maids hurried off to fetch clothes, while Sheng Yuhua and the others followed the young maid to the changing room. This was the inner courtyard of the prince's residence, relatively secluded and quiet. Oh dear, second sister, my stomach hurts terribly. I can't hold it any longer. I need to relieve myself. Upon entering the courtyard, Sheng Yujiao suddenly clutched her abdomen and cried out in pain. Sheng Yuhua, with a worried expression, looked at her and asked, elder sister, what is the matter? Did you eat something unclean? I should be fine, and Oppos, that's just a stomach ache. I will step outside for a moment. You go ahead, second sister. I'll come find you shortly, Sheng Yujiao replied as she attempted to leave. However, Sheng Yuhua grasped her arm tightly, her complexion slightly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. My stomach hurts too. Oh dear sister, let's go together. Miss Sheng, the dishes at our Wangfu are all freshly prepared and very clean. The young maid, taken aback, thought to herself. They had just arrived, and now both young ladies were claiming to have stomach pains. What should she do? I know. It might just be my poor health. Elder sister, let us hurry. I feel utterly dreadful, Shang Yujiao said, supporting her abdomen, momentarily forgetting her complaints of pain. What was wrong with Shang Yuhua? Her stomach pain seemed feigned, yet her demeanor suggested otherwise. Could it be that she was genuinely unwell? Her gaze shifted to the maid, who was visibly anxious, perspiration lining her brow. The concubine had arranged everything meticulously. There could be no room for mistakes at this juncture. If she failed to execute the concubine's orders, the consequences would be dire. The maid shivered at the thought, steeling herself as she stepped forward and seized Shang Yuhua and Amp. Oppo's arm, a forced smile on her face. Miss Shang, there is a designated room in the courtyard. I shall take you there at once. Suddenly pulled back, Shang Yuhua instinctively grasped Shang Yujiao and Amp. Oppo's hand and sweetly suggested, sister, let's go together. Upon entering the so-called designated room, Shang Yuhua was greeted by a familiar, cloying scent. Was this an aphrodisiac? She had suspected that Lin Shireen would not bring her here without reason. It seemed they were waiting for her. Yet, she wondered what kind of man they had prepared for her. Could it be the M.O. Wang? Was he still unwilling to accept defeat? Clearly, the lesson from the Han Wang had not sufficed. It appeared that Shang Yujiao would be the one to benefit this time. No wonder she had been so obedient today. It seemed that Yang Wanru and Lin Shireen had conspired without her knowledge. Now, she was determined to see if their alliance remained steadfast. Having discerned their intentions, Shang Yuhua decided to forego any pretense of politeness. She released Shang Yujiao and Oppo's hand, retrieving a small dagger from her sleeve. Swiftly, she aimed the blade at Shang Yujiao and Oppo's neck, who had yet to react before collapsing. With a swift motion, Shang Yuhua yanked the maid forward, kicking her leg to destabilize her, causing the maid to fall to her knees with a thud. Shang Yujiao's body fell atop the maid, while Shang Yuhua firmly held the maid and Oppo's chin and tossed a pill into her mouth. What have you given me? The maid cried, desperately trying to expel the pill, but it dissolved instantly, already making its way into her system. It's poison. If you do not ingest the antidote within a day, your skin will rot, and you shall perish. The maid trembled in fear. How terrifying! Yet, why was Shang Yuhua armed with a dagger and poison when she was merely here for a banquet? The lady from Shang family was indeed peculiar. If you do not believe me, press an inch below your navel. Do you feel pain? Following the instructions, the maid pressed down and gasped in pain. Miss Shang, I'm also being coerced. Please, grant me the antidote. Oh, so you plead for mercy now? It is too late. Shang Yuhua scoffed, her tone remaining flat. Assist her inside. Proceed with the plan as arranged. Understood? One side apart. I shall discreetly provide you with the antidote. The maid nodded repeatedly, though unease lingered in her heart. If the concubine were to discover this, the concubine appeared amiable, yet she was ruthless when provoked. As long as you keep your mouth shut, she will never know. Reassured, the maid acquiesced. And Shang Yuhua was untroubled by the possibility of her changing her mind, unless she wished for her own demise. Exiting the courtyard, Xiao Man approached with clothing in hand, accompanied by Shang Yujiao and Amp, Oppo's maid Duan. Shang Yuhua cast a cold glance at Duan, and Xiao Man swiftly handed over the garments, suddenly striking Duan unconscious with a single blow. Ensure that Lin Yuan is brought to that room. Shang Yuhua examined Shang Yujiao and Oppo's attire, then carelessly discarded it into a nearby flower bed. After issuing her instructions, she recalled the key she had crafted a few days prior. There were still many treasures in the M.O. Wang and Oppo's treasury. Unfortunately, she could not carry much away. Having prepared in advance for such an occasion, she had not anticipated that an opportunity would present itself so soon. Mississippi. Thinking Xiao Man had already departed, Shang Yuhua noticed her pondering something. This was left for you by the master. I thought you might find it useful. In Xiao Man and Oppo's hand was a slender bracelet, its material indistinguishable, blending seamlessly with her skin tone. As Shang Yuhua reached for it, Xiao Man placed it into her palm, causing her to flinch in pain. Yet she found no wound upon inspection. This is a rare item. Only two exist. It can store belongings. What? Shang Yuhua was bewildered. How could such a simple bracelet possess such capabilities? You can test it by placing the clothing into the bracelet. Following the instruction, Shang Yuhua watched in astonishment as the garment vanished. Peering into the bracelet, she saw what resembled a storeroom, the clothing lying on the ground within. This was astonishing. It was her first encounter with such an object. It seemed her maternal family was even more mysterious than she had imagined. This item was likely unique in all of Kyoto. Miss, be cautious. Sheng Yuhua nodded, recalling the day and Appos as pressing matters. She skillfully evaded the Wang Fu and Appos as inhabitants. Fortunate that the majority were occupied in the garden due to the banquet, leaving this area relatively deserted. Navigating expertly, she approached the Mo Wang's treasury, which was typically overseen by 2 elderly guards. It was not that the Mo Wang neglected the treasury. He had personally modified the lock, allowing only him to open it. Ordinary individuals, even with a key, could not gain access. He generally did not trust others. It was likely that even Lin Shireen could not come to the treasury alone to retrieve items. However, the treasury contained many valuable goods, including medicinal herbs. Of course, this did not include Sheng Yuhua. After all, she had spent many years with the Mo Wang in her past life. Sheng Yuhua incapacitated the 2 elderly guards, producing the key. The lock, designed solely for the Mo Wang, yielded to her deft touch with a swift click. She slipped inside, acutely aware that time was of the essence. Initially, she intended to take a few medicinal herbs for Xiao Man to carry out. However, now armed with the bracelet, Sheng Yuhua smiled alluringly, eager to witness the Mo Wang's expression when he discovered that items were missing. Uncertain of the bracelet's capacity, she first gathered the most essential herbs, followed by others. Naturally, she did not overlook any of the 20 or so valuable herbs within. To her surprise, although the bracelet appeared small, it was challenging to fill. The treasury was nearly emptied, yet the bracelet remained far from full. Satisfaction enveloped her as she smiled, not lingering any longer, and returned triumphantly. Master. Observing the delicate figure depart, 2 silhouettes hidden within the dense foliage nearby wore expressions of astonishment. How could the Wang Fei have unlocked this treasury? They had attempted multiple times to open the Mo Wang's locks, yet to no avail. Many capable individuals surrounded the Mo Wang. Moreover, even the cold-hearted prince could not help but admire the princess for her audacity. Upon entering, though unaware of what she had taken, she had the thoughtfulness to securely lock the door behind her and assist the 2 elderly men who had presumably fallen asleep at the table, ensuring they would awaken believing they had merely dozed off. It would be wise to have someone keep watch. Although Sheng Yuhua had easily unlocked the door just moments ago, a chilling glint flickered in Prince Han's eyes as he pondered whether she had prior access to the keys or possessed expertise in lock manipulation. His seemingly delicate fiancée, he appeared to be far more formidable than she seemed. The cold prince and Appos' gaze turned frosty. She had accessed the Mo Wang's treasury today. Did she possess a key in advance? Or was she adept at picking locks? Having resided within the walls of the Prince Missouri estate for numerous years in her past life, Sheng Yuhua possessed an intimate familiarity with every nook and cranny. Coupled with the fact that most of the staff were preoccupied with the banquet, leaving only a handful of guards stationed at the vault, Sheng Yuhua proceeded with caution. However, fate intervened, causing her to stumble into a solid embrace. Instinctively, she brandished a petite dagger, aiming it at the figure behind her. Attempting to assassinate your own husband? Only a few guards remained near the treasury. Though she treaded cautiously, she unexpectedly fell into a solid embrace. Clutching a small dagger, she instinctively lunged it towards the figure behind her. Ah, an attempted murder of her betrothed? A soft chuckle reached her ears, though the voice was low. Sheng Yuhua recognized it instantly. Her tense body relaxed slightly as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. Yet his arm remained firmly around her waist, leaving her nestled against him. She could hear his steady breathing and felt the warmth radiating from him, a stark contrast to his usual icy demeanor. What brings the prince to the Mo Wang and Appos' banquet? Sheng Yuhua whispered, eager to exit the rear treasury. Miss Sheng, why are you not in the garden, but here in the back? The cold prince did not respond, instead raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Or had he witnessed her entering the Prince Mo vault? Sheng Yuhua berated herself for her lack of vigilance, realizing she had failed to detect his presence. It would be manageable, but if he had seen her enter the treasury, She scolded herself for her lack of caution, having failed to notice him. However, how could she extricate herself now? Without a suitable excuse, the cold prince would never believe her. Moreover, a grand performance awaited, one she longed to witness firsthand. Your Highness, I heard that the M.O. Wang's estate possesses a rare medicinal herb, one essential for you, hence my presence. Sheng Yuhua lowered her head. Would your Highness be so kind as to release me? I shall present the herb to you. Prince Han complied, releasing her. Sheng Yuhua swiftly retreated from his embrace, taking a few steps back before placing the box in his hands. Prince Han cast a cursory glance at the contents before returning the box to Sheng Yuhua. For my sake? Sheng Yuhua quickly nodded, not daring to reclaim it. Little did I know that the princess harbored such deep affection for me. She thought in exasperation. You should keep it for now. I am unable to carry it, Your Highness. Please have someone return it instead. What a farce. If anyone discovered her with this box, escape would be impossible. Your Highness, I must take my leave now. Without waiting for a response, she fled with the speed of a rabbit. Your Highness. A cold presence emerged, observing Sheng Yuhua with a changed expression. The princess truly cares for you. My lord. Lung M.O. materialized, his gaze fixed upon Sheng Yuhua, a subtle shift apparent in his expression. The princess truly cares for you. Is unlocking a door a sign of love? The cold prince retorted. Given my interactions with her, I find it hard to believe she acted solely to procure this trivial herb. Ensure someone keeps watch. I must know it was taken. The cold gaze of the prince turned towards the indifferent figure, a hint of reproach lingering in his eyes. Did the prince truly doubt the princess and Appo's intentions? She had gone to such lengths for him, yet he remained unconvinced. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuhua and Sheng Yujiao had not returned from changing clothes. Lin Shirin smirked with satisfaction. The ice lotus, she would secure it. Wasn't it said that the cold prince supported Sheng Yuhua? Lin Shiyin's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. The isol lotus would be hers. Sheng Yuhua claimed to have the support of Prince Han. But Lin Shiyin intended to challenge that notion. She would expose Sheng Yuhua's scandalous behavior before a multitude of witnesses, forcing Prince Han to disavow her. As for Prince Mo, who seemingly held Sheng Yuhua in high regard, Lin Shiyin remained unhurried. Men needed time to accomplish their desires. What she sought was not merely to be ensnared in a bed. In this moment, the only one feeling anxious was the old matron. Where were Hua and Appo's? And Jiao Jiao? Though separated, she had been keeping a watchful eye on the two girls. They have gone to change clothes. Mother, fret not. They may have merely been captivated by the estate and Appo's beauty and lost track of time. Besides, they are accompanied by maidservants, suggesting that everything was proceeding according to plan. Lin Shiyin remained patient, understanding that seduction required time. Everyone seemed to be enjoying their meal when suddenly a small maid rushed in, panic-stricken. Your Highness! She dashed straight to Lin Shiyin and knelt before her. Where are Hua and Jiao Jiao? She wondered, having kept a watchful eye on the two young women despite their separation. They have gone to change their clothes, mother. I do not wish to see bloodshed today. Confine her, Lin Shiyin commanded, displeased. As a maid approached to escort the girl away, the maid hastily added, Your Highness, This was the Prince Mo estate and Appo's inaugural banquet, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would cause trouble. As the guests enjoyed their meal, a young maid rushed in, but she asked me to step outside. The maid babbled, while onlookers listened with rapt attention. The second Miss Sheng, is she not a renowned figure in the capital? Initially betrothed to the M.O. Wang, she changed her mind on the wedding day to marry the cold prince instead, and the emperor even granted their union. Their wedding date is soon, is it not? What could Miss Sheng be up to now? Before anyone could inquire further, the maid continued, after stepping out for a moment. I completely forgot about Miss Sheng. Upon returning to the guest room, I thought I heard a man in Appo's voice. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Where Miss Sheng instructed me to wait outside. The young maid continued her frantic explanation, while the onlookers exchanged knowing glances. The second Miss Sheng, to break off an engagement on the wedding day and then seduce another man. Do you still expect her to have any shame? Indeed, a union personally decreed by the emperor. Their wedding was only a few days away. What was Sheng Yuhua up to now? The maid, not waiting for questions, continued. I believe Lin Fei should be the rightful principal wife. The crowd and amp, oppose, chatter left Lin Shireen feeling a complex array of emotions. She wished for Sheng Yuhua to be ridiculed, yet she despised being repeatedly referred to as a side consort. The very term filled her with loathing. If it were not for Sheng Yuhua standing in her way, how could she ever be merely a side consort? Yuhua's sister, surely she would not act so? What else can you expect from someone who breaks off a wedding and then seduces another man? She has no sense of decency. Another exclaimed. Indeed. So what if Prince Mo didn't personally escort her for the wedding? She is still a princess, isn't she? I believe Consort Lin is more suited to be the princess. Lin Shireen listened to the murmurings with mixed emotions. She desired Sheng Yuhua to be scorned, but she loathed being referred to as a consort. Let us dispatch someone ahead to ascertain the situation. Alas, her entreaties fell on deaf ears in that moment. The entourage proceeded with considerable fanfare. Yang Wanru harbored a fervent anticipation, presuming her precious Jiao Jiao had sought refuge. She mused, Sheng Yuhua, I shall witness how you fare without the backing of Prince Han, and how you shall procure your dowry. The guest chamber designated for attire changes lay not far from the banquet hall, and the handmaiden expeditiously guided the throng to the courtyard's threshold. A collective silence descended upon the group, their footsteps deliberately subdued. Upon entering the courtyard, lascivious murmurs of both masculine and feminine origin reached their ears, their intensity quite pronounced. The entourage proceeded en masse, Yang Wanru inwardly elated, presuming her precious Jiao Jiao had concealed herself. Humph, Sheng Yuhua, I shall witness how you procure a dowry without the backing of the Prince of Han. The guest chamber for attire changes was proximal to the banquet locale. Chapter 92. The arrival of the malevolent deity Yuhua is not such a person. The dowager lady alone, amidst the gathering, wore a countenance of ashen disbelief, refusing to credit such depravity on Sheng Yuhua and Appo's part. I shall see for myself, she declared, that my granddaughter is not to be found within. Oh, dowager lady Sheng, someone interjected shrilly. If not your granddaughter, then who? She alone has come to this courtyard to change her garments. The words reached all ears, and Lin Shireen resigned, instructed the matron beside her to open the door. The matron complied, only to discover the door bolted from within. Break it down. Such an incident occurring within the estate, during the banquet no less, brought disgrace upon the Prince Mo and Appo's manner. Hasten, summon the prince hither. Lin Shireen inwardly rejoiced, envisioning Prince Mo witnessing Sheng Yuhua and Appo's debauchery. Outwardly, however, her expression remained grave. Two matrons dutifully assailed the door, yet the quality of the Prince Mo's manor doors proved too formidable, resisting their efforts. Just then, the handmaiden dispatched to summon Prince Mo returned, accompanied by several men, though not the prince himself. The assembly involuntarily recoiled at the sight of the approaching group. For amidst them, a man of serene elegance and refined bearing sat regally in a wheelchair. His gaze was glacial, his countenance transcendent. An aura of inviolability surrounded him. The inky lotus, now seemingly imbued with life, exuded an alluring charm. Prince Han, they whispered, why has this harbinger of misfortune arrived? The onlookers surreptitiously scrutinized Prince Han, their thoughts turning to the woman within the chamber, and a chill ran down their spines. Could it be, they pondered, that the woman within is Prince Han and Appo's betrothed? Should Sheng Yuhua cuckold Prince Han, might he, in his wrath, obliterate all who bear witness? The matrons, tasked with breaching the door, trembled at Prince Han's presence, their resolve faltering. Lin Shireen, though initially disappointed by Prince Mo and Appo's absence, found her spirits lifted by Prince Han and Appo's arrival. Excellent, she mused. Once a mere adornment, now seemed imbued with life, radiating an otherworldly allure. The Prince of Han? How did this baleful deity arrive? The handmaiden claims that Yuhua is within. I cannot believe such slander. Yuhua is your betrothed. How could she possibly be engaged in such conduct? Lin Shireen and Appo's words, skillfully crafted, served to solidify Sheng Yuhua's guilt. Yet, before she could continue, Prince Han raised a hand in a swift gesture, and a woman was sent sprawling with a resounding thud. Her fall was artfully executed, her palms striking Lin Shireen and Amp Appo's delicate cheek with a sharp crack. Then, she collapsed backward, the woman who had struck her landing atop her, causing her to gasp in agony. The woman in question was none other than Yang Yujuan. "Get off me!" Lin Shireen, enduring the pain in her back, attempted to shove her off. Yang Yujuan, still dazed by Prince Han's sudden action, had not uttered a word. Upon hearing Lin Shireen's voice, she frantically attempted to rise, only to find her chest ablaze with pain. Instead of rising, she collapsed once more. Both Lin Shireen and Yang Yujuan cried out in pain, and the onlookers broke out in a cold sweat. Prince Han and Amp Appo's temperament was indeed capricious. Lin Shireen, a consort of Prince Imo, had merely spoken, yet Prince Han had struck her without provocation. In Appo's, Lady Lin, witnessing her daughter and Appo's pain, braved her fear and stepped forward, instructing her handmaidens to pull Yang Yujuan away and carefully assist Lin Shireen. Enduring the pain in her back, attempted to push her off. Yang Yujuan remained bewildered. The Prince of Han had arrived, and without uttering a word, she had incurred his displeasure. Upon hearing Lin Shireen and Amp Appo's voice, she hastily attempted to rise, only to be met with excruciating pain in her chest. Her body failed to rise. "Have I offended you in some way? Why did you strike me?" Lin Shireen, proud of her status as consort of Prince Imo, refused to yield. The Prince of Han and Amp Appo's temperament was indeed capricious. Lin Shireen, a consort of the Prince of Imo, had merely spoken, yet the Prince of Han had struck her without provocation. His eyes unwavering. "You want my sister?" Smack. Another blow landed, this time delivered not by Prince Han himself, but by the page behind him. After striking the blow, reputation ruined. The fall had marred the Prince of Imo and Amp Appo's consort and Amp Appo's noble and refined appearance. Her opulent attire was soiled, her makeup smeared, and her meticulously styled hair was askew. He added with a sneer, "You are but a consort, a concubine, unworthy of such an address. Yet, Miss Sheng is the prince's betrothed. You may, if you wish to flatter yourself, address her as Junior Aunt or Princess Han. I know not from whence you derive the audacity to address the princess as sister." The page's words left the onlookers stunned. They glanced at the aloof Prince Han, the sounds of intimate murmurs still echoing in their ears. They could not fathom why Prince Han would defend Sheng Yuhua, despite her apparent infidelity. But she is engaged in a clandestine affair with another man. Lin Shireen, suppressing her resentment, raised her head defiantly, the two red marks on her face only serving to amplify her ludicrous appearance. "Ha!" The page scoffed. "Are you certain that it is our Princess Han within?" With composure, he picked up a pebble and launched it with a flick of his wrist. With a resounding crash, the pebble struck the door, causing it to collapse inward. Despite the matron's and Appo's earlier efforts, the scene within was laid bare for all to see. Upon the bed were not two, but 4 figures. You may flatter yourself by addressing her as Junior Imperial Aunt or Princess of Han. I know not whence you derive the audacity to call the princess and Appo's sister and Appo's. I searched for them for a long time. A delicate voice shattered the silence. The assembly turned to behold a maiden in azure robes, cradling a bouquet of vibrant flowers, her face adorned with a smile more radiant than the blossoms themselves. Sheng Yuhua. Lin Shireen recognized the figure who should have been engaged in illicit acts within the chamber. Her face turned ashen, her body swayed. "Are you certain that the person within is our Princess of Han?" The page boy sneered, calmly picking up a pebble and flinging it. With a resounding crash, among those in the room was Ji Zimo. Yet, who was the other man? And who were the 2 women? When Yang Wanru beheld Sheng Yuhua appearing unscathed, her heart sank. Hearing Lin Shireen and Amp Appo's call, she could no longer hesitate and rushed into the room, pushing people aside to see the woman and Amp Appo's face. "This is not her." She felt a slight relief and hurried to examine the other woman. Jiao Jiao. Yang Wanru was stunned. Witnessing a maiden in azure robes holding a bouquet of vibrant flowers, her face adorned with a smile more radiant than the blossoms, her beauty captivating. Xing Yuhua. Lin Shireen, recognizing the figure who should have been within the chamber engaging in illicit acts, turned ashen, her body swaying, and cried out hysterically. Ji Zimo, how could you? Her words struck like thunder, leaving everyone astonished once more. Among those in the room was Ji Zimo. Yet, who was the other man? And who were the two women? Yang Wanru felt a surge of rage, wishing to strangle her right then and there. And then, finally, the other person was recognized. Mrs. Lin noticed her youngest daughter was missing and felt a pang of fear, praying it was not Lin Yuan. But alas, at that moment, Yang Wanru was stunned. She never expected that one of the two women was her own Sheng Yujiao. You, how could this happen? With a garment in hand, she wrapped it around Sheng Yujiao's body, marked by numerous traces, and turned her cold gaze towards Sheng Yuhua. Outside the door, Sheng Yuhua innocently blinked, slowly speaking. What was going on? My elder sister hasn't even been betrothed yet. How could she be with a man? Witnessing Sheng Yuhua's expression of innocence, young Lady Lin's constitution is too frail. She is not fit for such company. Her condition is dire. The doctor stroked his beard, sighing. The situation is grave. I shall prescribe some medicine. If she can survive the night, she will be fine. At that moment, the Duke of Mo also regained consciousness. Lin Yuan had already succumbed to unconsciousness, her pale face and weak breath suggesting she might fade away at any moment. Doctor, please hurry. Did Lin Shireen not intend to scheme against Sheng Yuhua? How did it end up involving Sheng Yujiao and Lin Yuan? Crucially, amidst the chaos, clearly, they have been drugged. The Duke and Appo's residence had doctors. Upon their arrival, they first attended to the two men to detoxify them, then turned to the oblivious Lin Yuan, the other the third legitimate daughter of a general. Neither could be easily dismissed. Given the scandal at the Duke and Appo's residence, it was inappropriate for the guest to linger. I shall prescribe some medicine. If she can survive the night, she will be fine. At that moment, the Duke of Mo also regained consciousness. It mattered little. All present held esteemed positions and were aware of the situation. Moreover, with so many witnesses, it was inevitable that rumors would spread. Yuhua, thank goodness you are unharmed. You cannot imagine how terrified I was when I heard you might be in trouble. Li Meifeng expressed her relief, while Sheng Yuhua smiled faintly. With Han Wang present, what could happen to me? Indeed, I sense that Han Wang treats you exceptionally well. Rumors are, after all, unreliable. Sheng Yuhua smiled again, but said nothing more. Did Han Wang treat her well? In truth, they were merely allies. The two parted ways at the entrance of the Duke and Appo's residence, with the Sheng family and Appo's carriage had long since departed. Had they forsaken her? Sheng Yuhua chuckled. Was Yang Wanru complaining? How amusing. Yet the recent events were somewhat peculiar. Had not that young girl only brought one man inside? Why did the Duke of Mo also appear? Was he still harboring ulterior motives? Lin Shireen and Yang Wanru and Appo's plan seemed to have unfolded precisely as they envisioned. The return journey was not far. Sheng Yuhua decided to walk back. Suddenly, a lavish carriage came to a gentle stop. Turning her head, she saw it was from the Han Wang residence. What could this mean? Did Han Wang wish to escort her home? As the curtain was drawn back, the strikingly handsome face of Han Wang was revealed. Come up. His voice was devoid of warmth, yet Sheng Yuhua found it remarkably charming. Swiftly, she climbed aboard, wisely choosing a spot as far from Han Wang as possible. Thank you, Your Highness, Yuhua said. Han Wang held a book in hand, not lifting his eyes, engrossed in his reading. Sheng Yuhua felt slightly awkward. As the carriage moved again, Xiao Man jumped beside the coachman, sitting quietly. Many at the Duke of Mo's residence witnessed Sheng Yuhua boarding Han Wang's carriage. What could be so special about Miss Sheng that Han Wang would allow her proximity? She was beautiful, clearly possessing an enchanting allure. Alas, it was regrettable that we were not as attractive as Miss Sheng. Otherwise, perhaps we too could marry the prince and become a princess. Ha! Has it not yet grown dark, and you are already lost in dreams? The voices outside gradually faded, leaving Sheng Yuhua in suspicion. Why had Han Wang allowed her to be near? Was it merely because of her antidote? Regardless, it mattered not. What was imperative was that today and Appo's incident would undoubtedly reach the Emperor and Appo's ears. With this blemish, how could the Duke of Mo still aspire to ascend the throne? And what of Sheng Yujiao and Lin Yuan, caught in compromising positions with two men and exposed to public disgrace? How could they ever hope for glory and wealth again? She was beautiful, clearly possessing an enchanting allure. Alas, it was regrettable that we were not as attractive as Miss Sheng. Otherwise, perhaps we too could marry the prince and become a princess. Ha! Has it not yet grown dark, and you're already lost in dreams? The voices outside gradually faded. The Sheng family was engulfed in dark clouds. Upon learning of the incident, Sheng Yicheng, in a fit of rage, slapped Sheng Yujiao twice. Yang Wanru rushed forward to intervene. Her eyes reddened and filled with bloodthirsty resentment. Master, I have followed you for many years. Jiao Jiao is your biological daughter. She was a victim this time. And what of Sheng Yujiao and Lin Yuan, caught in compromising positions with two men and exposed to public disgrace? How could they ever hope for glory and wealth again? Is it not Sheng Yuhua, that little hussy who has harmed Jiao Jiao? Yang Wanru felt as though she might die. She could not comprehend how their well-laid plans had gone awry. She merely wished to ruin Sheng Yuhua's reputation, to disrupt her engagement to Han Wang. Was that so wrong? Huh? Yang Wanru, do you believe everyone else to be a fool, while you're the only clever one? When has Sheng Yuhua ever visited the Duke of Mo and Appo's residence? Was that man she brought in? Did she summon the Duke? Although Sheng Yicheng was not heavily involved in affairs, he was no fool. It was clear that today and Appo's incident was a scheme devised by Lin Shirin. They had intended to target Sheng Yuhua, yet somehow it had ended up involving Sheng Yujiao and Lin Yuan. Aye, but Jiao Jiao is indeed innocent. Yang Wanru protested. Yang Wanru, do not tell me that today's affair has nothing to do with you. As she attempted to respond, the matriarch entered. Yang Wanru, have you not heeded a word I have said today? The matriarch's face was stormy. The Sheng family had made a public spectacle of themselves. Their internal disputes had spilled into others and Appo's domains, providing entertainment for outsiders. Throughout her journey, she had contemplated recent events, particularly the fallout from today's incident. Sheng Yujiao was effectively ruined. Having been with two men, one of whom was the Duke of Mo, how could he still wish for her? Therefore, yet somehow it had ended up involving Sheng Yujiao and Lin Yuan. Aye, but Jiao Jiao is indeed innocent. Yang Wanru protested. Yang Wanru, I foolishly thought you were sensible, yet. The matriarch snorted coldly, her gaze icy. I assume the Yang family will no longer wish to reclaim their shops. Yuchen, go directly to the authorities. Once again, Yang Wanru found herself in a dire predicament. No, mother, we cannot report this to the authorities. Upon hearing that the Sheng family intended to go to the officials, she was struck with terror, collapsing to her knees. We must not alert the authorities. My elder brother has promised to return the shop. In truth, her family had never made such a promise, and her brother had no intention of doing so. However, she could not allow the Sheng family to pursue legal action. If a criminal record were established, the Yang family would face ruin. Not only would their prospects of holding office disappear, but even the future prospects of her children would be jeopardized. They would be unable to make a living in the capital. The state of Jiao Jiao was already precarious, and her family was anxious about their affairs. All of this was the fault of Sheng Yuhua. That wretched woman. I shall grant you one more day. If by tomorrow morning the deed to the shop is not presented, we shall see the authorities. The old matron huffed in anger, leaving Yang Wanru pale with dread. Observing her daughter's vacant gaze, she offered a moment of comfort before hastily heading to the Yang residence. More unfortunate than the Sheng family was the situation at the Prince of Ink's manor. Lin Yuan was currently unable to move and had taken refuge in a guest room, accompanied by Lady Lin. Once the guests had departed, Lin Shirin returned, weary and drained. A resounding slap echoed through the room as Lady Lin struck her daughter. Lin Shirin touched her stinging cheek. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at her furious mother. Mother, why? What has your sister done to provoke such treatment? Why are you scheming against her? Mother, I would never. Lin Yuan's predicament weighed heavily on her heart. This was her beloved younger sister. How could she possibly conspire against her? It was her own negligence that had led to this. She should have ensured more companions accompanied her sister when she went out. She was at a loss as to how her sister had ended up in that place. You, Lin Shireen, who has always been clever, how could you commit such a foolish act? Lady Lin looked at her daughter with disappointment. The deed was done. Assigning blame served no purpose. Taking a deep breath to suppress her uncontrollable fury, she fixed her gaze on Lin Shireen and spoke each word with intent. Tell me how you arranged today as events, and do so in detail. Everyone is not a fool. They understand what transpired today. Yet, Lin Shireen and Appo's blunder had become the subject of ridicule among the others. As she observed her mother and Appo's grave demeanor, Lin Shireen dared not conceal the truth and recounted the events as they unfolded. Ah, you have truly excelled yourself, collaborating with that foolish young Wanru. Lin Shireen, who has always been clever, how could you commit such a foolish act? Lady Lin looked at her daughter with disappointment. The deed was done. Even a fool would recognize that such overt kindness must have ulterior motives. Did she believe Sheng Yuhua was dim-witted? Moreover, if they desired the ice lotus, there were innumerable other means to acquire it. Why must they ruin Sheng Yuhua? Shireen, Sheng Yuhua has already been betrothed to the Cold Prince. Everyone is not a fool. They understand what transpired today. Yet, Lin Shireen and Appo's blunder had become the subject of ridicule among the others. As she observed her mother and Appo's grave demeanor, though her daughter was enamored with the Prince of Ink and they shared a mutual affection, the presence of Sheng Yuhua as his betrothed was a source of anguish. Lady Lin understood this was a thorn in her daughter's heart. Yet, with Sheng Yuhua no longer a hindrance, why did her daughter cling so desperately to this sentiment? Mother, upon hearing this, Lin Shireen's tears flowed freely. Do you think I wish for this? But the Prince of Ink and Appo's heart still belongs to that wretched Sheng Yuhua. It is the most humiliating truth, yet I must now unveil it before you. On their wedding night, there is no future for her and the Prince of Ink. You must let go. Though her daughter was enamored with the Prince of Ink and they shared a mutual affection, the presence of Sheng Yuhua as his betrothed was a source of anguish. Did he not always profess his love for me? But why? The weight of her sorrow was unbearable, and she had kept this burden to herself. Had her mother not expressed her anger today, she would have remained silent. The Prince of Ink has always favored you, has he not? Lady Lin, taken aback by the revelation, recalled the prince's behavior. If he did not genuinely care for her daughter, he would never have consented to her becoming a concubine. The Prince of Ink did not stay with her. He departed, returning wounded. In a hurried encounter, he drunkenly called out Sheng Yuhua's name. Lin Shireen, filled with pride. That cannot be the case. Lin Shireen shook her head, perplexed by the prince and Appo's intentions. I feel that the prince is determined to marry Sheng Yuhua, regardless of the circumstances. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, finding this notion increasingly irrational. Must he marry her? Lady Lin was taken aback. What was Sheng Yuhua and Appo's status? She was even inferior to her daughter. Why must he marry her? Both fell into a heavy silence. Lady Lin, who had seen much of the world, taken aback by the revelation, recalled the prince's behavior. If he did not genuinely care for her daughter, he would never have consented to her becoming a concubine. Was it possible that Sheng Yuhua had suddenly withdrawn her consent to marry, leaving him unable to save face? That was the only rationale Lady Lin could conceive. Already pale, now bore traces of blood, Lady Lin hurriedly poured a glass of water, helping her daughter sip cautiously. As Lin Yuan gazed at the concerned faces of her mother and sister, her heart swelled with emotion, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Mother, second sister, it's all right. Everything is fine now. Lady Lin enveloped her youngest daughter in a comforting embrace. But though she had succumbed to unconsciousness, she retained memories of the ordeal. She had fought and resisted, but her strength was no match for a man in Appo's. She had watched helplessly as she was victimized, fully aware that her life was irrevocably altered. Had she known this day would come, she would never have attended that wretched banquet. And Appo's, and everything will be all right. Lady Lin and Appo's heart ached for her daughter. Rest assured, I will not let those who harmed you go unpunished. Sheng Yuhua, how cruel you are. How could you be so heartless? And Appo's, and is but a child. Lady Lin spoke through gritted teeth. Yet she failed to consider that had Sheng Yuhua not retaliated, she would have been the only one to suffer. The confrontation had originally been initiated by them. Sheng Yuhua had merely turned the tables. Mother, I. Lin Yuan was still in a state of agitation, her frail body succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Doctor, Lady Lin cried out in alarm, while Lin Shireen was overwhelmed with guilt. Although Sheng Yuhua was the instigator, she bore her share of responsibility. Sheng Yuhua, I will not let you go unpunished. Furthermore, how dare you capture the favor of the Cold Prince? As thoughts of Sheng Yuhua and Appo's interactions with the Cold Prince raced through her mind, jealousy consumed Lin Shireen. She had believed there could be no affection between them, that marriage would lead to a life of misery. Yet what was the reality? Sheng Yuhua should not be deserving of a man's affection. You wish to marry the Cold Prince? I shall ensure you do not have your way. Within the spacious carriage, silence reigned. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Cold Prince remained engrossed in his reading, while Sheng Yuhua stole glances at him, increasingly perplexed by this man. Moments ago, at the Prince of Ink's manor, one of his attendants had requested her to gather flowers for him. This trivial task was easily fulfilled, yet she returned to witness a captivating spectacle. Did he know she had orchestrated this? He did not utter a single word. Should she say something? Perhaps the frigid Prince and Appo's assistance to her stemmed merely from her nominal status as his consort, a desire to avoid personal embarrassment. Summoning her resolve, Sheng Yuhua recognized that the Dowager and Appo's abandonment signaled a formidable struggle ahead within the estate. Yet, what had she to fear? Xiao Man, well done. Silence reigned. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The Cold Prince remained engrossed in his reading, while Sheng Yuhua stole glances at him. Would GZMO still harbor affection for her after this episode? Noble consort Lin. Sheng Yuhua reflected on her own helplessness, the agonizing sting of a cold dagger piercing her chest. Lin Yuan, this is merely the beginning. Endure, and we shall engage in a prolonged game. As for Sheng Yujiao, she hoped for a swift birth of a daughter, wondering if GZMO would acknowledge the child, given the circumstances. Two men in succession. Sheng Yuhua chuckled wickedly, contemplating the ambiguity of paternity, solvable only by miscarriage. Dismissing her thoughts, Sheng Yuhua felt content with the day and Appo's gains. Upon entering the main gate, an unusual quietude prevailed. Even the gatekeeper's gaze held a peculiar quality. Xiao Man? Sheng Yuhua arched an eyebrow, prompting Xiao Man to inquire. Has something occurred within the estate? Despite her recent arrival and reticent nature, Xiao Man and Appo's association with Sheng Yuhua afforded her a degree of respect. No, nothing of consequence. The master departed recently, and the mistress as well. The servants, unaware of the Prince and Appo's affairs, remained cautious due to the displeased countenances of the master and mistress. Is that all? Indeed. Sheng Yuhua absorbed their exchange, her brow furrowing. Yang Wan-ro had departed? Sheng Yicheng and Appo's absence was understandable, given his self-serving nature. However, Yang Wan-ro and Appo's departure defied logic. What could possibly outweigh her daughter and Appo's well-being? After contemplation, a realization dawned upon Sheng Yuhua. The Yang family. A newfound interest stirred within her. With a resolute spirit, Sheng Yuhua's gait grew lighter as she returned to her exquisite chambers. Exhausted from a day's exertions, she reclined languidly, while Qiu Shuang considerately lowered the gauze curtains. Closing her eyes, she focused on the bracelet, having lacked the opportunity for closer inspection at the Prince's estate. His private collection is quite extensive. Unboxing the treasures one by one, she discovered pearls the size of dragon eyes, luminous orbs as large as bowls, and 20 exquisite medicinal herbs. Gold, silver, jade artifacts, jewelry, and ancient paintings abounded, many of which were unfamiliar to Sheng Yuhua. However, the focal point lay in several exquisitely crafted jade vials. Upon sampling their scents, she discerned them to be poisons. Such elegant packaging for toxins? She mused, resolving to analyze their specific properties. Continuing her exploration, Sheng Yuhua gasped at the sight of a substantial stack of silver notes. Heavens, so much? Even the composed Sheng Yuhua was taken aback. She counted over 1,000,000 taels, acknowledging GZ Mo's considerable wealth. Though lacking unique markings, she knew she could not spend them without implicating herself. Beneath the notes, an aged item piqued her interest, a miniature painting depicting a map. The location depicted caused her pupils to dilate. Yujia Fort, her maternal family's stronghold. Why would GZMO possess a map of Yujia Fort? His marriage proposal and the offer of a formal title now seemed more comprehensible. Damnation! She cursed the betrayal that had exposed Yujia Fort, her animosity directed at those responsible. If the MO prince's true objective was Yujia Fort, he might yet turn against her. The wedding must be expedited to allow her to prepare defenses against potential machinations. Xiao Shuang, where is the second miss? Outside the chambers. The old matron Fu returned. The miss has just retired. Is there anything I can assist you with? Xiao Shuang inquired, sensing unease at the matron and Appo's arrival. The Dowager Empress desires the miss's presence. Inform her upon awakening. Today, Matron Fu's demeanor was unusually polite. It would be discourteous to keep the Dowager Empress waiting. Such fine packaging for toxins? It was unexpected, but she needed to investigate the specific nature of each poison. Setting aside the vials, Sheng Yuhua continued her exploration, but she could only nod in agreement. Upon her return, the matron informed the Dowager Empress, who sighed, "Alas, Huar is the only one who can." Her thoughts turned to Sheng Yu Jiao's plight, lamenting the ruin of her granddaughter's life. Decisive action was imperative. Summon Dr. Su. Dr. Su, the estate physician, arrived promptly. "How fares the eldest miss?" The Dowager Empress inquired. "Her condition is precarious. She remains unconscious, and I fear she may not withstand the shock upon awakening." "How soon can she be moved?" The Dowager Empress and Appo's query perplexed Dr. Su. "The miss may be moved upon regaining consciousness, though I fear it would be unbearable for her." "I understand. Thank you, Dr. Su. This matter must remain confidential." Matron Fu presented a purse, and Dr. Su pledged his discretion. After his departure, the Dowager Empress sighed. Arrange for the eldest miss to be sent to the Retreat of Serenity as soon as possible. The Retreat of Serenity? Matron Fu was stunned, questioning the suitability of the place, notorious for its inhabitants and Appo's ill fate. "Do not fault my harshness. We have another unmarried daughter in the estate. Sheng Yu Jiao and Appo's scandal jeopardized the family and Appo's marital prospects, while Sheng Yuhua and Appo's betrothal offered some security. The third miss, nearing 15, would soon return." The old lady spoke. Sheng Yuhua, upon hearing that the old lady had summoned her again, couldn't help but wonder why the old lady was being so gentle with her. Sheng Yuhua and Appo's gaze turned icy, her fists clenched. "Xiao Shuang, where's the second miss?" Outside the exquisite pavilion, the old woman, Fu, had come again in person. The old lady waved her hand with a warm smile, saying, "Huan Appo's, your grandmother has already spoken to your Aunt Ro. Your dowry shop will be returned by tomorrow morning." Tomorrow morning? Could the Yang family be so obedient? Reflecting on their past actions, Sheng Yuhua's eyes turned cold. They were nothing but ungrateful wolves, having taken countless advantages from her in her previous life. And yet, due to Yang Wanru's kindness, she had endured all this while. Grandmother, would the Yang family truly return it? Sheng Yuhua and Appo's gaze held a hint of disbelief. The old lady snorted, "Humph, if they refuse? I have already spoken to your father. If they do not comply, I shall directly report it to the authorities. I wish to see if the Yang family still wishes to exist in the capital." Once, the Yang family were mere ordinary merchants. Had they not allied themselves with Shang Yicheng, how could they have attained their current status and expanded their business? If this matter continued to spread, she had to make a decision as soon as possible. Go and call Dr. Su over. What is a woman in Appo's strength after marriage? The old lady gently grasped Sheng Yuhua and Appo's hand. This was the first time she had witnessed such warmth from the old lady. "It is your maternal family. If your maternal family is strong, your husband's family will respect you. Think about it. If your maternal family does not care for you, it will help you seek justice if you suffer grievances in your husband and Appo's household." Sheng Yuhua nodded in agreement, blinking her eyes, and asked, "Grandmother, When can eldest miss move or get out of bed? Huh? This, matriarch, in principle, the eldest miss can move after she awakens. She wished to affirm her support, but was haunted by the image of the cold king, causing her hands to tremble. However, this did not hinder her from attempting to influence Sheng Yuhua and Amp. Amp oppose this mindset. The people of the cold king's residence may be somewhat, but if you truly suffer grievances, your father and I will undoubtedly stand by your side. The old lady spoke with cunning intent. While she claimed to be on Sheng Yuhua and Oppo's side, she did not explicitly say she would confront the cold king's residence. Sheng Yuhua, being a mere young girl, could hardly discern the subtlety. She smiled, seemingly oblivious to any underlying issues, and replied with eager agreement. What you say is true, grandmother. Yuhua understands. Yet, she remained curious about the old lady and Amp. Oppo's ultimate aim after pouring so much encouragement into her. Look at your dowry. Your father is making every effort to retrieve it. Yet some items are simply unattainable. Hua and Amp, Oppo's, are we your family after all? Surely you wooed and Amp, Oppo's, T1 outsiders to mock us, would you? Does grandmother imply that my mother's dowry cannot be assembled even by an entire minister's residence? While the statement held truth, the way Sheng Yuhua expressed it sounded rather harsh. It was all due to young Wanru, that traitorous wretch. For years, she had placed her trust in her, yet she had consistently squandered the dowry left by her mother. Alas, it is my fault for not keeping a closer watch on her, the old lady lamented, shedding a few tears. Huar, can you understand the difficulties your grandmother faces?